The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes. He dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot! After losing one, the Blacklists rush B site and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
in his hands, and he is going to continue to get the kills. And Yoba goes this top 8 player, but Lion look, this pure contact. They don't expect this KSA. Fourth floor A, Elvin spotted in room, but the double kill with the USB. KSA wanting some revenge. Spoxy has been spotted out. Back towards A. KSA springs out, gets one kill, and another kill. Will get spotted. Good crouch angle for Keller so far. Taken out. Preston goes down, and Evos will shut down the series in a 3-1.
Meta to be going with 1-2-2, spamming through that door.
Plus, a player he did some clean entries, and they have not done so. Story of this round.
Pressure up close. Dre gonna get one though. Actually does get 1-2-2.
Oh, he's spotted. Oh,
As for AG, if his timing is good through this smoke, he might grab himself a couple, and with all the shenanigans that are happening.
A flawless one to seal the deal. It's AG who take the series.
Ladies and gentlemen, CROSSFIRE fans around the world, welcome back to Chengdu and welcome to CFS 2025 Grand Finals. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. Over the past 5 days, we have witnessed twists, momentum swings, and ultimately dramatic turns, and yesterday was no exception. In our first match of the day, CROSSFIRE went toe-to-toe with Gaimin Gladiators, and what a performance from the Filipino roster themselves. A 3-1 win, but it wasn't easy. There were tons of clutch moments. The rounds were intense, but CFesports managed to get the job done. Showcasing their run is far from over with. They want to be the most dominant CROSSFIRE team in the world. They want to dominate the Filipino region. The question is, can they continue? We'll have to find out a little bit later. Then, all gamers stepped onto this stage for the very first time to showcase dominance, and they did so over their regional team of XROCK. And what a performance with 3-1 win they showed and gave us a powerful reminder that they're not only here to participate, but also to reclaim the throne. Today marks the first elimination matches of the playoffs. 2 matches, and by the end of the day, 2 teams will have to say goodbye to the tournament. There's no second chances. There's no recovery. This is survival. 4 teams enter. Only 2 teams can keep their CFS dreams alive. It's up to them to decide if they want to do it. This is day 6 of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals, where the stage demands perfection. Dreams will be challenged, and where only those bold enough to dare to dominate will succeed. Day 6 begins, and now the playoff lower bracket opens for both sides.
this wasn't the path they expected. First seeds of their regions, entering playoffs with confidence, but forced into elimination after their opening match. Falling short against Team Stallions in the quarterfinals, now playing to stay alive. Representing Vietnam, Twisted Mind! And across from them, another first seed from Brazil facing the same reality. After their loss to Evolution Power Gaming, the margin for error is gone. Ow! Qadsiah! Two regional champions, now one loss from closing their run. The pressure is real, the stakes are absolute. Lower bracket round one begins now.
Hello and welcome back to the caster desk. Thank you so much, Reflections. I am Valdez, with me is Neo Kai and Elfish Guy. And we're getting ready for the lower bracket. It's last chance for all of the teams that are going to be playing today, and it's not going to be easy for them, as every team that is left is a very strong team. And guys, let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizer, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CROSSFIRE, and also a big thanks to our generous sponsors.
Yeah, and of course we extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Aorus, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Aorus has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up, fight on.
Yeah, and thanks to our official partner Ant Gamer for providing the global first 750Hz ultra high refresh rate monitor and 257PF, empowering players to win the game. Born from the game, fueled by the players. With the 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with zero delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. Ant Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witnesses the journey to the champion.
And last but not least as well, thank you to our official partner Morphling, the Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, your win.
There we go. Thanks to our awesome sponsors and, of course, Smilegate. And we're getting ready to jump once again into the lower bracket first stage. It's, you know, you've already lost the best of 5. You only get 2 best of 5s to lose, as you can see the brackets so far.
Yeah, look, I think we're going to have a lot to say about Twisted Minds and Qadsiah, so we might just hold on for that one at the moment. But yeah, they are down in that lower bracket. That is going to be the first match of the day. Later on this evening, we'll have Gaimin up against XROCK, and maybe a little bit of surprise for some people to see the likes of XROCK and Qadsiah down in the lower bracket already, but that is the nature of the beast. We've got some very strong teams here in the playoffs, particularly some really impressive performances coming through from Stallions and EVOS in particular as well. The Philippines region kind of on the rise at the moment, and if you would snapshot it right now, you've got 2 Chinese teams and 2 Philippines teams in the top 4, although that obviously may well change when that lower bracket run does continue. So it will be an interesting, I think, sort of next few days here to really see which of those teams are actually going to make it through to the arena, and unfortunately which of them are not going to quite make the cut. I'll predict at least one of the Philippines teams will be making it all the way to the arena.
We're taking a look at the CFS power rankings. We do have some updates, specifically the Philippines teams that have made their way up. As I believe Team Stallions was at 14th, now they're at 6th, and EVOSARK was at 19th, and now they're at 10th. And so I like that we're updating kind of midway through the tournament, because it gives you a more clear view of where these guys rank, at least ELO-wise. Again, the ELO system can sometimes, you know, you got to play a lot of games to actually hit your true ranking, so it might be underrated at this point in time, especially because we just updated them, but that remains to be seen based on how they're going to do up against the really strong teams that they have in their way. Team Stallion's going to be going up against, it's Evolution Power Gaming, I believe, and EVOSARK up against
AG
All Gamers. So definitely some, you know, number 1 and 2 on the power rankings. Not not the weakest competition.
Yeah, first time as well that we see one of the EU MENA teams, well, of course, being ROCK outside of the top 10 in the last, I think it's like 12 to 18 months. So it's that's a bit of a shame as well. They've got a bit of a bounce back to do. Of course, there's a lot of more teams that are not obviously here that are still kind of playing internationally, and unfortunately, EU MENA are pulling up the rear there with Entropy and TVI. But it is cool to see it getting updated on the fly as well. But actually, in a way, getting updated for kind of the worst in some senses, teams dropping down, teams who are underperforming. We talk about kind of ROCK being a pretty good example of those who are now outside of that top 10, but that will happen across the board for teams like Falcons, for example, another great team who, 12 months ago would have been much higher up in those rankings, but having been a really poor year for them, not only domestically, but also internationally, in a spot where they are starting to tumble down those rankings.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether or not these change up in any significant way. I suppose towards the top end, we won't really be seeing any real significant movements. Maybe ZY could overtake Rambo in terms of, well, he's already got more kills. I guess he can't overtake him in terms of matches. So this is ranked by matches rather than kills.
But then also ZQ is below Ruzal, even though he has more kills and more matches. So I think it's just not fully
updated,
reordered.
Yeah,
but we do have the updates in there. So
but more so what I was actually going to go with this discussion was there's no players rather from the Philippines there, and that'll be something that I think over the course of maybe the next year or so is probably going to be changing, as we are now kind of starting to see them really start to go deep in these tournaments on a consistent basis. And if they can continue to do that, well, who knows what 2026 is going to look like for those guys, from in particular Stallions, which have been really, really impressive. And there's definitely been a bit of a drop-off in some of those big names. ADRF's not there, Nine's not there, Gokun's not there. They've all not managed to make it through the playoffs. So there will be like this world where we sort of equalize a little bit of what's happening with the new guys being able to catch up and the old guard not quite being able to extend their lead.
In particular, we're looking at Qadsiah as well. He's by and large got the most kills at this tournament, and it's actually by a country mile. So, he's in a position where he's really kind of building the foundations for really climbing up those stats, and being only, he's less than 18, right? He's like 17 years old, Qadsiah.
Yeah. Long career ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Long old career ahead of him if things can continue at this sort of pace.
So important to note, only one top seed stands. If you guys don't know the format, basically the top seeds from each of the top 4 regions did get auto-qualified into playoffs. The only one that won their first match was All Gamers. So everybody else that was a first seed, including Twisted Minds, Gaimin Gladiators, Qadsiah, they all fell down to lower bracket, and they will be playing today. So, the only regional seed to do so, EVOS, was able to send another number 1 down. Playoff survival run starts now. Lower bracket round 1 decides who stays and who leaves. 4 major regions all step in today, so we're going to be losing a team from 2 regions tonight.
Yeah. I mean, the most difficult, I guess, conversation here has to happen for Vietnam and for EU MENA, right? These are the last 2 remaining teams from those respective regions. So if we see at this point Twisted Minds and Gaimin Gladiators get knocked out, then there's no home team, I suppose, for those regions to cheer for. So that'll be something that they'll be hoping to avoid. I think it's going to be tough. I mean, we'll get into the conversation around Twisted Minds and Qadsiah in a minute, but that's a tough matchup for them, certainly. And then for Gaimin Gladiators as well, going up against XROCK, also not an easy one. You were highlighting this a little bit earlier on as well now. No up the top of the kill charts, and unlikely to be caught, at least by Famous or Juan, as they are both out of the playoffs. And so really it's just a race now between maybe No and First, and I think you could probably throw AD in there as well. He's definitely been on a bit of a tear in the playoffs.
Also, especially the fact that they get an extra game as well coming through. Now they're going to kind of instant towards that lower bracket. They do get an extra run. I think it's definitely worth a shout out. Of course, he was MVP off the back of that series yesterday. First map was slow, but the rest of them were really, really quite solid from him. So, and a guy who always will pull off these incredible kill series. It's very, very rare that we even have a map that's weak from him, hence why we highlighted it yesterday. So definitely worth keeping an eye out for. But I think for AD in particular, because you get an extra game coming through that lower bracket, just more matches, more maps for him to get kills under his belt, and he looked incredibly good yesterday. I think, one of those guys that, as much as kind of do walk away with the MVP, there's like an honorable mention for AD, despite the loss, still being competitive all the way towards the end. So definitely worth keeping an eye out for him going forward, because I just think he's just so unbelievably solid. But it's also about longevity in a tournament like this. And again, you look towards like Kano, like your First, like your dudes who are expected to make it to the final for XROCK. Unfortunately for them, yes, it's cool that they can have this lower bracket run, but at some point they are expected to fall before we even get to conversations about finals and the semis.
And in terms of ADR, Kano is actually, there's like nobody who can actually catch up to him. Famous at 9 and YDSS are all out of the tournament, as is Y. So Noah's above and beyond the highest in terms of average damage per round.
I mean, I think the most impressive thing
more rounds.
is the fact that he's done it in more rounds. You know, you'd look at it and say, oh, more rounds, more chance to get damage, but that's not how it works for ADR, right? It's averaged across those rounds. So he's actually performed even further above those guys by virtue of having those extra rounds. So he's been phenomenal. The first kill round win percentage, we highlighted this one a little bit yesterday when we were casting that XROCK game now, that they were one of the teams that was better at converting on those initial openings. That was the case in the group stage. Certainly not the case yesterday, and that's why they've dropped. They've dropped about 13% in terms of, they were up to 86% when we first saw this graphic for XROCK, and now they've dropped down to 73%. So definitely a fall off in that game against AG, and it was a big problem for them that they weren't able to convert on those advantages. Whereas a team like Evolution Power is still kind of just chugging along, and that's really what we love about this Evolution Power team, is that they don't make mistakes. They're not a team that really sort of throws these games away or anything like that. They might not have the highest peaks necessarily, but they definitely are a very consistent force, and that's why you can see them on all of these graphics with some pretty good numbers. Also
very worth mentioning as well, you know, we won't see it, but if we were to go down the list in terms of percentage-wise, we actually got the lowest kind of first kill round win. I actually would be surprised if AG are down there. They had some horrible maps where it was even the maps they were winning, it's like they were getting the first kill and fumbling rounds, and it happened so often for them. If anything, a lot of times they were winning rounds when they started at a man disadvantage. So hence why, of course, we saw that kind of statistic dip a little bit for XROCK. But across the rest of them, Clutch is no surprise to see the likes of XROCK now up there. You know, even AD alone, he put off 2 1v3s in the map 1. He put off another 1v3 later on in the series. He's single-handedly, he's probably propped up half of those ones. Stallions as well, knows a bunch of them throughout this tournament and continues to be such a threat to deal with. But again, it's kind of no surprises that Stallions are, you know, just topping the leaderboards basically everywhere, because they are just at the moment the best team at this tournament. There isn't really a debate about it. In terms of form right now, they are the best team. There's no argument. I'll down the hill. In terms of current form right now, there's no team that's playing better CROSSFIRE than Stallions.
Well, I would just say terminology-wise, I would say they're the best. They're the form team. I don't know that they're the best team. What do you think on that?
I think in terms of the level of CROSSFIRE I've seen so far at this tournament, which is the only thing that ultimately matters, history, who gives a damn, they are the best team in the tournament. There's not a single map of CROSSFIRE yet from any other team that's even been close to what Stallions are producing at the moment.
I'm not ready to go that far just yet, but I will agree that they are the form team.
Who's at the debate?
Evolution Power.
Really?
I still think.
Coming from the guy who said that, you know, they weren't even going to make it that far, and I was one arguing that they're always underrated.
So, Stallions did play against this team, by the way, which does help them.
Oh, it helps them look really good.
It helps them look amazing. At the same time, Evolution Power didn't have the most difficult matchup. But Twisted Minds coming in here, right?
Qadsiah. Not the easiest.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. They made it look easy.
True.
Maybe that actually makes it better.
Looked quite weak, in all fairness. But yes.
Maybe that's just because Evolution Power is so good. But Twisted Minds, they really need to turn the ship around. I don't know what is going on here, because they did get slammed in their first best of 5.
What was the stat? I think they played 3 maps and they won 10 rounds. That was what it was.
Yeah, it was 10 across. So it was 10-2, 10-3, 10-5.
Yeah, not a very good conversion rate at all. I mean, obviously that was up against Stallions, and yeah, we've obviously, you know, reiterated that Stallions were in pretty good form, are definitely one of the stronger teams in the playoffs at the moment. There it is on your screen, 0-3. But that was just such a thoroughly uninspired performance from Twisted Minds. And I think if I was a Vietnamese fan watching this, and I was sort of watching how the group stages played out, and I saw, you know, Falcons and VP go out early, I would be thinking, oh no, our region's really not doing too well. But at least we've got Twisted Minds in the playoffs. And then I go in to watch that match, I think, oh dear, you know, these guys are not getting out of this playoffs. They're not even winning a game in the playoffs. I think this might be a year where, for the first time in a very long time, Vietnam does not pick up a single win in CFS, you know,
which is mental.
VP pick up a map, but apart from that, they're not going to pick up a win. I don't think. I mean, Qadsiah is such a strong team. Yeah, they had a bit of a falter in that opening game. That was against Evolution Power, though, who I rate quite highly. Yeah, and I think they're going to bounce back today. And I do think Qadsiah is still the kind of team that can make a deep run here in the lower bracket. So yeah, tough day at the office, I'm sure. Coming up here for Twisted Minds, and they are going to have to find a way to really turn it around.
Yeah, I also kind of want to give them maybe a bit of a benefit of the doubt. We've had this sort of narrative really for this side where it's like, oh, I guess not even just this side, actually, for this I guess, tournament, in the way of like teams that are already in the playoffs you actually do have a bit of a deficit against you. Like, you're not warmed up, where, you know, Evolution Power were very warmed up at a really good group stage, looked really good. Actually were able to get rid of a lot of, like, if there was any doubt in the back of their mind or any of that rust that we like to talk about, they brushed it off in that group stage and then came in towards the Qadsiah side, just really warmed up. And I think for Qad, they actually, they're the type of team for me who would have really benefited just, you know, for lack of a better term, just noob stomping a bit in the groups. Like, they're a side, you get them fired up. I don't think there's many teams in the world that are better in terms of momentum-wise. When they really start getting loud, shouting across the stage, every round's going huge, they're like one of the most kind of like fiery teams in that sense. And that's the thing where I think they would have actually loved to have gone in towards those groups, kind of like, you know, curb stomp a Virtus Pro or something, or like, you know, battering in a circle, just get them out the way and just really be like, all right, we're here, we're ready. Any mistakes, we're now ready to take on the big dog. So I think, you know, if you'd given them the kind of the same run of EP, that could have been a really cool game as a first round playoffs, but Evolution Power just too clean.
Taking a look at our key players here, MG with the 1.16 KD even in a 0-3 loss definitely was pretty consistent for the team. Unfortunately, his teammates not able to help out there. Whereas Carrot, you know, it's only 0.79, but actually the highest amongst his teammates. So you can kind of see where
it's the two snipers, right? It's the two most important players for their teams, but Carrot was quite underwhelming. But I think, unfortunately, that was the story across the board, right? There was not really much we could grasp on for Twisted Minds.
No, I mean, there was no positives really to take away for Twisted Minds. To be honest, if I'm talking about key players for Twisted Minds, I actually think the one that's in the scope for me at the moment is Mouse.
Yeah,
I thought so. It's Mouse. He had,
him and Owen, good mates.
Yeah, him and Owen, they were really well acquainted with each other. We'll look at the predictions here, and we can talk about Mouse in a second once we get through this one. But yeah, look, across the board, Qadsiah going to be the prediction. Couple of smatterings of maps maybe being given over to Twisted Minds, which frankly, I'm a little bit surprised by. I really think Twisted Minds just did not look like they were cutting the mustard at all. Of all the teams that we've seen playing in the playoffs, they were the one team that really felt like they just did not belong, unfortunately. And you even put them in the group stage, I think they might have really struggled to make it out of the group. So, you know, I'm hoping, to be honest, that that's just going to be the first game of the tournament. You know, early days, they're going to bounce back a little bit here and show us something a little bit better and really kind of prove why they are at least in the playoffs. Otherwise, I think we'll look at them and go, well, you went 0-6 in the playoffs. Yeah. Why'd you even turn up?
Let's be honest, right? The way things have panned out this year, and I think, you know, I don't know how this format is going to change kind of going in towards next year, but I mean, without a shadow of doubt, Philippines have to be taking a playoff spot off Vietnam. There's just no way that Vietnam deserve, let's be honest, anything at the moment. And let's be frank, I don't think it's going to change it. I think you're right, Jordan. If all expectations go the way it should be going, Qad should kind of waltz through this series. Twisted Minds have looked pretty kind of bad, not only just obviously here, but actually even just domestically. Like, they are struggling against Virtus Pro and struggling against Falcons, who are very poor sides at the moment, right? They, you know, it's worrying that when they're qualifying to the playoffs, they're doing it 3-2 and squeaking by with these very close maps. It's not exactly a confidence builder. So I don't know really what to expect for this Twisted Mind side, but in a whole, I think, you know, the kind of Vietnamese region need to kind of bunker down, looking towards 2026 and be like, right, what's next? Like, this is obviously not working. Roster shuffles. Do we even get to a point where, like, a team like Falcons, for example, of course, have quite heavy investment behind them? Do we actually now go for big roster changes and try and just kind of, I guess, consolidate in a way, like, or consolidate all of the best players into towards one roster and build a bit of a super team at maybe at the expense of the others?
So, Twisted Minds have spoken on the challenge ahead. We reset and trained harder after the loss to Stallions. First matchup against Qadsiah expected to be tough, but we're ready. We saw also before that they have not won internationally yet, and they've been at a bunch of tournaments, so
it's not good.
Yeah, maybe once they get that first win, we can see the real Twisted Minds. At least that's what I'm hoping for. I hope there is something more behind all the losses, but we just haven't seen it yet on the international stage. As Fefe, on Qad's approach, we stay calm and focus one match at a time. When MG is on fire and action controls the game, our momentum becomes unstoppable. And yeah, I mean, they had to go up against a really strong opponent who was warmed up, who had stomped a couple of noobs, as you put it, Neo. And Qadsiah, I'm sure if there's one team here in the lower bracket that we think can make a lower bracket run, it's probably them, maybe XROCK as well.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see how they do today.
I've got a bit of a rogue thought as well with Qad. In a way, right, hear me out on this one.
I'm hearing.
I actually think them going in towards the lower bracket first round is long-term beneficial for them. Because now, because they don't get that group stage to warm up in the way that they do well, now they actually do get to kind of quote-unquote noob stomp a little bit coming through. Granted, every other game after this is going to be a lot harder, but they get fired up. They get the game under the. But I always think a lot with these kind of Brazilian sides, they do need that one out the gates just to kind of really say, right, we're here. We saw it happen a bit with Liquid. Granted, it wasn't enough for them to qualify, but they were able to kind of really warm up and kind of go toe-to-toe with XROCK. XROCK were just too strong, right? And same with Na'Vi, same thing for them, right? Where they got kind of an easy one out the gates and they were able to kind of really kind of warm themselves up. Again, not good enough for long term because they can make a really strong opponent. But I think for Alcad, it's actually in their favor that they don't have like, you know what, like if you stay in the upper bracket, you get like 3 or 4 days off. I don't think that helps them going into the arena.
I'll tell you what, check back in with me in about a week's time, and if they've made the grand final, I'll jump on that bandwagon with you as well. If they get knocked out here, I'll come back in a week and be like, no, you don't know what you're talking about, mate. So, you know, power of hindsight. What I will say is I'm a little bit worried, obviously, for Qadsiah, just in the sense that they could have another year here in 2025, maybe similar to what all gamers did in 2024, where they go in with the expectations being really, really high, having had a good previous year. Obviously, Qadsiah, aka Vasco, made it to the finals of CFS back in 2024. If they bomb out here, they bombed out at EWC, it's not going to be a good year for them.
It's not going to be easy as we're nearing the beginning of this series. I do think that need to see a good start for both of these teams. We'll see who gets on the bandwagon first as we hop over to the band pick.
Alrighty, let's get this show on the road. I really wonder, do Twisted Minds change anything up in the veto? Because, well, let's be honest, Jordan, not a single map looked good. So,
yeah,
what do we do? Do we try and go elsewhere, or do we kind of bunker down on maps that have been part of our pool, but of course, in your opening series, didn't look good?
I think they're probably just going to commit to it at this point. You know, obviously it's only been the one game, so how much can you really read into it? I suspect we're probably still going to see the likes of the Black Widow coming out here, if they're allowed it, which they're not going to be by Qadsiah, so that's already a bit of a blow, actually, for Twisted Minds, the map that they typically do tend to sort of angle towards instantly taken away. It's also a bit unfortunate. These teams were actually in the same group back at EWC, but they never ended up playing against each other because Qadsiah went through the upper bracket. Twisted Minds was on the opposite side of the bracket and got knocked out before ever facing Qadsiah. So we don't really have a whole lot of information to go off for these two teams in terms of previous history. But New Mexico gone here from Twisted Minds, and so
smart ban, I think. It's just not as commonly played in the Vietnamese region as it is in Brazil. And Brazil has become a little bit of a kind of a pocket pick map for them. Ankara first pick. It's a very good map for the likes of an Action and an MG as well, right? It just allows them to free roam quite a lot. Yep. Get quite kind of puggy, which I honestly think is probably the way you want to approach things. Again, it's like a good warm-up map, I think, generally speaking, for the likes of Alcad. It's one they can kind of come into and say, right, let's bank on the mechanics.
New Mexico also the ban from Evolution Power when they were playing against Qadsiah, so a little bit of a target there from Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, like I said, picking into Black Widow predominantly. They're going to have to go elsewhere. This time they end up going towards that sub-base, map number 2. Get our port out here as well for Qadsiah. Getting deeper and deeper into the map pool, but yeah, certainly not filled with a huge amount of confidence for Twisted Minds that their go-to map is the one that's instantly taken away by Qadsiah.
I've got a rogue thought off the back of nothing to do with the veto. If you're ready for this one.
Sure.
Back of Kim Bum's shirt says Kim Pum.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was thinking, is that a mistake, or
I'm not sure.
Have we got it wrong?
No, he's always been Kim Bum.
Yeah.
On the English broadcast,
That's
at least.
what I'm, yeah.
Could be something to do with you know, a regional difference in how you say the letter.
Like a pronunciation
like a
type
P
thing.
might sound like a B in Vietnamese. I'm not really sure, obviously.
Got a veto though. Ankara, Subbase, Port, New Compound, and Eagle Eye in that order. The big question really is, you know, I think in particular looking towards that Subbase, it has to be taken by Twisted Minds, staying alive in the series. Port's been a decent map for Alcad in the past, but it's just the real worries come through for the Twisted Minds side. Granted, Alcad weren't great in their opening series, but it's against one of the strongest teams at this tournament so far, and also a matchup in which was just a little rough for them to get out the gates. And, you know, you can make the same arguments to a degree for Twisted Minds, but at least we've seen the highs of Alcad, right? Of course, you know, last year's grand finalists, or the EWC as well, making it towards the playoffs. We're seeing like a side who can at least make sort of somewhat deep runs and play to a high level of CROSSFIRE. There's not been any of that for Twisted Minds. They're still yet to win on international soil.
I guess that what has, you know, really heavily weighed on my mind when I've been thinking about Twisted Minds in particular has just been that it really didn't feel like there was anything redeeming to take out of that opening game. You know, even if we could just fall back on, hey, they were shooting well, but, you know, they got a bit unlucky, or strategies were good, it's just the execution wasn't there. It was like, that would be something. But,
yes, yeah, agreed.
For Twisted Minds, I don't really think that there was anything to take away. There were so many egregious mistakes being made by them that it really felt like they came in extremely unprepared on a bit of a different level in comparison to some of the other playoffs teams. And, well, maybe just taking their time getting into the server here now, because they want to enjoy what little time they have left on the stage.
Make the most of it.
That would be my prediction. I mean, like I said, I think I put Twisted Minds 3-0. I don't know if that's what you ended up putting as well. Oh, sorry. Qadsiah 3-0.
I saw it was one of the guys in the Arabic broadcast 3-2 to Alcad. We still went Alcad, but 2 maps on Twisted Minds is feels like a very audacious call.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there wasn't even any single player that you could look to and say, oh, that guy, if they're having a good day, could kind of carry the game. I don't think there was any of that for Twisted Minds. So expecting them to really struggle a little bit here, but
yeah, they looked mechanically and stylistically just so outclassed by the level of CROSSFIRE that was on offer in that first game. And granted, it is a side that are kind of currently so unbelievably in form, but even still, like, not even breaking a sweat is never a good sign. I mean, Alcad can do that themselves, right? When Alcad get going, they're a really, really difficult side to play against.
Yep, a few players out of their chairs at the moment. See a couple filtering back in from backstage, walking past our casting setup now.
Where you boys been?
Just go and have a yarn outside, I guess. So we should be getting back underway pretty soon. Or underway pretty soon. This is the first game of the day. Bit of a longer day yesterday.
Never mind, 2 more of them are running past.
Fellas.
Guys, toilet break. You've been here for like... you just saw the running we just saw.
Yeah.
You guys, you've been here for like 2 hours. Could have gone to the toilet before.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Nervous wee, I guess, you know.
That definitely feels like nervous wee. Yeah, I can't blame them. You're about to play Alcad. Probably elimination game.
Yeah, but probably be a good another 5 minutes before we get underway with the map here, ladies and gents. So if you need to go and
grab a drink,
get
grab
yourself a snack, do what you need to do.
Now's the
you
time.
do still have a little bit of time before this game kicks back off, I'd say.
Yeah, plenty of time, that is for sure. We've just seen 3/5 of the Twisted Minds side run past us, so we're going to be here in a minute.
Yeah, on the topic of Qadsiah, Feifei was saying that when MG's on fire and Action controls the game, the momentum becomes unstoppable. And I think that very much is going to be the couple of players that we'll probably be looking to on this roster. It's traditionally been MG on that sniper, and then Action sort of as that entry fragger with the rifle when he really gets rolling. I mean, remember back last year, Action kind of felt like he was the one of the standout players in the tournament, actually.
For sure.
Had a really, really massive grand final as well, almost enough to obviously get the win there for Qadsiah. And I mean, that'll be the goal again for them, is not just to make the grand final, but this time to win it.
Yeah, he was an absolute Terminator throughout that kind of tournament. He looked just so clean all the time, such a threat as well. And you can see that a lot of teams were trying to find ways to counter him in particular, and they just couldn't. The big thing is getting him back to that level. Again, opening game just didn't go as planned. Didn't go to, I guess, out the gates to the level that they wanted. I think, you know, a different kind of run coming in towards the tournament with a bit of groups, or, you know, an opportunity to really kind of try and scale in towards the tournament. It could have been a different story, I think, for Alcad. But this is now their time to get that warm-up underway. This is now where they can really start making a kind of a run through this lower bracket, which, again, like I said, might be a bit of a rogue shout, but I think it could actually potentially work in their favor.
MG with the beard these days. Used to be a bit more clean-shaven. when we first saw him on his international debuts under Vasco. That was
the mutton chops are interesting, I will say.
a couple of years ago now. I remember watching Vasco for the first time back at Summer Champs. I think it might have been 2023, so it's probably about 2.5 years ago. And at the time, they were definitely not considered a really big threat. We had AG and Baisha, the big names at that tournament, and even Imperial was probably a little bit stronger at the time. But Vasco and now as Qadsiah have gone a long way, and we'll see how far they can go this year in 2025. So we're about to get underway with yet another day of playoffs.
Okay, let's get this show on the road. Elimination here in the lower bracket for two teams who are #1 in their region, but not #1 in their opening games, and looking to finally kickstart their run here at the CFS Grand Finals.
Yeah, interesting. We've got Feifei here, the secondary sniper for Qadsiah. I remember at times as well, we've seen Silva holding on to that secondary sniper. So it's just going to be a pick attempt at the start of the round, but straight back to the rifle there for Feifei, which is a little bit more what he's known for. Twisted Minds themselves taking the double sniper setup into this round and already eating quite a bit of damage off of the grenades. I suspect we're probably going to have another reasonably slow game. Qadsiah is not one of the teams that opts to play too quickly.
Yeah, they really like to play with the tempo. Maybe not as slow as Liquid, but it's not kind of too far off action. Bit of damage dealt towards him with an HE. The re-smoke in terms of front main. They're setting up for an A here, but it's, again, going to probably be a bit of an elongated one, just judging by the fact of how slow they're playing. Swing and a fine. Down goes Bokyu. Flash will come through. They don't really need to commit to this. They get the kill and they get out. They can reset once again. They've still got plenty of time to make a decision.
Oh, it's already not a great start for Twisted Minds. You know, Bokyu kind of just getting deleted without really showing any presence at all, and Kimba missing that shot will be punished. Same sort of problems already starting to show their head here for Twisted Minds, where they were just getting out-aim-dueled in their opening game. They just mechanically were not on the same level as Stallions, and it seems that may well be the case here against Qadsiah as well. It's not as if these have been bad fights necessarily for Twisted Minds. It's just that they can't win them. And this has been all too easy for Qadsiah. That was a freebie.
And again, this is now the continued worry with Twisted Minds, where it's like, I actually just don't know. Like, regardless of even if you outcall the likes of an Alcad, I just don't know if you can compete anyway. I don't know if you can actually go toe-to-toe in terms of the raw mechanics. It's just too simple for this Alcad side. That was the case for Stallions against Twisted Minds too. MG doesn't wait, or doesn't try and peek before the smoke. He waits after. Again, they can take a bit of early control. Nade will go deep, but not deep enough. Good leave action has that sort of long A anchor. The rest of the side can start taking a bit of map control. There's something, of course, that Feifei spoke about in the pre-match interview, saying that Action's very good at controlling the map, and that's why they like to leave him in a lot of lurk positions, because he can just get so much done.
No inroad this time early on for Qadsiah. Feifei calling the troops around the map. So Feifei becoming one of the most experienced in-game leaders in CROSSFIRE now.
True.
He's been doing it for many, many years. He was doing it even before he was in this lineup, back on Imperial. Switched over to Vasco. Imperial took a bit of a tumble in terms of their performances, and so I guess it was Feifei that got the last laugh there, and we'll see how deep he can force it again this year. A grand finalist last year. Once again, sort of defaulting back over to that A side of the map, Qadsiah, and they're going to try and test it. That chip on the close line will be checked, and that's just, again, not good enough from Twisted Minds. 2 players there to defend on a single kill, and Qadsiah will take the site, and they'll do it with ease. And They don't even need all 5 players. MG's on the other side of the map on the lurk.
Yeah, and he actually probably gets a couple of freebies here because they're trapped out of smoke. MG can line up a few with the TRG. What? Missed shot. Doesn't really matter, actually. He just gets cleaned up either way. Kari gets a couple. It's consolation kills, but ultimately, who cares? Early timeout going to be taken here. Absolutely the right thing to do in a spot like this. But, I mean, what do you actually talk about
Literally.
Guys, you are just losing your fights.
Is this Groundhog Day? I feel like I'm watching the exact same series again.
Yep.
You lose 2 rounds, you call attack timeout.
It's a little slower
It's a bit
than Stallions,
slower,
but like, it's the same game.
It's the same game, you know. you play those 2 rounds out, you're down 0 and 2, you call attack timeout, you go, boys, how are we going to win these rounds? And then everyone goes, I don't know.
Yeah.
And then you go into the next round and you lose it.
Guys, what have we noticed so far? Nothing,
we're
really.
literally not, we're not killing anybody.
Yeah.
We're not shooting him.
Yeah, what do you possibly say here?
Have you guys been hitting the aim prac? That's probably the coach has got to be saying, like, fellas. I mean, it's too late now, but you get in the DMs a little bit.
It just feels like a lack of prep everywhere. I mean, you know, you're running for a toilet just before the map's about to start. I mean, you can already see that. You're all over the place. You know, professionalism out of the server leads to in the server, as they say. But, I mean, I don't know. I think with every round I've seen so far, for not only just Twisted Minds, but I think for the Vietnamese region, it lends more and more into the fact that Philippines should be taking that direct invite to the playoffs kind of position.
Yeah,
right? They're just unfortunately undeserving at the moment.
Or if not that, at least I think you get one of the 3 slots, you know, because Philippines has got 2 slots at the moment. Vietnam's got 3 slots total.
Yes.
You might make an argument to give one of those slots over to the Philippines.
Agreed, yeah.
At this point. But a bit early for that one at this stage.
It's one of those, you know, you see it happen, you know, sometimes where it's like depending on how your region does at an event, can lead to kind of more or less spots kind of going forward. It happens in kind of a few other kind of games as well, which seems to work for the most part kind of decently. So could be something considered here. First fight. Mouse gonna get one. His first kill, and earlier than the opening 2 maps in that previous Stallions game, which is good to see. He was 0-7, 0-8 over there. I use this one, gets one and gets out. So it's Feifei who now calls from the grave. Boku's got an idea as well. Doesn't want to overswing around this corner. He knows he potentially could be being held, but Action's actually not committed to fight. He's just dipping his head up and down.
Yeah. Just head glitching.
Oh, shot though.
But yeah, I mean, again, by the way, aim duel, so comfortable for Action. Feifei's gone down, to be fair. So there's at least something to be said for Twisted Minds, but so far they've got 3 kills in 3 rounds, which is a far cry from what you need. Kimbom is on an aggressive line over towards A here. If he drops early, it'll be a quick rotation from Qadsiah. And Twisted Minds will be in a bit of trouble. So he's going to smoke them off, move back, gets a bit worried about mid, flash over the top here from Qadsiah. They're not afraid. Just going to keep pushing their way forward. VNC does fall. A little bit more of a response from Twisted Minds in this round, which is nice to see.
Silver's low. Mouse isn't exactly healthy either. 45 seconds. And Alcad, decision to be made. A split towards B is the play. They're getting a rotation over from that chip though. So Mouse and Kara got some support. Flash over, should catch Mouse and will. He'll force him back on towards the site as they continue to push their way forward. Carrot here and towards this. They've not spotted him, so the longer he goes undetected, the better it gets. But he misses his opportunity. Action will find him, and again, another round in which is having a lot of impact for him. He'll reclaim that space. That chip delivers in from behind. Action on the site has to go huge. 15 seconds. C4 needs to go down. He's all alone. 1 versus 2. Can he set himself in the postman? He gets tagged, but he's still alive for now. He is reeling, but he still managed to set himself up in somewhat of a post plan, but he'll finally fall to the hands of Kimbom. Twisted Minds respond, but it's janky, but they get the win.
They'll take it. Call your attack timeout. You get yourself a round on the board. Series is underway at least. It's taken them a bit longer in the past. I really thought Action was going to be on for more than just the one there. His entry was so clean, but flank coming in was the problem. So Qadsiah will have to let that one go by the wayside. Snipers were a bit of a concern for them in the last round. Lost a couple of picks.
Yeah.
Try and get MG on the front foot here, and a bit of spam there from Action, but not going to be punished back through the smoke.
Yeah, so with that secondary, get the primary of MG back up to that level that we know he can play at, and Twisted Minds get to a position where it's a real worry about kind of competing. For MG, I think he'll do a lot of his best work in towards that second half. He's a bit of a turret. He's so consistent in that sense. They actually look more towards the likes of your VNCs and your Actions when they're the ones setting the tone. Speaking of, though, here's Carrot on that flip side. He did do a little bit more in towards that previous round, but he is the star man for Twisted Minds when things go well. Generally speaking, he's normally at the forefront of the numbers.
What's the option of choice this time for Qadsiah? Have a little bit of a look into middle. They've sort of cleared outside A. They've cleared Beacon. That'll be their avenue of attack. And again, it's sort of MG that's left to float around on his own and do what he wants. He's kind of set up as the closer. Let's have a look at how the entry does go here. Carrot missing his shot. Will be short work made by VNC. Cute. Needs to be traded down here, and he does get picked up pretty easily in the end. So, once again, another reasonably straightforward entry into the site. This time works out perfectly for Qadsiah. It kind of feels like if we get into the mid to late round with a 5v5 and Qadsiah get to hit a site, they will just win the round.
Yeah.
The only way that Twisted Mind is winning any of these rounds or even looking competitive in these rounds is if they're finding picks early. So I think they need to find a way to sort of facilitate that a little bit more, try to play a little bit more aggressive in the early round, or try to set themselves up, try to force something a bit earlier on in the piece. Because if you're letting Qadsiah get these kinds of rounds the way that they want them, they're too clean on the entry.
Yeah, agreed. I just think right now they're a side who they're not going to falter, because this is just a game kind of plan and a style of play as well that is just so useful for them. That's a really big opening kill, though. Action dropped already. He's generally been leading the way, him and, well, VNC, as we kind of noted. But getting Action down early is a really nice find for Twisted Minds, Carrot in particular. Nice shot. So numbers is advantage, and now Alcad. First time they've been kind of truly tested from the jump, from the get-go of a round.
See if they don't just throw caution to the wind and send it on A here. Diatchip, close range angle. Does well to get himself the first one, but VNC shuts him out, and if Bokku falls, that'll be a concern. Kimbum under the stairs is stuck. I don't know if they were aware for some reason that he was there. It seems like maybe Qadsiah didn't quite cotton onto that one. It's VNC here in the 1v3. It was winnable. Kimbum was low. I think Kimbum just, he got completely
overlooked.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think they recognized that he was sitting there under the stairs. They didn't see him. And so that one's gone a little bit awry for Qadsiah. So opening pick in the round, like we said, makes a big difference with Twisted Minds. Yeah,
just a real kind of lack of reaction. I think it was Fefe who was moving up the stairs right in front of Kimbum, and he tags him and still doesn't turn around or doesn't get commed over, which is a bit of an oversight. Miles diving out from bridge will lose his head immediately to VNC, but Carrot will get another, and he's going to catch MG with a very aggressive play from Carrot. Credit to him so far in the early part of this game. He actually looks like he's got a lot of confidence, which is exactly what you need against Alcad.
Yeah, Carrot kind of seems like he's decided he needs to be the one to be the difference maker.
Yeah.
And has so far done a pretty good job of that. 1-for-1 here on the entry. Silver's got the C4, and he's decided to push forward. He needs some assistance, and kind of gets it from Feifei, but the smoke being up and then Feifei falling will mean that in the end, Qadsiah just want to exit this skirmish, go back in with this 2-on-2. Take their time about things and have a look elsewhere. Maybe just wait and see if Twisted Minds is going to make a mistake and push into them. It seems like that might happen. Datchip's having a bit of a geeze, and Silva wasn't ready for it. So now it's all on the shoulders of Action, who, again, has been good on this map so far. He's 5-2. He's been able to retrieve the C4, and he does win the duel against Carrot. Costs him a lot of his HP, but puts this into a winnable 1v1.
Yeah, it's a foot race now. Oh, hang on. Datchip. Oh, he will check. There was a world in which Datchip just goes straight for that mid plate.
Yeah.
And immediately kind of commits to the rotation and gets caught. It's a good round to take, though, for Twisted Minds. Actually, still Alcad, who I think still the reservations about them not looking as clean as we kind of need. I mean,
3-on-3 is the score, and you know, Carrot's getting a bit of work done in the openings of these rounds, and Qadsiah haven't been able to pull any of them back, and you know, their sniper MG not really online at the moment.
Yeah, Alcad, you know, in the past have been very good at just dismantling sides that are kind of seen as lower than them, but they've been made to work here. So I mean, credit where it's due. And this, of course, is Alcad's pick as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I don't know that Qadsiah is giving me the same feeling as they did last year, and that they were a true competitor last year, where they really were going to likely go the distance or close to go the distance. I mean, they're still not a bad team, but do they have that same aura that we maybe are getting from the EPs or the Stallions or AGs at the moment? I wouldn't say so for Qadsiah.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, another opener. This time it's Feifei that goes down early. Qadsiah giving up a lot of the opening duels in this map of CROSSFIRE. Kimbap, had a chance with another. He very nearly gets taken down. In the end, he actually gets picked off by MG, trying to escape. Bokyu close on the corner, missing again. A huge whiff from Bokyu. That's the second time from the exact same position that he has let his opponent get away with a little bit too much. Grenade goes forward. Silver isolating that duel on a dat chip. And immediately, Qadsiah will take this round as MG gets in behind and he picks himself up one. He spots out Mouse as well. It's not over yet, I suppose. See if Mouse can recover from a very poor day yesterday.
Yeah. Smoke down the front side means that this 1 versus 2 now becomes a lot harder. Not over fighting like that. Action. That felt a little unnecessary. C4 collected and will be planted. I was going for the long rotate. Of course, smoke down in front of him. I don't really hate the idea, but he's looking and hoping he gets given a freebie at range, but he's just not going to. Silver should know all too well about this angle. C4 already about halfway ticked. He's swinging. Why? Why, Silver? So unnecessary. You're in a post plant. Why have you swung through?
Yep.
It's so easy. Mouse, who's so low. That was completely... I mean, the first fight from Action wasn't needed at all, but why is Silver swung at the end there?
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
No, I agree.
They deserve to be losing Alcad. They're not playing good.
And immediately a timeout coming through. As soon as that swing came, the timeout got pulled up. And tell you what, they need to have a conversation about just sort of reining it in a little bit here. This has not been great at all from Qadsiah. And, you know, it would be a pretty disastrous end to the year for the team that made it to the grand final of CFS 2024 if they would come in and essentially get knocked out early in the playoffs here in CFS 2025 and also not really cut the mustard over at EWC. They were a top 8 team at EWC, so they did make the playoffs there, but they immediately got knocked out 2-0 by Stallions. And you know, look, I'm not necessarily predicting that they're going to get knocked out by Twisted Minds here, but if that were to happen, it would be a similarly poor performance from them. So you look at the 2024 result and say, was that just a flash in the pan? You know, was that a bit of a lucky run, a purple patch? Were they ever really that good, or was it just a favorable draw?
Yeah, it's valid. It still is, while it's not kind of super clean from them, there's a lot more to like from Twisted Minds so far. We saw, you know, next to nothing in that run of form. Against Stallions, of course, it was such a woeful series from them. It was over so quickly as well. And there was a thought that maybe it could be a similar vibe here. At least on paper, it felt like it should have been against Alcad, but way too many mistakes, way too many errors. And I think Twisted Minds playing a lot more to the level that we need out from them. I think in particular, just Carrot, as much as he's not flying around the numbers department, he's having a lot of impact in these early rounds. On.
Well, a bit more of a proactive approach from both teams, and it comes to a head. Datchip and Carrot both contributing here, and it seems to have gone all wrong for Qadsiah. Man, and we were concerned about Twisted Minds. The way this is going, I think some of that concern is going to have to go pouring into the Qadsiah bucket at this stage. This has been far from a champion contender team so far.
It's a bit of a predicament, I think. You know, if Alcad end up losing this map,
What?
puts yourself in such a weird spot. MG finds that chip. Versus 3. Silver's trying to find something through the smoke, but no dice on the first engagement. He'll take Vent's control, though. First spotted. He's Kimber back range on the stairs. He crossed just for a bit of information. Gather. Oh, my God, MG. Just couldn't quite react in time. They're so split up here, but the C4 looks like he wants to rush back towards B.
MG normally not too shabby in the clutch. Hasn't really found himself in any of those super clutch moments so far, but this will be the first one for him. He's got a player behind him in Hotel that he's not aware of just yet, although he's got a good position to duel that from if he doesn't jump out of the sniper's nest. Mouse.
Oh, my.
Almost checked by Silver. He hasn't been heard. Oh, and Mouse is going to win himself the duel. Peaks on the plan here is MG, but only good for one. And another round going the way of Twisted Minds, 5-3. This is Qadsiah's map pick.
Yeah. This is a lot better. This looks kind of akin to when we saw yesterday AG picking towards this map and how poorly it went for them. It kind of has the same vibes at the moment because it has just been a quite dire display, to say the least. 5-2-3. Got a 6th here as well. And TM are on for something. It's Kimbom who's going to open things up too. Secondary sniper, the IGL leading by example. And my God, Alcad, what is going on right now?
Not a lot is unfortunately the answer. Although VNC is at least trying to drag the troops through this half.
Yeah, credit to him. He's looked really good. Just no one else with him.
Back to 4-on-4 for this round, but it looks like Twisted Minds still kind of want to contest Qadsiah outside of A here, and Kimbum might have bitten off more than he could chew. Double nade into the vents. Thought that would do more damage than it did. Still kind of cooks the setup for Twisted Minds. It's just Mouse that's really going to have an impact on how the rest of this round plays out, you'd think, in that forward position at Hotel if this ends up being a B hit. Starting to see that rotate come through from Twisted Minds.
They're getting a lot of info. It's kind of the main thing for them. They've got to know that the B site is all but gone now. For Mouse, I think the best thing he can do is actually not move for a while. Wait for the initial park, but he's actually going to get cleared. Silver, nice due diligence from him. Boku's dived in towards the site early, though, and it's that chip who's going to find a kill. 2 versus 3, number still favoring Alcad. 40 seconds with their overfighting, and that might make it a little bit too easy. Down goes VNC, but a quick trade makes it a 5-4 half. Still, for Alcad, this is way below par for a side of their standard on their map pick, no less. And they've had, as well, we're only getting 4 rounds. They've had 5 opening kills. So they're not converting, which is, it's not a good start to have, you know, working against you.
No. But 4 is workable, especially if this GR side kind of starts to pick up a little bit for Qadsiah. And I could see that being the case, right? Like both Silver and MG with the snipers, not really having too much of an impact in the first half. It'll be a little bit easier for them to work those kinds of angles on the GR side. VNC has kind of done enough to give Qadsiah a platform to work with, but you know, obviously it's not been too dominant just yet. Spots out that push toward Vent, backs it up under the stairs. No commitment here from Twisted Minds, who are trying to be maybe a little bit more proactive in the early rounds than Qadsiah were on their BL side. I suppose, you know, still early days for this series. It feels like these teams are pretty evenly matched and not necessarily in the best of ways. But I still feel like there's a bit more upside for Qadsiah that we're yet to see. And if that kind of comes online, that's where they could run away with things.
I think right now is kind of the thing of if we're going to see it, right? I haven't seen anything that is kind of super convinced me just yet. But, you know, when you can bunker down on the sites a little bit, it might just lean a tad more in towards their game plan. But yeah, pretty underwhelming first half, that is for damn sure. On a side as well, which you expect Alcad to be a little bit more better on, but just because of, you know, these small things about how well MG can control kind of fights at range, how decent action can be in terms of the rifle department. not good enough. It's actually going to be first to fall as well. Bokyu just waits around doors and he gets a prize for his patience. Feifei is lucky to stay alive too.
Not a great start. 30 seconds on the clock here, though. Twisted Mind's going to have to get a bit of a wriggle on, and they're going to run right into both Silver and MG, and apparently that's not a problem at all. The CRG is only going to be good for one, and again, it falls on the shoulders of VNC to try to hold it down. He's not going to be able to deny that plan. He's in fact going to be pushed away and given a lot of damage on his way out. He's got Carrot right behind him, who will finish it nice and easy. And I mean, Qadsiah might have met their match here in Twisted Minds on Ankara, the way things are going.
True. There is nothing on offer here for this Alcad side. At least, you know, if we could have got a strong start in towards this second half, we could kind of start fathoming ideas of scaling in towards this, but yeah, there is not really a lot on display. 6-4. Twisted Minds playing at a level which we have not seen from them in a while. Even domestically, of course, they've not looked excellent. This is a lot better. Where are Alcad? So dominant within the last sort of 12 months, especially domestically.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about for Vietnam and EU MENA, this being their last couple of rosters in the competition. I mean, it's actually the same for Brazil. Didn't even really think about it, but, you know, because usually we've got 1 or 2 Brazilian teams in the playoffs, and they usually go pretty deep as well. But, I mean, actually, Qadsiah is the last Brazilian name. And, yeah, I mean, we've had this whole conversation, this entire event around, oh, Vietnam's looking like they've fallen off really crazy. What if Twisted Minds beats Qadsiah here? You know?
It's very true. Well, the same argument then again that we kind of had for TM in the Vietnamese region, where we were saying, do they deserve that playoff spot? I guess you've got to be fair in a sense and say maybe the same for Brazil.
Oh, absolutely. Qadsiah, a lot resting on the shoulders of this run here.
Philippines should be getting that spot from somebody. And this series baited the side so.
It is funny, isn't it, though? Because we were watching Liquid and Na'Vi in the group stage, and we sort of felt like, oh, these guys actually look really good, you know?
Yeah.
Now we're getting
I'd say both of them will be doing a better job now.
I agree. I actually unironically agree. Qadsiah not showing up in this matchup at all. MG is going to be good for one there, and Action does trade him down, so they at least managed to maintain the 3-on-3 in this round, but Bomb Plant goes down nice and quick for Twisted Minds. Kim Bum's on a cheeky angle, and Carrot hits himself a 1-for-1, spots out that extra player rotating in through the beacon. Bokyu just tucked in the corner here, waiting, biding time. I'd kind of like to see Kim Bum come across. That's a bold fight for Bokyu solo, but he gets it done, and he spots out VNC now as well. Carrot knows, or sorry, rather, Kim Bum knows that he's going to have to get a bit of a move, and he does get in behind from Hotel, and that's another one for Twisted Minds. And these rounds are starting to come on way too easily for my liking. I'm starting to get seriously worried about Qadsiah and their strength coming into these playoffs, because this is not looking good at all.
Yeah, and they're coming thick and fast as well, aren't they? That's kind of the big issue. Just too effortless for Twisted Minds. Credit where it's due. It's just the fact that you look towards Alcad and their map pick. Their opponents are 3 rounds ahead and 3 rounds away from taking it. Never thought we'd be saying that. All expectations was that this series was going to be a walk in the park for Alcad. Sure, they weren't great in their opening game, but EP are a threat, and there's at least a little bit more on offer there comparatively to what TM brought against Stallions. But they did say coming in towards this game, Twisted Mind saying, you know, we're prepared. They're a strong side, but we're ready for them. And they weren't kidding. They are ready.
Yeah.
Because they're reading them quite well.
Yeah, I am shocked. I am honestly shocked that Qadsiah just seemed this milquetoast, really. Like, that's the way that I would describe them. It's like they're like a wet paper bag. They come up and they've kind of done nothing. Can't even hold a sandwich in it. Feifei's 3-10, and you know, he's not exactly the highest fragging IGL, but you've got to be doing better than that. Anyway, opener for Qadsiah in this round, and they might look to try to salvage the scoreline a little bit off of that. VNC Gonna take that fight on Kimbum. Nice double. Again, it's, you know, VNC that is just seeming to do all the work at the moment for Qadsiah. He's up to 17-9, and had it not been for that, I don't even know if Qadsiah would have 4 rounds now.
Had it not been for that, we're probably actually sitting at a spot where we're talking about already, you know, map 2. We're maybe having a conversation about sub-base, maybe even already in it. Another one for him before he falls. Such a threat right now, VNC, but he's dropped. But for Carrot, no chance. Not on a 1 versus 4. Not with 25 seconds left either. Flash over. MG will close. Not done or dead just yet. This side, but still a lot more that needs to be done before we get convinced. And you can't keep relying on VNC multi-fragging. It's just, again, it's not exactly a reliable philosophy about how to kind of approach Crossfire. You need a better way to win rounds. It needs to be a little bit more holistic. He's 18-10. Silver, secondary sniping, gonna find his.
Yep.
Drops that chip, that's an important one. That chip actually looked pretty threatening.
And MG on the other side of the map has pushed out for Qadsiah. He's been able to take a lot of space outside of 8 with the assistance of Fate. And Qadsiah are going to be feeling pretty good about how this round is developing. They've got a lot of map control. They've got a lot of info. They've got the opening pick as well. So be where they start to mount their resurgence for this map. But see, I don't know if I'm such a huge fan of this setup, right? Like, MG is just so isolated. He's got to watch both of those lines. It seems like Fei eventually got into a position to kind of help him out, just from mid watching the connector, but MG's going to have to back it up after having been spotted. Twisted Mind's going to over-index on the B push for players.
I don't hate this, right? Shell up, you know, play as a group. Pack mentality can be a real threat to deal with. Minute 15. Still need to decide what's to be done here. And how the Silver fare. As he open things up, in goes the flash over as well. Going to fall all the way back to the site with the support of MG. Double snipers here in this direction. In theory, nice. Having 2 snipers being your anchors can be a bit of a problem too.
Patience a real virtue in this matchup. Flash going over the top. Twisted Minds now deciding is the time to start to make their move as the smoke on the site fades. But Action and Silver are like a brick wall. Mouse has brought his battering ram, but I don't know that it's going to be quite enough to get through this defense. They might be given a plan if they can get that C4 up onto site. There's about 15 seconds left to work with. They're not even interested in it. And Mouse is going to go push his way forward, which leaves Carrot to try to retrieve the C4. This is starting to get a little bit awkward. Not really holding anything at the moment. Getting caught in transition is a real possibility as Mouse, he's just out in no man's land. Took a bit of a risk, and yeah, unfortunately for Twisted Minds, Qadsiah able to pick that round up nice and easy and start to mount this comeback.
Yeah, finally, right? Finally a little bit of life in them. A 1-round game now. And just getting a couple in succession, I think, for this Qadsiah can start slowly firing on. But even they are to recover here. I kind of even, you know, still taking this map. I don't think they're going to be super happy with how they've taken it, but let's come back to that narrative about them warming up. They really struggled to put anything on the board quite consistently against EP, but that was all testament to how strong they were. But it's such a positive seeing a few other names come to the fray, aside from MG, Silver and VNC. Yeah, the 2 in particular. We're still waiting to see Action really entering towards this game, though. It's a bit of a question about when do we get him playing Silver. He's not really done anything this tournament, but he is kind of 9 times out of 10. He's the point man for Alcad, but he's really not done anything so far in the opening series, and that's kind of remained here in towards the opening map of their second.
Just Minds trying to figure out how they can explore the map in this round. Build themselves out to that 2-round lead again. Just breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Build that gap back up. So they've got mid. What are they going to do with it? Silver cops a beating in that little exchange, but he's going to survive. And MG chimes in with an important kill onto Carrot. So again, Qadsiah have the opening pick, and Twisted Minds have struggled to come back from player deficits. Could see an equalizing round out here from Qadsiah, and at that point, it might start to feel they will close this map out. Mouse catches Action, who goes for an aggressive info play, and Silver's really in a spot of bother here. Datchip has crept all the way up underneath the site, and he is going to get Silver for free. MG missing a shot as well. Knows he has to take the fight. Feifei is the only one to offer any kind of resistance, but there's a big hole in that defense there for Qadsiah that Twisted Minds have certainly taken advantage of. They will get themselves a plant in due course, but all that exchange has brought it back to a 2-on-2.
Uh-oh. All on Feifei, and he couldn't find him. That's a crumble from Alcad. Things are looking initially quite good, but it's just a little bit too easy to get in towards that site.
Yeah, the flank in from behind.
Yeah.
Real problem.
That chip just getting that space on towards the site to kind of catch MG. That's the big kill. That gap that he finds, he just slips the net. 8-6. 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away. Twisted Minds keep piling on the pressure. And we still ask that question about Alcad, about where are they?
Nowhere to be seen at the moment. Well, most of them. BNC's trying his heart out. Not much proactivity again here from Qadsiah. MG.
Oh, no way, he dies.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no way.
He's going to be disappointed with that one. And by the way, in the meanwhile, Silver has been tagged down quite low as well. Not quite going right for Qadsiah at the moment.
Yeah, that is a tilt every MG.
Has to be.
One minute 30. No decision made. And they've not really moved out of spawn, to be honest. Twisted Minds. Very, very slow. Hard to even gather what the decision's going to look like. It looks like, at least initially, that they're going to now posture back towards this B side. C4's in that direction. You got a deep one with Bokuch and Holder towards doors. Yeah, we hit the minute mark. Last minute 30. They've not done anything, really. It just kind of make you question why. Because it's not really forcing Alcad to do anything themselves.
That's just the game, isn't it? You got all that time to play with. You may as well use it. This is now what they've been waiting for. Action, again, looking to get aggressive in the mid-round. Should be traded out there, and is. That's decent from Datchip. So another one falls for Qadsiah. They're making the right call, Twisted Minds, to go over toward B, and that information from Carrot is going to confirm it. 3-on-3, the bomb plant should be going down shortly. So it'll be a tough retake for Qadsiah with the hit points they've got on Silver and Feifei.
C4 to get down momentarily. This is a really difficult retake. Silver is low, and Feifei not exactly doing that great, but I don't actually think Kimbom realized that he was exposed there.
That chip's in an interesting spot. Sitting there in GR spawn. And Bokuch has gotten in behind Silver as well, so it's going to be an intriguing round now to see how he plays it out. He'll have to essentially win himself a 1v3. Wants to take an aggressive fight onto Feifei. Maybe doesn't need to. Time is a factor here. And he sticks around behind the box a little bit too long. I think he could have played time there.
I think you're right. I think you definitely could have played time there. Just about get that C4 defused. If he stays alive for, again, like a second and a half, he wins the round. This has been something that we've quite consistently spoken about, teams who are maybe a little bit on that weaker side. Playing the clock in post plants. Always so giddy for that swing. One-round game, though. And this one continues to be such a difficult one to predict. I mean, you're still leaning in favor of TM. Of course, the lead, but they have just looked a little cleaner overall, but Operative word there is a little, it's kind of scrappy from both sides.
What's that chip wiggling his mouse about for? Critical round here for Qadsiah though. A win here. It's back to 8-8, keeps them in the contest. It's not a bad start at all from Fei, delivering a double. Strangely enough, VNC was the one that went missing in this round. But the B defense has done enough damage to make this feel doable for Qadsiah. Low HP for Datchip, Bokyu tagged up as well. Full across the board for Qadsiah. They've got a few grenades to play with here as well. These grenades could actually make a big difference.
It's true.
If they're thrown correctly. That one.
Oh, there's one.
Going to start it nicely. So it brings it back to down to just the two. Carrot spotted out here as well. Action gives up his life for that information, and a lot of damage done at the back of Silver as he goes charging up the stairs for a double and keeps the dream alive for Qadsiah. They just get there in the end. 8-8 will be the score.
Yeah, that C4 is mighty close. That is actually perfect on the retake. Right down to that wire. But all that matters is that they get it. Tied game, and Twisted Minds have now lost control of this. At one point, what felt like a really comfortable 3-round lead and 3 rounds away. Look where we stand now. Just sort of feel like it's Alcaz's game to lose a little bit, but Kimbom for the first. VNC can continue pushing forward. He gets supportive action. Hello. Finally, a little bit of something out from that rifling duo as Silver gets another important kill for him. Even all on the shoulders of Mouse and Bokyu. Silver needs to be careful. He's got a pistol.
This could be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Twisted Minds if they let it slip here. Qadsiah in transition.
Oh, no.
They walk right into Bokyu's spray MG. What is happening? 2-on-2 now. Twisted Minds have just frozen. Silver has got no idea. Oh, Qadsiah are going to be kicking themselves. It's a 4v2 now.
Action. You've had a poor map up. Oftentimes the hero of this side. Now or never. 1 minute 15.
I think he just has to wait for Twisted Minds to do something.
Just play around mid and just rotate off the back of the plant, honestly.
Doesn't seem like Twisted Minds is going to do much. Be waiting a while.
More so they just have no idea where he is, right?
Surprised that they just want to sit in GR spawn though. Like,
yeah,
would you
agreed.
not want to use this time to clear a site?
It's very true. It is very true. Would you not want to just try and kind of slowly poke and prod?
Yep.
Even doing it in a contact play and doing it silently.
I guess they're just reading into the fact that Action's going to try and make a move, which, you know, to an extent, he's not really. He's had a little bit of a look here and there. Now they're going to start to make their way over towards A. He's not seen much. He's worried about B for the moment, but that plan's going to go down in a second. And I would have thought this is what Twisted Minds would have been doing with 50 seconds on the clock, rather than now, because this is the problem. Yeah, you get into it with 10 seconds on the clock.
Oh my God, he's denied
the
it.
C4 denied. That is a horrible misplay from Twisted Minds. They can't win the round anymore. Bomb can't, it can't go down.
Yeah.
Action just doesn't need to peak. He's won the round. That is unbelievable. That is insanely criminal from Twisted Minds, and that goes back to what we were talking about in their opening game, where they were just making these ridiculous misplays. It's like, what is happening in that round? What's the thought process for Twisted Minds that you go on to lose the round in that fashion? That is just crazy to me.
Mistakes like that, you deserve to lose the map. Like, that is a horrible mistake. You have just sat in GR spawn for 1 minute 30, and for, what, 1 minute 15 of them, you did nothing.
Yeah.
Like, why? Like, what have you gained from that? Completely pointless and so costly when you could have used 1 minute of that crab walking your way around the map and getting information or getting your way in towards the site.
Planting the bomb with more than 10 seconds on the clock so that if the guy dies, you still have time to retrieve it and try and win the 1v1.
So long that they could only half clear the site, which is why they were, you know, still one person's clearing or one person's planting, no one's holding for the plant. It's just rookie errors. If Twisted Minds lose this map now, they kind of deserve to get lamented on the desk.
Which is
right?
crazy because Qadsiah probably deserved to lose that round as well, because
Yes.
they were 4v2 and then they let it go down to a 2v1. But that's by the by. Neither team having a super clean start to this game. MG posted on the line. He's going to miss his flick.
Oh.
Hasn't been in the finest of forms today, but he's going to be backed up by Silva, who comes from an alternative
Silva's
angle.
been great.
And Kimbum was not expecting that at all.
Last kind of 4 rounds, Silva's been really
He's come
on it.
online, yeah. He's definitely come online.
Really has.
To be honest, so is Feifei. Feifei's,
Yes.
he was really bad in that first half, but he's definitely done some work in this
He
second
was
half.
like 4-10 at one point.
Yeah.
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 Mouse. He's actually someone who's kind of gone the other way. He started actually quite well. I'm pretty sure he was 10-4. Now at 11-0. He's quieting down a hell of a lot. The same can be said for Carrot too, who's obviously incredibly important to this side. 45 seconds. Twisted Minds, who just lost a round to the clock. Don't let it happen again. You've not got a lot of HP either, which is the real damning thing. We have belts of utility, but these are going to be janky fights. That is for damn sure. One is trying to get their way up. VNC needs to be very careful here, but he's got the support of Feifei. Feifei's a rock in this site, and he looks for more. He'll get a pistol pulled out.
Oh!
Feifei closes it, and Alcad survive a scare.
Well, one of those maps that really did feel like a bit of a struggle for both teams. We ended up with a 10-8 scoreline going the way of Qadsiah. As you said at the end there, Nao, they do avoid a scare. They pick themselves up their map pick, and I think they're going to have to give VNC a real pat on the back for getting them through the early stages of that game. Obviously, Silva and Feifei in particular kind of stepping up towards the back end to maybe just seal the deal, but that was anything but clean from Qadsiah, and a bunch of mistakes being made by both teams. Huge errors, glaringly obvious, coming through from both Twisted Minds and Qadsiah. Led to a very messy result, and if that's how it's going to persist throughout the rest of this series, then, well, I mean, we're in for something.
In terms of, this might sound really harsh, but in my mind it seems fair, right? In terms of the level of crossfire that we've seen across the tournament, which has actually been excellent. We've seen some really good crossfire. I think that might be the worst map we've seen so far. A lot of mistakes, a lot of errors. I know we've seen like one-sided ones, but even like Stallions versus Twisted Minds, Stallions were excellent. They were like really clean. That was both sides who were actually really quite poor. A lot of mistakes, a lot of errors.
Wet noodle fight.
Yeah, it really is one of those things where it's like, you know, if both teams could have lost, that would have been the fair result, really, in that map. Alcad, first half was all over the shop from them, and it took a bit of a moment for them to get online in that second half too. Like you said, if it wasn't for VNC's consistency, I don't even think we're talking about them taking a win. So absolutely the deserved MVP without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, he's a kind of a guy that I think if he isn't playing that well, they don't even have a competitive first half. We could be talking about kind of a 6-0 or a 7-0 in favor of Twisted Minds. He bailed them out of a lot of situations and made something competitive out of what was nothing. Because at one point, he was the only one stepping up. Action, MG, Feifei, all non-existent, right? And he was the only one who was really a kind of a consistent threat. But again, right, the worry now is for Twisted Minds. A lot of glaring issues, a lot of problems still. Some decision-making is mind-boggling. Like, I mean, again, we talked about that 1 versus 2 that Action was able to win. Granted, it was a 4 versus 2 initially for Alcad that they threw. That in itself is pretty bad that it was even in a 1 versus 2. But man alive, one of the worst 1v2s I've seen played in a long time. 1 minute 30 and they sat for 1 minute 15 in spawn and then panic clear the site. And as one person's planting, the other person's still clearing the site elsewhere because they don't know.
But the most
and then
egregious
it gets
part,
them off. Yeah, it's just mental.
The most egregious part is the part of the site that he's clearing is not even the part of the site that can deny the plan.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
he's clearing down below.
He's like looking vents and stuff.
When the plan is happening, if there's a guy in vent, he can't stop the plan.
Exactly.
Unless he comes upstairs. So be up the top,
Yep.
then you can cover GR spawn and you can cover if there's
Yes.
a push up the stairs. Instead, he's down the bottom. Guess where the push comes from? Comes from GR spawn. Nothing you can do. I mean, obviously, nice clutch from action. Very, very patiently played from him. But, man.
but one of the worst post plans I've seen played in a
Well, it wasn't a
long
post
time.
plan.
Well, technically, the plan didn't even go down.
Didn't
Yeah.
get planned, so.
My God. I mean, just, again, like, decision making. I mean, this is where we come back to the Twisted Mind side. Like, I think at times they can compete mechanically. At times, right? It's a loose term there. But it's decision making for them. Like, I actually don't know what, you look towards kind of like Kimbum, for example, who's the IGL of the side. Like, he has to have a little bit more, like, presence in terms of the corner department. It does feel very loose, very lax at times. I think sometimes you just need somebody, which you kind of get across the board with a few players. Like, I look towards kind of like KLB for Stallions. At times, you can just tell that he says, right, do this now. Like, I don't care what you guys are doing, do this, right?
But at the end of the day, though,
AG do that as well. The vets will come through. Baisha are also kind of similar. Granted, not a great tournament from them, but they are very much like, right, I'm sick of this. Youngsters, I know you're waiting for this. This is what we're doing now.
No, I get what you're saying, but I'm also kind of on the train of thought of, like, you guys are professional players. You play at the top level.
Know,
You need to know these these are basic fundamentals of attack FPS. You know, you shouldn't be relying on someone to tell you what to do in a 2v1 clutch like that. Like, that's
you can't be micromanaged the whole time.
Exactly. So, you know, you got to feel for Kimbum a little bit, maybe, or the coach even of Twisted Minds, that, like, this is what I'm working with. You know. Look, again, obviously we're being pretty negative, but
deservedly, I hate to say it. Like,
I can't come here and sing praises. You know, when we have positive things to say, we are the first people to be like, this team looked great. You know, we've said it multiple times throughout the event so far, but
Stallions,
EP
all deserve the amount of praise that's on their shoulders. But I mean, even with the win after Alcad, there's still a lot of question marks, but at least it's like, right, you've got your map over the line, so I guess we can kind of rein ourselves back in. But for Twisted Minds, how have they lost that map? I don't even understand it. Like, you know, that first half, granted, it's only a 5-4, but there's a 5-4, which is a lopsided 5-4. Like, momentum-wise, actually things looked quite good. And then you get the first 2 rounds of the half. You're like, okay, cool, we're 7-4 up, and you've thrown that away. It is a point where it's like, for this Twisted Mind side, like, they're actually their own worst enemy in a lot of these rounds and a lot of these times. And it becomes a position now where, how do you not mentally boom from a spot like this? How do you not implode internally as a team when you've just let that slip in the fashion you've let it slip? And worst thing as well, if any team in the tournament you don't want to fire up, it's Qadsiah. They are the kings of momentum. They're a side there when they're going to get loud. We haven't even seen them get loud yet, but when they really start to chain a couple of rounds together, Twisted Minds, I don't think they're going to be able to deal with that pressure.
Yeah, I have to say, look, at this point, I think the jury's out really as to which way this is going to go. Is it going to fire up Qadsiah up, or are we going to continue to see more of the same? I will say, though, for Twisted Minds, I feel like, generally speaking, that's not what you're going to get against Qadsiah. If you let them get away with a map like that, you know, they're going to come back stronger. They're going to look at that and go, man, we are a way better side than what was just shown there. So let's try and sort of clean things up a little bit going into the next map, which I hope is going to be the case for Qadsiah, because I really had them pegged as being one of the teams that might go deep in this tournament, might be competitive. Again, we're sort of always kind of like hunting for who can disrupt the Chinese dominance that we see in CROSSFIRE Stars.
Agreed.
In general, it has been the Brazilian rosters. This year, it doesn't really seem like that's going to be the case. It seems like, if anyone, it's going to be the Filipinos. And, well, at this stage, Qadsiah definitely not doing enough to really convince me that they're going to be able to beat down in that low bracket XROCK if they get through this match, or if they get through, you know, XROCK, even an EP or an AG. You know, I just don't see it happening at this stage. So, touch wood, but I think Qadsiah got a little bit more work to do to really convince us, and hopefully that'll be happening in the next couple of maps, because, man, the fact that we come in and we have such a low opinion of Twisted Minds, and then Qadsiah are only just able to get over them 10-8 in their own map pick, I think that speaks a lot to the level that Qadsiah have brought to the playoffs thus far. It's not good.
It's one of those where it's like, you know, there's kind of like a few overarching stories here, where you've got, like, the first one being that for Twisted Minds, the positive is actually, you know, that it was competitive. It was uncompetitive. They got 10 rounds across 3 maps against Stallions, right? So it's like, at least this one was a little bit more competitive. They nearly got the entire round total from that series in the first map, right? So, and they should have, right? They should have closed it out. But it is the fact that it's again, it's like, for Alcad, it's like, how are you even struggling against these guys when they make as many mistakes as they are?
Yeah.
And then on the other side, it's like, for Twisted Minds, yes, you're more competitive, but you're still making glaring errors which are costing you maps, which you should be a map up and you're not. So you have these kind of back and forth kind of conversations where it's like, well, here's a positive, but you got its own counterpoint in a way. Like, it's like, yes, it's good Twisted Minds are finally competitive, but how have we not won? How have we not closed that out? And actually, then the counterpoint is then, Alcad, you're actually underperforming, because how are you even making this close? You should be way better than this. So yeah, we're in a real spot. Like, you know, if we'd done a power ranking heading in towards this tournament, Alcad would have been in the top 4th, I think, for most people, right? I think in and around, right, we're looking about kind of your teams like your AGs. Yeah. I think a few people would have put Baisha, of course, up there as well. Sneaky in particular, of course, who he was one of the only ones who predicted them to win, and they've been grouped. But yeah, you know, I think Alcad would have been in a lot of people's predictions of, like, if any team from Brazil is going to really do quite well, if any team's going to look really kind of solid, they would be up and around there. And yeah, the fact they're in this spot is kind of baffling. But we'll have to see, right? Subbase is coming up next. It is the pick of Twisted Minds. I don't know what to expect. The one thing I will say is a lot of teams picked Subbase against Brazilians and struggled at EWC. So let's see if it's the same here. We're getting on the way. It's map number 2 of Subbase. Up next.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's see whether or not this one's going to blow up in the face of Twisted Minds, almost in the same way that Ankara nearly did for Qadsiah on Ankara. Quickly out the gates, Qadsiah trying to move with purpose at the start of this map, it seems. They're going to get straight into wood, and they do delete Mouse, who was having a bit of a struggle on this map yesterday or the other day for Twisted Minds up against Stallions, and we'll see if that continues. Carrot with a nice shot. Feifei kind of just going floating down the stairs alone, but MG catches an unprepared Carrot and into the A site. Qadsiah will go.
Action's pretty low, but a decent nade. That's trying to get in behind. It should be fine for Qadsiah. You've got a real mean stack towards those stairs. In all fairness, there's only one in this direction. It's a nice flash as well from Dachi. XVNC and MG, but already you should be fine here. First shot is good. Oh, Silver with the support for 2. Nice shutdown towards stairs. They've focused all their attention over there on that flank, and it's a good hold from them. Qadsiah start well, and it's a much more confident round from the Brazilians. We didn't get loads of them, if we're going to be frank. There was not a lot of, like, really clean, really nice rounds out from them in that first map, but that one's a lot better. A simple take down towards the A side. You get the bomb down very quickly, and you set yourself up in a post-plant, which was, well, nothing really for Twisted Minds to work with in terms of a retake. That's a lot more like it. That's a lot better.
Yep.
And this is, again, where you continue this worry. Like, it is a kind of that question that now starts to loom a little bit of, like, is this actually now Qadsiah finally warmed up and playing to the level that they should be?
Oh, early days to be making a statement like that after just the one round, but I hope so. Twisted Minds are going to offer some kind of response here to what Qadsiah did in the previous round. That's just not quite clean enough from Bokku. A bit of a spray down. Misses most of his shots onto Feifei, and he'll be punished for it. So opening duel goes the way of Qadsiah to start the map off. You might be onto something here, Nao, that Qadsiah, I have to say, already kind of look a little bit more comfortable on Subbase right now than they did on Ankara, which is weird to say, but here's what it is. Creep their way in to the A site once again. Going to test Kimbum this time. He is the sole defender. Just going to try and dump some util to delay. That has not worked out. The fight comes through. Feifei, a man possessed in this round. He's found himself 2 entries, and he's going to grab a 3rd.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Well, Qadsiah coming online.
It took Feifei about 8 rounds to get 4 kills, and the opening 2, he's got 3. Not a bad start from him at all. Nice work.
He'll be very comfortable on Subbase. Feifei, it was a map that back in the day when he was in-game leading for Imperial, I remember he used to play it quite a lot as well. So real home ground territory for Feifei just as an individual, if not for the team necessarily.
This has happened though. The last couple of big international tournaments, teams have been picking Subbase against Alcad, and actually just not even just Alcad Liquid as well, where they're picking it in against them. And They're really solid on this, man. He's obviously playing a lot domestically. Action, swinging a fine. Nice work from him. He looks for two, but he's dropped out. Fei for one of his own again. VNC, Silver, everybody getting in the action, but Carrot's causing chaos. Oh, and Carrot's going to close it as well. What a round from the sniper. Twisted Minds needed a hero. Oh my God, do they get it?
I can't believe MG decides that he wants to repeat that same angle after he knows that he's already been spotted there. That is crazy. That looked like it was going to be good for Qadsiah, but nice clutch from Carrot. Need a little bit like that. The rest of the team just not delivering at the moment. So we'll take some of the wind out of the sails of Qadsiah here.
Fei. Little slower of a round here. Shall see. Carrot, I wonder whether he goes into vents. In all fairness, or is he just going to stick around on the edge? It looks like for now, just sticking around. Much slower round though here from Alcad.
Not extremely slow though. I mean, they're already starting to kind of explore wood, which is a position that they've held early in the round a few times now. Twisted Mind's going to eat some damage off that grenade. Seems again it's just going to be towards the A-bomb site that they want to go. Silver will be picked up in the vents, and VNC looking for those entries. He's actually going to be helped out by Action and Fei for the opener onto Kimbum. And again, Fei doing such good work on the way into the A site. It's another good setup for Qadsiah. VNC taking a solo duel. That'll work out for him. Things have slowed down. C4 yet to be planted, but Qadsiah in control of this round.
Yeah, this gets a little weird now. Tapping away. That Chip and Carrot playing up in towards the window. They just need to get the C4 down to really kind of prioritize putting pressure on with the clock. They're really not committed to it. They're still really committed to the fight.
They'll be aware that if they try to plant the C4, the push could come through, and then it'll be a 2-on-2 essentially while that plant is occurring. They want to avoid that. With that kill, is going to be secured. Fei gets it done. So a solid response from Qadsiah, who took a bit of a tumble in the last round. This was a really nice clutch from Carrot. He's hit pretty much everything. Beautiful shot onto Fei, and then MG, I can't believe he goes for that peak. 4K from Carrot, nice stuff, but not enough so far for Twisted Minds to really put many numbers on the board. 3-1 the score.
Nice swing. VNC continues to be a threat. Obviously had a fantastic previous map, and only looks for more. Bokyu with the support of Carrot, though, causing problems. Pistol pulled out as VNC continues his reign of terror, but with the support of Miles, Kimbom, and co, they'll close things down back into a 2v2, but the C4 planted much earlier here.
Fast plant, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm liking this.
A lot more onus in these rounds by Qadsiah.
I agree. They look like a team that's out here to play rather than on Ankara. They were kind of just a bit
fumbling
tentative.
about, yeah.
There's a lot more proactivity from Qadsiah, and it's working out really nicely. MG dispatches of Kimbum, who obviously gets that information from Mouse. VNC should have spotted him out. MG's going to have to turn around now. That's a
playtime.
Nice
play the
duel
clock
for Mouse.
It's planted for you.
Oh, MG, he's over-peaked the angle, and he's going to...
He's got time.
Just
it's
let
close,
it slip, I think.
Actually.
Oh, he might have taken a little bit too long here. Mouse thinks he's got it.
I think he's just got it.
Yeah.
MG, you just got to stay in heaven there. You've literally just got to pump the brakes.
Timeout for Twisted Minds. They're maybe not feeling the pressure as much as they were early on Ankara, where they went down 0-2 initially, but still have some cause for concern. Probably a cleaner 2v1 in there for Qadsiah. Could have got them another round here. Would be a 4-1 lead. Was not converted. But, I mean, it's still... I think, you know, what we were talking about during that round, a bit more of a proactive play coming through here from Qadsiah has been a positive approach. A bit more confident from them. It is looking better.
I do think that, you know, in a way, it's still maybe even like a little early in terms of the kind of attack balls. I mean, granted, of course, you caught it before you won the round out, but this one still feels like it's progressing a little bit. It's hard to get an understanding, and Alcad, I think, actually might benefit themselves from that timeout. Opportunity for them to have a bit of a discussion, especially with the rounds they've let slip through. Let's see, timeout concluded. About to get back underway, 3-2. So despite a much better start by Alcad, I think a lot more kind of control in these rounds. But it still is a bit of an interesting predicament where we're at with a one-round game and TM hot on the tail.
Definitely still a bit of room to work with here for Twisted Minds, but consider their 2 rounds have come down to clutches. Maybe this one won't. Double TRG setup working out really nicely. Kimbum and Carrot opening the account. So, attack timeout working nicely again for Twisted Minds, apparently.
Tapping away Kimbum in a bit of... under a bit of pressure. How has Carrot got away with that? How? Kimbum, another one for him. Those two have single-handedly shut down this round, and it might be closed by the both of them. It is. 3 for Kimbum, 2 for Carrot, and a much more convincing round from Twisted Minds. That's one of the best ones we've seen from them at this tournament.
Yeah, not much you can really do about that round, though, as Qadsiah, when you lose 2 players off the gate.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. But this has gone from looking, pretty decisive for Qadsiah to right back into a 3-3 scoreline. This time the opening duel is going to go the way of Qadsiah, and you know what they're going to do is they're going to go straight into the A side after they find a pick in wood. That has been the go-to strategy, and generally speaking, it has worked. Kimbum really struggling to find himself any kind of defense here, and he will be run down again. It's Feifei. Whatever they've set as the game plan here for Qadsiah in regard to the A site, it is working an absolute treat because they are taking A so easily at the moment.
Yeah, they are. Ashton gets that C4 down. I don't really know what that chip does from a spot like this. Give it a go, of course, but a lot of things got to go right. Gonna dive down. He tries to find action in that first engagement. He just buying time here. There's just no way he's going to have time to even give this defuse. Maybe even a tap might be asking a lot. He's trying to tap at the toes here to actually seize him off. Nice work. Nice work. Only a couple of casualties. You can't really complain too much about that for Arcad.
Wishful thinking, really. This was a start that Twisted Minds would like to see again. Might be easier said than done. Qadsiah, same approach. Fast into wood, set up for an A take. Action's already down the bottom of the stairs. So this pop is going to be quite scary. Mouse not going to be aware of it. You've already got Feifei working his way around the back.
Way.
What's this setup from Twisted Minds?
He's dead.
There's a huge hole in the middle of the map. And, you know, even were it not for that hole in the middle of the map, Qadsiah just kind of walk their way into A and duel their way on to that site. So they can run that again. I don't think Feifei was even spotted.
No, I think you're right. Bokyu should be dead to rights in a second to the hands of Silver, but it's Feifei who sees it off. He's had a lot more impact, right? I think, but not only in terms of just the numbers department, I actually think he's calling with a lot more confidence. It's like, it's very much like out of spawn, we are doing this, we're committed to this, and it's working. And credit to him, and he's actually been kind of a leading member in it, in the sense of that he's actually flying into the fights. I think we saw in towards that first map, it was just still a little bit more nervy in a way. But again, like you said, the pace behind this, it's a really good sign for confidence coming through. Feifei and VNC are already downstairs, and they're going to put pressure on, but that's a lovely shot from Mouse as he looks for a little more. Flash over. He's got support now as well.
Yeah, and that's the first time they've cancelled as well, by the way. So Datchip just getting caught in transition by MG on the backside. Twisted Minds just reading into the fact that they're just going to keep hitting A and you know, a little bit of a bamboozle from Qadsiah. Good conditioning. So this round will definitely slow down. Qadsiah would love to get themselves a 6. That'll put them in a pretty solid spot heading into half-time. It's still not going to be a bad map for Twisted Minds, though. It is a BL-sided map, so I won't feel too bad about 3. It's going to be workable on either side.
Okay. back in. The test on towards Carrot. Oh, he spotted the shoulder. Not 100% sure if Feifei actually spotted him, but just over a minute to work with. And it's MG. He's going to find another. 2 kills from him in this round. He's also had a lot more impact as well, right? We kind of spoke about how he was just kind of underwhelming in towards the first map. This is looking a lot better. And by that counsel, Qadsiah have found 3 kills off the back of it now in a 2 versus 4. And a difficult one to let slip. Kimbom under pressure, gets 1. Looks for 2. Feifei needs support here. MG, you got to get down! MG took way too long to support.
Yeah.
C4 collected. 1 versus 1. Sniper versus sniper.
Where's he going to go, though? It seems like Carrot's got no idea where MG is at this stage, and MG could walk in right behind him. Carrot will have no idea. Let's see if he checks it.
Out.
Oh, he's going to watch. Oh, Carrot was holding the grenade.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like he's pretty unhappy. I don't know if there was a call there maybe from a teammate, because he was looking at a teammate right before that moment. I reckon someone said, hold the nade. He's going to plan A. And he did not.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tilter. 6 first kills, 6 rounds for our Qad. A lot better. A lot more like the stats that we want. A dive in towards server room will cost that chip a lot of HP, but he's still alive. But no! Oh my god, this is so janky! VNC for 2. Nice work from him. Oh, bad time as well for Carrot to uncock the sniper.
Yeah, he's been spotted out by Action. Not going to be any more commitment from Qadsiah. They'll go scrambling back to safety.
They know that they're flanking them as well now, so they have to be so careful of behind as they're moving forward, which is the worst place to be.
Twisted Mind's going to run right into the stack of Qadsiah once again. And that is way too easy of a start on the GR side. This is a bit more like it. Qadsiah starting to finally come alive. And some worried-looking faces for Twisted Minds.
Yeah. Not a position you want to be in, really, for Twisted Minds. This is their map pick as well, remember. They're 4 rounds in the hole. Real difficult predicament. And alive. MG. On that pixel peak, just trying to catch somebody on the cross. Feels unlikely, really. Might actually be more of an information play more than anything. I like what we're seeing there from Qadsiah, both across both halves. Just a lot more confidence in terms of the calling and the playstyle behind it. Super fun to watch. Swing and a find. VNC will get 1. Woo! Carrot under pressure, but he's still alive. Lucky man.
Not for long.
Not for long. Yeah. The nade should see him off. Yes. Yes, it does. Nice work. Again, that's such a confident collapse in towards mid doors. Much, much better from Qadsiah. First time this tournament, we've seen them play to like a really quite solid level. Even that previous map, of course, we've already spoke at length about how it was, and this is a lot better, a lot more like it, a lot more like a side that were grand finalists 12 months ago.
Seems like Twisted Minds are all out of ideas, you know. Qadsiah have just turned it on, and they're just dictating this game now, and Twisted Minds are kind of just here as part of the furniture. Qadsiah walking all over them. Kimbom at least able to win himself a duel on a VNC, but as he's trying to escape, he'll be picked up on the way out. So another one for Qadsiah, and the culmination of sub-base coming together pretty quickly now. 8-3. So a bit more what we were expecting out of that first map. Qadsiah took a while. You know, they had that warm-up map, I suppose, but now coming online and causing real problems for Twisted Minds. Another aggressive move from Qadsiah into Machine Room. Kimbom, he spotted out VNC. Oh. That's a unfortunate overlook from him. Kills happening elsewhere on the map as well. Twisted Minds trying to fight fire with fire.
Oh, shot. Carrot. Just a pop shot to catch Silver. Action and MG left with it all to do. I mean, everyone was going to do it. You would kind of look towards these two, statistically the highest rated performers for Qad, who are on a 2v4 turn 2 versus 3. Action's down towards the A side as well. MG might be a little slow on the rotation, but if Action get 1 and stay alive, buy some time, maybe a second as well. He's spotted the shoulder, gets the first, but only. Quick trade from Kimbom is good. And it's all on MG in a 1 versus 2. He's pulled off miracle rounds before for this side, but we need something heroic here. Looks like a dive downstairs is going to be the play. It's Carrot on the site. Kimbom a little further away, out range. He's spotted him out. He misses the shot, but of course now makes his presence known as he flies around the corner with the pistol in tow. TRG gonna hit the shot. MG's giving them life in this round. He misses the shot towards Kimbom. Second time of asking, he's looking for a hopeful headshot. As time ticks on this C4, he's got to get up close and personal. He's trying to find the taps, and Kimbom's doing the right thing of buying time, and he wins the round. That's a lot better.
Still gets a bit too close for comfort for Twisted Minds, doesn't it? When you're down 8-4, you know, you want these rounds to come together cleanly. That was anything but. Qadsiah back into the swing of things. Let's see what they do. Try and close this map of sub-base out. Botcute 1-11. Datchip 2-11. Couple of very notable names missing on the side of Twisted Minds, and not going to be able to start this round off and make it any easier for his squad. He goes down early. MG, probably the easiest kill he's had all series.
Trying to spam through, Miles. Hopeful to say the least.
Wow.
Nice nade on towards Kimbom. 22 points of HP. He'll play this round out with. Action dance with the devil there as he's just on the edge of the stairs where it was being spammed, but it's a good spot to be in. You can re-smoke as well now as well, so pretty simple for Action to hold from this spot.
Everything slows down now. After Twisted Minds lose that opening player, lose a lot of HP on Kimbom. They're not confident about pushing their way forward. That's playing into Qadsiah's hands. They know that they don't really have to do anything. Just let Twisted Minds come to them and trade it down effectively, and they'll be fine for the 9th. C4's transitioning its way back across to Wood, which will indicate that Twisted Minds probably want to go toward A here. Maybe mid to B, but yeah, it looks more likely to be an A split at this stage, and you've got 3 members ready to defend. Silva in a good position, gets taken down quickly, and Feifei, a bit of a whiff from him. Now it's on to VNC. Oh dear, whiffs all around for Qadsiah. VNC can't hold on. It was the perfect setup for Qadsiah, but they just missed all their shots.
Yeah, still a lot of damage has been dealt. I'm not going to completely count them out just yet, but you're right. It felt like a real easy one to kind of set yourself up into, and look where you're at now. They're going to call for a timeout following this round. Let's see if they can convert it before they go into what's that conversation.
Barrel spotted.
Barrel spotted. Action waits for the swing. There it is. That's a find. Kimbom's low. There's the right gun for it though, and Kimbom makes it sing loud as he finds that shot. Diving down, he's still trying to find another one as his Botcute out range who gets dinked, but it's not enough. Kimbom and Botcute will close, and shouldn't have been letting that one slip, so then it makes this time out it's a good one to call really. For Qadsiah, they're losing a bit of a grip on this map now.
Yeah, that was a bit of a disappointing one for Qadsiah. It felt, you know, you freeze frame that round and you play it out 10 times, and Qadsiah probably win it 8 or 9 times out of 10 just with the position that they had.
Yeah.
5 on 4, 3 players stacked towards A. Perfect crossfire up in control room, but just miss your shots, and that's unfortunately not going to be enough at this level of competition. So Twisted Minds survive another up to 5. It's still not a hugely threatening position for Qadsiah to find themselves in. But yeah, it's starting to get a bit, you know, what's going on here? They picked up 2 rounds in a row. Let's have a chat, try and lock it in before it gets too outrageous.
Yeah, it's still got enough breathing room where they shouldn't be feeling that pressured, but you are right. I think it's, you know, it's one of those things as well. It's a real benefit being able to kind of close out a map quite comfortably in a way, right? It's that big confidence booster, which Alcad I think are still looking for. They still need a confidence booster for this tournament if they are to try and make a bit of a deep run. Either way, timeout all but concluded. About to get back on the way. 8-5, 3 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away. On their opponent's map pick, it's not exactly a terrible spot to be in for the Brazilians, but I can tell that their strong grasp on this map is slipping, and they want to make sure that they regain a little bit of a foothold in it. You know, you see this off like 10-5, 10-6, something in that sort of region, you're pretty happy. Good confidence booster heading in towards port with,
Yes.
you know, vibes being pretty high. You continue to let things slip, even if you were to close it out, but it's more, you know, akin to like that 10-8, like map 1. You're not actually super happy with the fashion in which you've closed.
It's a bit of a different setup here from Qadsiah. Nothing down on the A site. VNC going to start to make his way down there now. I was saying it would be a good setup if they were to hit B, but I don't think Twisted Minds are going anywhere quickly with the default spread that they've got on this BL side. It's probably going to be another slow round. See if they can work some map control and make a decision with about 30 seconds left on the clock.
Make him through, nothing to be done with it. Action. Just got to play on this left-hand side of the box. The box itself, very normally spammed. Bokyu makes a dive in, and he will get one, but Feifei quick on the trade. And they've cancelled this initial, what looked like it was going to be a locker pop to maybe even just head back towards the A side. They're not actually really down there, though. It's not got loads of information. It looks like it might just be a full reset with a minute left to work with.
2 players dedicated to the A site. You've got to be starting to do something with that, and that's why they're pushing their way upstairs here. PNC having a look.
Oh.
Almost gets himself 2. This is really cheeky from Feifei. Waiting patiently. He's allowed them out onto the A site. Now he's going to drop the C4 carrier, or he's going to look for a couple of kills. Oh, no. Silver went down too soon.
Yes, he did.
And now it's into the 1v2. Action out already onto the side. Datchip, I don't think, has spotted him. Action definitely seen Datchip. He knows where both of these players are now. Feet! Spotted. Yeah. Datchip will fall. He was aware that Mouse got off of the side. He's not sure exactly if he went up the stairs or if he's tucked himself into the pocket here. He could stick it, you're right. He's just going to tap it and see if he can draw out the peak from Mouse, which will be successful. Well played from Action. The information was everything. Knowledge is power, as they say. Could have been done cleaner by Qadsiah if Feifei would have waited a little bit longer. Or maybe Silver didn't go down as early as he did.
Yeah.
But either way, they get to 9.
Yeah, that was really very nearly a big fumble on what was initially a kind of a good idea.
Yeah.
9-5 map point. And that come through as well. Pretty ineffective as Feifei actually got already through. So server room control is taken. Could just drop a deep smoke. Oh my god, Bokyu's actually down already. They've been, you know, credit to them. They're not exactly playing slow, Twisted Minds. They're so happy to fight. Hit that comes over, just doesn't do anything, though, to affect MG. And Bokyu takes damage, dips back.
Yeah, let's go marching one by one all around the map.
Not an easy stack, this.
All right, Qadsiah have got themselves in a good position to close this map out, haven't they? Action opening it. MG another. And Mouse will probably fall to that grenade. So 5 on 2 is where Twisted Minds find themselves. The only silver lining is Kimbum has slipped the needle, but it's not quite going to happen here for Carrot, as it's an easy finish in the end for Qadsiah. 10-5 on map 2. A much more convincing map there from Qadsiah. 10-5
And now a position as well where Twisted Minds are on the back foot, tournament life on the line, heading in towards this third and potentially even final map of Port. But you look across the board and it is the definition of a team-wide performance. I mean, brilliant work. Between the best performing player and the worst, it's 2 kills difference, which is great to see. Granted, ADR is vastly different. Feifei 116 for him, but a fantastic showing to see the entire team step up, and that's how it felt in the servers. Considerably more holistic, which is sick to see. Flip side, Carrot and Kimbom had their moments, but that was about it.
Do have to give a bit of a shout out, of course, to the guys that stepped up from map 1 to map 2. Feifei, MG, the two that were standing out there. Of course, on sub base, set MVP will go the way of Feifei. I think in particular on the BL side, he was really having that impact.
Yes,
you talked about his calling, but I think also the entry fragging, especially on the A side, was unreal from Feifei. There was a number of rounds where he was able to get into that A site with a multi-frag, 2 or 3 kills even, take all that space, and he did it quickly as well. There was no messing about. So much more Qadsiah looking map, if that makes sense. We didn't really get to see what we wanted from them on Ankara. Coming into sub-base, it felt like a little bit more like that team that we know and love, and so we're very happy to kind of see them get back on the horse, and it seems like, maybe they're on their way to closing this series out. Still a couple of moments there where I would say, I think, they didn't look perfect. I'm not quite going into this third map and saying they're definitely going to get themselves the 3-0,
sure.
even though that was my initial prediction. There's, this little bit of a something still kind of going on for Qadsiah, where they kind of still need to find that extra 5 or 10%. But look, Port coming up next. You've got a couple of good snipers on the lineup. It seems like Silver's online. It seems like MG's now kind of coming back online as well. So I think it probably should be okay for Qadsiah. But again, the conversation that we always have is this a team that could potentially win the championship? And right now, I have to say no for Qadsiah. I think there's definitely more work to do. So it's better map 1 to 2 certainly, but we'll see what we get on map 3. Yeah,
we need a lot more, I think, just to convince us of that. But I think there's at least from that map, there's more positive signs. This is a side of Qadsiah which on paper should be kind of taking the series for the most part without breaking a sweat in terms of kind of comparatively between these two, where they rank, elo system and all the rest, right? So I think, it's a good sign that we're at least getting a little bit more of a conclusive map, right? A map in which we can walk away from and being like, yeah, there's a few mistakes, but actually, 10 to 5, you're still walking away without breaking that much of a sweat, which is a good sign. And now it's about actually closing out the series in the same sort of fashion, right? You take a 3-0 here, you can make Port look pretty comfortable, of course, which is Qadsiah's map pick as well. That puts you in a spot where we can head forward, going through this lower bracket and say, okay, teams do have to be scared of them, rather than what the thought was coming in towards today, which was like, I don't know what Qadsiah are going to bring to this tournament. Is there even anything, right? Opening series then was kind of quite weak. There wasn't really loads on offer. This is a lot more better. This is a bit more like it, kind of building upon this. If you can get another showing as well, we get the entire team stepping up, which I think is just in general like a really positive thing to have. All 5 players getting into the thick of it, having real impact. That's where you can put yourself in a really strong spot. Unfortunately for Twisted Minds, we're getting these kind of pocket moments where we're getting Carrot stepping up in one time, or Kimbom having a nice half, but there just isn't consistency across this side. Again, we're seeing kind of where we don't get enough out of Mouse, for example, when he plays actually quite high impact roles, and it's becoming quite costly. So it's a tough predicament that we're in right now. We're going to take a little bit of a break. When we are back, we'll break everything down, heading in towards map number 3 of Port. We're going to be heading in towards map number 3 in just a moment. It's Port. And the pick of Qadsiah, an interesting time, Elfish Guy, because I think gradually we're seeing Qadsiah warm up in towards this series, where on the flip side for Twisted Minds, running out of ideas, which is not a good sign. There wasn't really many already to begin.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm definitely a little bit concerned about how this one is going to play out for Twisted Minds. Looks like they are going to get the start, though, on the GR side at the very least, so that will be something that does help them out. It is a bit more of a favorable side on that map. You know, you get that double sniper setup going, which is something that Twisted Minds have been happy to kind of lean into. Maybe there's still a little bit of a world where they can put something together on this one. But yeah, I feel like Qadsiah have finally kind of got their mojo a little bit back here, and they're going to start to clean this one up pretty comfortably and start to focus on what that rest of that playoffs run is going to look like. I mean, it does get dramatically more difficult from here, even if there's an upset later on today from Gaimin potentially over XROCK, you'll obviously still have to play Gaimin, and then at some point there'll be another team that gets knocked down from the upper bracket, which is going to be a tough ask. The Filipino teams are looking good, the Chinese teams are looking pretty good, so it's a long road ahead for Qadsiah. You were quite happy to see them, I guess, in a sense, down into that lower bracket, saying that's going to give them some reps leading into the latter stages of this tournament. But it first of all is about making it to the latter stages of the tournament, which is going to be a real threat for Qadsiah, especially if this is the level of play that they're going to bring. I mean, it's not bad, it's not terrible, and it's certainly going to be enough to get over Twisted Minds, but I don't know that right now what we're seeing from Qadsiah is going to be enough to say, yeah, they're going to make it to the final.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're looking at now, again, I think with this lower bracket thing comes through for me, it's just off the back of, I just think this side need as many games as possible to warm up, right? They need to get the absolute most out of this just to really kind of feel as comfortable if they're going to make it in towards the late stages. I think they're a side that do benefit from playing in the groups, benefit from having a couple of easier teams to warm up in towards the tournament with, kind of brush off of all of the things about kind of playing on a stage in a new environment and all the rest. Preparation stages now just underway as we will be momentarily heading in towards map number 3. It is Poor, and it's a map in which it should lean in towards a lot of the good things for the likes of Qadsiah. We're looking at that double sniper setup in particular as well, with MG and Silver, both of which can have a lot of prevalency into a map like this. But even again, small things like, can we get Action playing back to a bit of his best? Can we get VNC very similar towards what we saw in map number 1? Can we get Feifei really aggro as well when he's on kind of that BL side, and can he get into kind of the thick of it in a sense how he likes to, kind of calling around himself, calling around the information that he can gain. If all of these things start to take into place, they should be able to brush aside this Twisted Minds roster, who find themselves now one map away from elimination here in Chengdu.
Yeah, what I'm going to be looking for is to see Qadsiah come out the gates again on this BL side with the same kind of confidence that they did on Subbase. I think immediately the first couple of rounds we saw on Subbase, we saw a different look from Qadsiah there. And we'll see if they bring that same level of intensity here onto Port as well. Could be the final map of Twisted Minds in the event as well. Let's find out. Last bastion of hope for Vietnam. Twisted Minds with potentially only one more map to play here at CFS 2025. That would be a shock exit, I think, for the Vietnamese region, just in general, to see all three of their teams go winless in this event. But that's exactly what Qadsiah are going to try and achieve today. Datship, aggressive positioning to start things off on the GR side, has picked up the opener onto VNC. Could be a bit of a spanner in the works there for Qadsiah.
Action was holding. Looked like there was going to be a bit of a dive up there by Datship. He's still kind of tempted by it. Yeah, he is. He goes with the flash, but it just doesn't affect Feifei. Now going to find him in the zone. Down goes Action. Silver still potentially trying to catch rotations, and he will. Will they get this play on the side? They know about Kara, who just has to be dead to rights now as well. Silver playing up on the site itself. He's going to fall to Kara behind. They knew Kara was there. And Silver's attention just not at all focused on getting the guy in front. Carrot's tagged 2 now with Feifei and MG both being legged.
Where are they going to go? If they call B and they go straight B right here, they actually get a plan, and they probably do it before Twisted Minds rotate back across. They've obviously got to take a bit of time to clear out A long. So this full send from Feifei into B. timing-wise, is actually going to work out
Yeah,
really nicely. MG also watching for the cross. Will just miss that shot, but delays enough that does allow Feifei to get the plant down. And a bit surprised that Feifei doesn't back off for the site here. He's just going to get rushed down and leave it on the shoulders of MG, who has been spotted out. So
they knew he was isolated.
should be a pretty easy win in the end there for Twisted Minds. Would have kind of liked to see Feifei change his position up a little bit more there maybe and force Twisted Minds to spend a bit more time hunting for him.
Yes, yeah.
Not the case though, and so Twisted Minds start their campaign here on Port with a round on the GR side.
It's good. It's one of those situations where, you know, the way that they played that for Alcad, it's not terrible in a sense, and when it works, it looks really clean, but a couple of things have got to go right. I think in particular, you know, MG, if you're going to play all the way back towards spawn, catching the cross from mid, you've actually just got to hit a shot, right? The fact that he misses, they know that they can play 1v2 on the site,
Yes.
and that's where Feifei falls flat. They're also kind of both so low, too.
Wow.
Same move again by Datchip. Didn't work out last round, doesn't work out this round. It's Feifei who kills him both times.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him this time, he doesn't even get the opening pick, which he did onto VNC previously. A little bit too one-dimensional there from Twisted Minds. Now the pressure in onto that A side is going to start to mount. Carrot again traded down by Feifei, who seems like he's going to continue to have an impact in these rounds. And this one looking much, much better for Qadsiah. 4-on-2 with the plant down. Twisted Minds looking to recover. It'll be Kimbum and Bokcute that will lead that charge. Action up close and personal though. We'll take Bokcute out of the equation. Kimbum not too good at math either as he gets taken down by Action as well. 1-1 is the score.
Yeah, much, much better from Qadsiah. I think, you know, that round it looked like it has a lot more onus behind it. And again, probably a little bit damning when we see this Twisted Mind side when they can just kind of fall quite flat just due to a little bit of mid-aggression. It's something so simple by Alcad, but so effective there as well. That chip again, he's so aggressive. 3 rounds in a row, which he just flies into the fight, and all 3 in which he loses very quickly. Maybe time for a bit of a change-up from him in terms of how aggressive he wants to get, because it's obviously not working.
More re-aggression here from Twisted Minds. They're going to hold forward in Warehouse. Just enough to get the smoke down. Kimbum, oh, disregarded. He's going to get himself a 1. Should not get more than that, but he does as Feifei misses a few shots. Luckily, Action is there to recover it. He's got himself the double. Instantly, Qadsiah, though, calling the cancel. We're back into another 2-on-2. Let's see if MG just sets himself up in mid to watch the cross again. Looks like he's going to be on his merry way over to A. This is an interesting play from Qadsiah. They're going to split.
They're splitting up, yeah.
Action maybe has a read. He feels like his spider sense is tingling. He can make a play here, low on HP. Pick off 1 maybe.
Oh.
Or MG can do just that onto Mouse. Has Carrot been spotted out? Oh, well, now he has. So it's MG versus Carrot, the 2 key players for this matchup, as we saw at the start of the day on the graphic, and also the 2 snipers.
Carrot's gambled wrong. For now.
MG's got to get the plant quick, though, right?
Yeah, he does. He does.
Oh, unless he goes around the world to A. Oh, he's going to go around the world to A.
They're like, it's working, but they're like overthinking these situations massively. Oh my God, MG, look at this. This is unorthodox all the way back in spawn. Carrot's going hunting. I mean, I guess, you know, for MG, he's got a lot of, I say a lot, he's got a decent amount of time to work with, so just shy of 40 seconds, but decision got to be made here. I think this has got to be surely a B plan.
Yeah, doesn't want to fall in that same trap that Twisted Minds did in the first map, where they wasted a little bit too much time.
Yeah.
And weren't able to plan, but he gets it down nicely here, and he's just going to take the fight to Carrot as he spotted him. I don't think so. I think Carrot might have seen him, though.
Oh.
It's a mishap for MG.
Hits him for 90 as well, MG. He just tries to get proactive there in that post spawn, right? Tries to see if he can kind of catch him off guard, but it's him who gets spotted first, like you mentioned, and Carrot has to hold the angle. So 1 slip does Twisted Minds claw back the lead. Back and forth, back and forth. So, Alcad side, not looking super, super clean just yet. I mean, granted, like, you know, it's one of those kind of coin flip rounds, which is a 50-50. It just doesn't go their way, but it's just not the most convincing thing just yet. What a bad time to play anti-flash there for Action.
Yeah. Very rough indeed.
I kind of got to realize this is now 4 rounds in a row where Twisted Minds are unbelievably aggressive out the gates. They actually need to just pump the brakes out of spawn and just hold and wait. The aggression's coming to them.
Yeah, which is not going to be something that's too unorthodox for Qadsiah.
Yeah.
So it should be a pretty easy adaptation to make. Yeah, even this position from that chip is a pretty forward hold. May well catch Silver off if he looks to try and take any long control. Flash up for VNC and Feifei to clear out their position. Now that that's been done, Feifei on his bike elsewhere. VNC's holding on to the C4, so this has to end up being an A play. You don't leave him there if you're not going to go A.
Yeah, it's true. He's carrots at range, in a really difficult angle to clear. And also just, really difficult to spam as well because the bricks in front of him.
Chip's going for an information play down the bottom of long. He's not going to see anything.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll catch Silver. He keeps going.
Nice work. Nice work.
But again, VNC is still set up with the C4. You think you're going to go back over to A with that kill. Qadsiah still not sure exactly where they want to end here, but now that Carrot's been spotted on that cross. Ooh, if he would have gone down to VNC, that would have been the difference maker. Grenade over the top should finish him off in the end. Feifei pulls it back one more, but this is a really tough round to win. Feifei's going to have a hard time crossing, and MG is just out in the middle of nowhere.
Way.
I mean, what is happening in this round? You've got an individual fight happening over at A. MG still floating around mid. Going to pull the rotation into B. Bokyut's on his way. If MG hits this shot, then all will be forgiven. But he is playing a little bit too baity of a style for my liking, and he's not been able to get the kill onto Bokyut. Now it's all on the shoulders of Feifei with 10 seconds left. Don't like that round at all from Qadsiah.
No, I'm with you. That was really, really, really janky. Like, they're just hoping that they're given a lot of advantages, sort of a nothing. And for Twisted Minds, granted, they did kind of give up a few of them, but just not good enough from Qadsiah. They've got to be a lot cleaner than that. 3-1. Twisted Minds starting pretty well, to be fair. It's a nice bit of a gap that they've got to kind of work with. And I don't know, I worry. It looks like they're going to be calling a timeout at the end of this round. The Qadsiah side. Question is, will they be going into at least a little bit of respite and getting a second?
VNC's gone very cold.
Yes.
Both MG and Silva not really delivering either. Your snipers need to deliver on a map like Port. Not early days yet as far as Qadsiah are concerned. Gotten a bit unlucky. A couple of clutches go the way of Twisted Minds. Could just as easily be a 3-1 scoreline the way of Qadsiah. I don't know that they'll read too much into it. Carrot under a lot of pressure here. VNC still can't get anything going. A double kill for Carrot in a position like that feels a little bit illegal. The trades do come through. Flash over the top into B. They're going to try and, I was going to say scale their way into B, but in fact, Qadsiah calling the cancel. Once again, they're going to try and toy with the rotations, which honestly hasn't really worked out for them in this map thus far.
Yeah, it's true. How has Carrot got away with a second? The first I can kind of give. Slightly unorthodox, you're playing it open like that, but under a minute, and again, real opposite to what we saw in towards at a sub base. A lot of these calls don't seem super conclusive or super clean. Kimbom, not exactly the healthiest. He could be caught in transition. He needs to be very, very careful. He's going to talk. He's in trouble and he'll go down. That was expected. Makes matters worse because of how low he was as well. Just so easy to wallbang through that box. Actually going to get on towards the site. Flash avoided it. Silver gets one more as well. So this one looks like it should be all but settled, and it is. Mouse, a consolation before they fall, but it's a second on the board for our Qadsiah. Even still, as we head in towards this timeout, Brazilian side have got quite a lot to talk about, to be honest, because it's far from conclusive so far in this first half.
Yeah, I mean, just need to be doing a bit of a better job of crossing the T's and dotting the I's, don't they? I think the overall approach is not necessarily too bad, but timings are a bit off, missing their shots a little bit here and there. The entries haven't really been as clean as what they were on sub-base, that's for sure. So they're not far off of it. maybe this timeout will be that opportunity to fix that in due time.
Yeah, it's true. It still feels pretty calm in terms of the conversations by Alcad. Just Feifei needs to reassure a couple of things. And again, I think he probably needs to try and now put his hero star kind of players into a little bit more of a proactive position. Just got to warm them up before that second half. But you know, if you're Alcad, if you can get, you know, even like a worst case scenario, if you can get like 4 rounds worst case in this first half, it's actually more than doable.
Yeah.
Especially because we've already kind of built up this narrative about having those double snipers, both of which have actually a pretty decent, at least a decent previous map. You put yourself in a good spot, right? Silver and MG can kind of turret across the A and the B side. It puts you in a decent position. So you just got to build up the foundations here in this first half, and you're all but good. You just can't allow Twisted Minds to pull away too much here in this first.
Yeah, look, honestly, I think a 3-2 scoreline is totally fine.
Yeah.
It would lead you in the direction of something like a 5-4, and if you get 4 on BL side here for Qadsiah, they're going to be happy enough with that, so let's just keep on keeping on, and that's much better as MG picks off Carrot. First time that we've seen him have an impact really on this map, and it's an opening pick off the back of attack timeout. It's a good time to grab it.
I wondered whether off the back of that Carrot kill, whether they immediately would have wanted to put pressure towards A. He's played there a lot. There's the anchor. It's Mouse this time, though, who from the spawn had played there. Taking this fight again for MG. Easy fight just outside of the spawn.
What is Datchip watching, by the way? Look at him.
Yeah, he's watching the walk in towards.
He's got the little pixel gap.
Mid-under, yeah.
It's just funny on his player camera. He looks like he's just directly looking at the camera.
Yeah.
He's watching us.
He's watching us watch him. Watchception. Doesn't look like for now he's going to be tested all too much. We saw a few rounds ago VNC made that, you know, bound round on towards bridge. That would put Datchip under a lot of pressure. He's falling off the angle now as he'll go and shore up long. It's a bit of a risk here. Datchip, he actually could get caught on timing. And even if he gets one, he should be traded immediately here, which I don't even know if it actually makes it worthwhile. Feifei gonna hold, got the support of VNC. Any long presence would be huge, but neither are peeking their heads around Datchip. This is such a 50-50 round. This is one of those where you either get 0 or you can get 2.
MG trying to cause a ruckus over near B.
They've pulled off A completely.
Well, how good of a fake is it when Datchip's got all the information that there's nothing happening on A? Everybody's rotating over towards B right now, and there's a fast flank.
Seconds.
Now we're going back to A, and actually, I don't know if Twisted Minds are going to see that. Datchip's still not too sure if they're in warehouse. He doesn't want to go anywhere near that. And of course, in the meanwhile, look at Qadsiah. They're just all scurrying their way over to A. They will lose action in transition, but actually that's worked out really nicely. With 15 seconds, they'll get the plant down on A. The trouble is getting into post plants. It's not going to be so easy because Twisted Minds reacted so quickly. Now onto 3-on-4. And they can't really stop Twisted Minds from progressing up alley, which means Kimbum and Botq are going to make short work of that. It got a bit too tricky for Qadsiah in the end. Twisted Minds will take another.
Little bit of a crumble there in that post spawn, just a little too easy. Wasn't just much too easy. And not exactly the round you want for Alcad off the back of, you just had a minute to talk, discuss what you actually want to do, decipher how you want to break down this defense, and that's the round you put up. Very indecisive, inconclusive, and very panicked right down towards the end, and then way too easy to be dismantled as well. All right, Twisted Minds. This is a lot more like it. This is where they did great work in towards subbase. Feifei flying in towards the fight. The team backing him, but a couple of kills from Kimbum in quick succession is pretty huge. 3 versus 3. VNC and Silver both taking damage as well. Yes, early engagements are good and a lot more confidence behind them, but still it's a bit of a difficult round. Mouse could get caught with Utilao here. He will. Good move from Silver. It's risky, but it works.
Very isolated defense from Twisted Minds, wasn't it? 1-1-1. Datchip picked off by MG as well. Action front row seats to that one. And slowly but surely, Qadsiah putting this round back together. Carrot had a nice clutch on subbase. So he'll be able to do the same here. He gets Silver for free.
Don't love that.
Grenade is not quite going to chip him down.
They've got a Crosshair.
Yeah, they've got a smoke that will help out.
Oh, are you kidding?
I can't believe that VNC is going to go solo, though.
Yeah. 1v1.
You know?
You kind of feel like you back Carrot at the moment just because of how confident he's been. Hang on. Carrot's got a read here. Carrot's got a read. Carrot's won the round.
God.
What are we doing, Qadsiah? That's 5 now for Twisted Minds, but that is a crumble of a round. Credit to Carrot. I mean, he's done everything right there, but honestly, Qadsiah's done everything wrong. Every fight isolated. It's just such a, clear error. You're against a sniper. It literally cannot spam shoot.
Yeah.
Put pressure on it. Play for the trade.
Swing them together.
Spacing is just diabolical. And also, this is not the first time that Qadsiah's done it. They've done it a lot of times throughout this series.
Yep. Well, they're going to go straight up the guts here at Qadsiah. Probably should have been a third there for them. Now they're going to have to work hard for that 4 that we were sort of talking about as being par. Little bit lacking this BL side now. Qadsiah not going anywhere too quickly either.
Yeah, they're far from convincing so far, Qadsiah. It's interesting, the 2 maps they picked into have been their weakest, and the one they didn't is actually where they looked like they had a lot more control, understanding, confidence in the calling and the playstyle. Kimbum, open up. It's action. The big man, the rifler. Who goes down? Such an important one to find, but a quick double swing as Feifei and MG will combine a smoke down as well to try and keep Carrot at bay. And diving out, Silver gonna cause a problem. Blockcube doesn't know where to look. He deals a lot of damage, but there's just too many bodies to find. Fade'll come around the corner. That could soften up that chip a little bit, and it does. Flash will come over as well to keep him at bay. Behind that C4 going down, 2 versus 4, and this is looking a lot better, and they are dumping the util belts to deny these rotations. This is more like it for our Qadsiah.
Yeah, all that util getting dumped over the top. That chip, he had his eyebrows raised. Now he's locked in. Got to make this one work. Twisted Minds on the retake. 2v4. It's a tough ask, and Feifei will shut it down. 3 there for Qadsiah. They get it done.
It's a lot better.
I mean, it was, but I will say, even in that round, there's a couple of moments where I have my heart in my mouth. Silver walking out warehouse kind of on his own. He's holding the C4, and he goes ahead of the players that are in mid.
Yes, yeah.
And if he dies there, then that could be a round that still goes completely wrong for Qadsiah. Obviously, luckily, he wins his aim duel, so it's a moot point. But, man, this is a round that's kicked off early.
One more bullet and Feifei falls there. Kimbum's unlucky not to spam a little further. Opening kill, of course, that comes through, but, man, alive. There it is. Action will drop again. Another round in which he's the first to fall. It's happened a few times. And put us into a bit of a predicament where, again, you gotta worry about this side VNC. I don't think it's worth sticking around for that spam. Kimbum's causing a lot of issues.
Yeah, not on that HP.
And I'll get back towards the site. TRG at range. Carrot! Sting gets through the wood. He's lucky to still be alive. There's so much damage being dealt in this round.
Yeah, it's really hanging on a knife's edge. Not sure which way it's going to go. Kimbum going to maybe try and take a bit of a risk here. He's tucked himself in the deep corner on long. Not bold enough yet to push his way through the smoke. If he does, Silver and Feifei waiting for him. So it would be a mistake from Kimbum to go any more aggressive than he already has. Silver seems pretty prepared for the possibility that he's on that corner. I don't know if he's going to hard clear it. Not in time. Easy trade, though, for Feifei. Push coming out on the B site right now. MG needs to hit this shot, and he will. Back to the 2-on-2. MG looks to try and take some space. Carrot deleted. Big kill from MG. C4 can now transition in and backfill onto the B site. Mouse is not quite going to get there in time to cut Feifei off, though it was close. They're pretty concerned about the push coming from GR Spawn, but they have to be aware of Warehouse, and it seems like they are not interested. Now MG turns around, and now he spots him out. Big round finally from MG. He has been a real non-factor in this series so far, but that's a huge round for him to come up with.
Especially this map. He's actually just got 4 kills in the last 2 rounds there as well. It's a lot better from him, finally. 3 rounds for Alcad, 5 first kills though. So again, another situation. This happened across 2 maps where we get an opening kill, and it's not enough. Really, really still unconvincing from this Alcad side, but I'm not going to completely discount them just yet. If you can get a strong start in towards this half, there might be life still left in them.
Yeah, action.
Tied up immediately, and that can start being convinced once again.
Oh, he self-boosted himself up. He's going to go in just as action peaks, but not enough to distract Mouse from the line. So first round of the half will start well for Twisted Minds.
Silver. Spots, drops. Nice find. Just fall back. It's a smart play from me. He doesn't need to stick around there. You get your kill, you get back. Start shoring up the defense a little bit. Bot Q could be in trouble here. Could be in trouble. There's a lot of bodies around here. Deals a bit more damage on towards that chip. But he would have spotted Bot Q too. 2 players at least in towards mid. That'll help. This is a bit of a weird round though from Twisted Minds. I don't think they even really know where they want to go. They've taken mid control, and they've got at least that quick rotation through mid secured. But it's more a question about where you want to go now, Silver. Yeah, I was going to say, you're in trouble there. They've actually already crossed the angle, which he would wanted to have held for. VNC, fine. Fei should get that kill, but he can't. Uh-oh. This time becomes really quite janky. MG, you're under pressure. Bokute, he's going to fall. Do they realize on the site? MG realizes too late, and it's all on the shoulders of VNC, who had a fantastic first map, but since then is quieting down bit by bit.
2 low HP players. Kimbum spotted out as well at the ladder. Early bits of information. Datchip now seen as well. VNC, he doesn't really have the stopping power for the wallbang, so just trying to aim for the headshots right here with that HK. He's got himself the opener onto Kimbum, but in the meanwhile, Datchip has dropped off of the site. And that is going to make it very difficult for VNC to find him. He's been flanked. The rotations come through. VNC too slow on the jump up. No, he's gotten up. And if he sits this defuse, he might have been okay. Datchip, though, spots him out. And in the end, a close affair, actually. Twisted Minds do get through the round by the skin of their teeth. Here's a look at the last round of the first half where MG popped off and got Twisted Minds a little bit more to think about, but having started with that opening round, Twisted Minds will be feeling good about the proceedings in the map so far. 6-4 is a stable position to find yourself in.
It is. It is. So, 2-round buffer. MG, close, but no cigar. He comes over. He's going to be forced to the angle a little bit with that flash as well. So where to from here? I mean, Twisted Minds' initial plan was take a bit of a long control and then start trying to scale action. It's a nice move, don't get me wrong. He really should have got the kill the first time of asking, but the nade will do the job nonetheless. So, yes, you can't be too annoyed. Opening kill is huge. And information about what they're trying to do. Again, it still looks like they were scaling for mid to A control being that priority. Nice find from Silver. Looking for another as well. He gets so close. He actually will get it with a sport of action. This round's all but done now. Last man. Is that a carrot? But a 1 versus 4 for him should be next to impossible. Silent drop, sure. But what do you do with it? He's got to find MG on the site first and foremost. Missed shot, pistol pulled out as well. MG diving up, didn't really need to, but it won't make a difference. Action sees it off. And a round put back in response for the Brazilians.
VNC still
We need more from him.
36.2 ADR.
Yeah.
And that is why Qadsiah are finding it a little bit difficult to get through this map. Any other day, you know, he's putting up his numbers. And and they'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable, but at the moment really being tested by Twisted Minds. Expecting another really close map here in the similar vein to Ankara.
Not as aggressive from Alcad in this round. Last one, it was a lot of priority on kind of that fight through mid and being quite aggro. I say that though, and Silver will poke his head round and he'll drop that chip. So again, another opener that comes through. And Alcad, they, for the most part of the series, bar map 1 were pretty good when it came towards kind of converting opening kills into rounds. So statistics do favor them a little bit. Yeah, it's the pop shot from Silver. Nice work. Spots a pixel. It's enough to work with. C4 collected. Where do you go now if you're Twisted Minds as well? Looks like a B split is sort of what they're posturing for, but there's 3 players in this direction. Not exactly going to be an easy fight. One of which is VNC, of course, who's had his problems.
Yeah, 5v4 is a good opportunity here for Qadsiah to equalize the numbers. As long as they don't fumble this round. Situated over towards the B site. This is going to be a commitment towards the B site. Twisted Minds looking for a bit of pressure in mid to draw some of that attention away, and it's actually worked out, but they still lose a player for that, and you're still going to have to get past Silver. VNC watching for Bokute. He'll find him in the end. Silver also hits his shot, and that should be enough to get Qadsiah through this round. Let's see if Carrot can do it again. Another 1v3. There's been a number of them in the playoffs, and one of them even came from Carrot. This time Qadsiah looking to make that not quite a possibility, as they do convert the round in the end. It was scary for a second there with action going down, but dealt with in the end, and Qadsiah will equalize at 6 apiece.
Yeah, it was definitely dicey for a moment, especially because also VNC was very low. But it's fine. Sigh of relief, as they say. Timeout taken by Twisted Minds. This one's tied up 6 apiece, and 4 more rounds, and they're under pressure. And by well, under pressure, I mean actually eliminated more than anything. 4 more rounds and they're gonzo. So this attack timeout is really about survival more than anything for the Vietnamese roster. It's looked a lot more competitive than that first series. I guess the big question is that more of an indictment on towards Qadsiah than anything, that they're not looking as clean, which I think feels to be the correct thing, but we shall see. For Qadsiah, I don't think needs to talk about too much. A couple rounds back to back, which I think for the most part feel okay. Or enough so to fall back upon. Feifei is just showing up the scoring a little bit. VNC, if he gets alive as well, you start to feel a little bit more confident in what you've got on offer.
Time ticking away on Twisted Minds in CROSSFIRE Stars 2025, I would have to say. Feels like we're coming to the end of their run slowly but surely. Qadsiah kind of getting themselves settled on this GR side. Lots of play coming through. Going to try and make the entries happen. VNC doing a pretty good job of surviving, and Feifei will help him out. I don't know how VNC lived for so long. He does eventually fall. Transition coming through, but look at the push that Action has made so deep down mid. He's going to be getting all the information that he needs. MG had no idea he was getting flanked as well, so it's flanks upon flanks right now, and Silver, deleted. So the round unravels for Qadsiah.
What does Action even do here? From a spot like this, like how do you actually find some room to... He spammed as well through the wood to make it all the more worse. This round is all but done for him. He's looking for a gap through the window. Oh, the spam for 1. Looks for a second, but his character close. Nice response, may I say. I think a lot of that might have to be owed up towards that chip, to be honest. Nice flanker push through mid on timing. The second a kill comes through the other side of the map, he makes a move, collects a bit of space, and before you know it, Twisted Minds back into a lead. Seven two six, Qadsiah. Again, pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not that confident about Qadsiah at the moment. Bit more pressure, I guess, on the shoulders of Twisted Minds, knowing that they don't have the two maps in their back pocket. If things go right here, they're out. Whereas Qadsiah can, in a sense, afford to lose this map of Port. Although they'd definitely prefer not to. Not a lot of presence being shown in this round. It's a forward hold, though, for Action. He's loved this, and he does spot them out on the ladder. The grenade across as well. He wants to stick around, and Datchip just gives it to him. That is wild. This is a really bold hold from Action. He is solo holding A, and that's the way that he's holding it. Transition obviously now comes through from MG, and he falls off the line, but ballsy play from him, and it's worked out.
It's great for information as well. Kind of a known thing of there wasn't really a reaction there. Action again holding for that walk in towards lower, but nothing really coming through, and they're pretty scared about that jump being made around. It's not something that Twisted Minds have done. Anyone's done it so far. This map actually has been VNC in that first half. It's always a possibility. 40 seconds. Twisted Minds, it really doesn't feel like they've made any sort of decision just yet. Zufel's flash is coming through in towards mid, but no one made a move. Silver can sit here and hold, and it should be fine. They're going to bound in towards B momentarily as Feifei and VNC are here to meet them. Let's see what the greeting's like. Well, it's Bokyu that rips ahead for the first. That's good. Feifei got to buy a bit of time here. 15 seconds. Is C4 still not down? And they're only just making their way in towards the site. They're going to now get the stick through only just. No, they haven't actually planted. They've got to get the C4 down. Karen could be in trouble here. He just about gets it down, but the round will fall all the same. It's another one of those where, plant or not, for Twisted Minds, they just do not give themselves enough time. It's happened so many times. That's another prime example of it.
Yeah, disappointing round in the end there for Twisted Minds. We're back to 7-7. This map is progressing slowly. Pressure is starting to mount. Nobody wants to be that player that makes the mistake in the round that gives up the advantage. Forward hold from Qadsiah this time on the B side of the map. Wanting to take a little bit of space. Action continues to play aggressively on A as well, and he continues to get away with it. I can't believe it. Twisted Minds have got to be expecting that at this point.
What is the play here for Twisted Minds? Again, it's been a pretty standard thing that they've been doing in this second half. You take this mid control so you can get that quick rotate between the A and the B site, but it's the executes themselves that have been a little janky. Pop shots from Carrot is there. You can tell it's quite hopeful from Twisted Minds of things to go right for them, and now Qadsiah just aren't giving them any advantages at the moment. Kimbo having to call from the grave obviously is a bit of an issue too. Datchip going to go searching for information. He is, unfortunately, a bit of a slow map, Datchip. He's been falling a little too easily so far. And Feifei holding for the swing out too. The thing is, he's alone here, so this is going to be not an easy hold. Feifei has to get one and then stay alive and buy time for rotations. He's actually just getting VNC rotating over. And Action and Silver aren't far away, so they do go in towards B. This could be a bit of a bloodbath, but against the likes of Twisted Minds, we'll have to see. Flash round, it's Bokyu for the first as well. Feifei still up close, he's trying to find kills, and he just misses 3 sitters. Ooh. That's going to hurt every day of the week. Feifei just could not connect at all, but this time C4 prioritizing, it goes down way earlier. 2 versus 3 in the post-spawn. They're going to come over as well to try and catch Action. It does a tiny bit of damage, literally just 2 points. As they set up now as well. Rotation comes through. Action going to find one as well. Boku behind the box. Backside, but it's Carrot for one. All on the shoulders of MG, and he's just too low to surely make any sort of an impact here. He should be dead to rights, and he is. Twisted Minds respond, but, you know, I hate to put it on one man, but Fairface's got to do better there. 3 sitters, and he misses all 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because he's been actually quite good on this map in general. They're pretty good on the last map as well, but yeah. Maybe faltering at the final hurdle, 8-7. Twisted Minds have themselves another advantage. It's 3 for 3 so far in the half. Still anybody's guess as to which way this one goes, but with the opening picks that Qadsiah have been getting, you'd be wanting to see them close it out a little bit cleaner than they are. And I mean, there's a question as to whether or not they'll even actually close this one out. So see what Twisted Minds have to say about that. Don't want to be the first team eliminated from the playoffs. But it's going to be one of these teams. One of these two. Another slow approach from Twisted Minds. Big nade stack over the top. That's not connected on anybody. There's no one from Qadsiah playing forward in the warehouse.
You can see playing up close. Cfesports at range. Issues in the second half where Alcad have been fan of the opening kill, but they're just not converting it into rounds. That round prior, of course, another one of those. Silver spotted. I don't know if you want to take that fight, but he does. It's very rare that you want to stick around in that engagement through that gap. Silver so confident. Another decent map out from him, to be fair. We just need more from the likes of the VNCs and the MGs of the world if they want to put the pressure and take this one. Flawless for 3 in a row. There's a big arse for our Qadsiah at the moment. Consistency really seems to be eluding them, but that's what they need to close out the map.
There's a good one from Action. Oh, in fact, he's looking for more big spam. He just keeps taking the fight. So good hold from him in middle. B site, though, has been opened up, and that will allow a plan for Twisted Minds, which, look, it doesn't look fantastic, a 2v4, but wouldn't put it past them to pull something off here. Mouse and Kimbum going to try it, and it's not going to happen. Qadsiah push as that plant goes down, essentially isolating the duels 4v1 and then 4v1. So that's okay. So now it goes from 3 in a row required to just 2 in a row for both these two teams.
Yeah. Still not super convinced by our Qadsiah, but this potentially could even be very akin to how map 1 was, where it was unconvincing, but a win's a win ultimately. Twisted Minds still far from out of this, but their executes have really been where things feel like it's kind of letting them down a tad. Silver and Fefe, in particular Fefe, really trying to anchor down towards that B side, which does seem to be the default right now for Twisted Minds. They've not really put much pressure towards A. I mean, poor MG has not really had a lot to do. Just full rotate for him so often. Deep smoke that comes over towards A doesn't really block anything, so it shouldn't be too big of an issue. Again, still a question about what you want in this round. How aggressive they want to play. Action. He should have heard, yeah, I'm going to say he should have heard something there on that jump across towards mid. It's Boku, who is the last of the pack moving through, actually gets caught. Another opening kill for Qadsiah. I'll give them their credit. They're very consistent with them, but it's still not leading to guaranteed rounds the way it should be. But this is better. Silver going to get one of his owners. Datchuk tries to make that dive up in towards bridge. 5 versus 3, and now all you have to do is play for the trays here. Nade over goes and tags Miles a little bit.
It's helping out.
1 minute 15, not loads of time, but honestly, Twisted Minds look kind of baffled. They don't really know where to go.
Oh, that'll help. Yeah. Silver isolating himself just forward in the warehouse. Maybe a little bit unnecessary. Gives a opening duel over to Twisted Minds, and Action's floating around solo. This is so scary. What is this transition, man? I cannot believe it. They have given up 2 1v1s in a 5v3. Qadsiah, what is that? Now MG will come filtering across. Qadsiah reading into the possibility that this is going to be an A-site take, but they don't seem to know.
Guys, why?
They're so concerned. This should have been such a simple, clean win for Qadsiah, and now they've decided to stack B. MG and Fei can maybe watch the cross into A. I cannot believe that Twisted Minds have been given this opportunity.
All they had to do was quite literally just sit still. It feels like they're unable to do it. ADHD getting the better of them. They just have to keep moving around, and it's so costly. Oh, no way. Mouse for one. Fefe, another. He spots the head of Kim. Bomb is going to be caught by MG at range. Now it's all on the shoulders of Kara. He's already pulled off clutches, and he's got the cross as well, so it's not exactly an easy one to get
Cross
back in towards the side. You got to go together, boys. They do get space. They're going to come over it. Actually going to go a little early.
Oh!
I speak too soon. I speak too soon, Fefe.
No, he's
Tap on
got
towards the C4. You've got to stick it. You have to stick it. That's the round done. He's going to go hunting. He's going to go chasing. It will not make a difference. Kara wins it. Oh, that is criminal. Okay, you deserve to lose this map. That is so poorly played.
Yeah, that was a terrible round. That was a terrible,
I just don't
round.
sit still. I don't get the I mean, I don't think I'll ever understand it, but like in a spot like that, just stand still. Literally, you had 2 towards A, 2 towards B, and one player, your star rifler, lurking around mid. Just let them cook. Actually, it's 22 kills. He can handle himself. He doesn't need any help. Doesn't need support. It's such a throw. It really is.
I think Silva in particular getting caught off in that forward warehouse position is the first most egregious mistake, and then Action getting a little bit sort of antsy over on A, and you can kind of understand why he is feeling that antsy.
And MG just like, I'm just going to leave A, actually. We've just lost our rifle on A, but I'm actually going to rotate back over towards B.
Yeah, chaos there for Qadsiah. The situation getting the better of them, maybe pressure building and kind of causing issues, miscommunication, I don't know, but not a very clean round at all by Qadsiah, and they've put themselves in an awkward spot here where they might actually lose this third map. To win it, they're going to have to go to OT. They're transitioning back and forth. The setup on B, not a bad one. Fei will be the defender. He's now been spotted out, gets that flash down, but Twisted Minds have gotten out onto the site. Now Qadsiah without a pick, it's already starting to get a little bit concerning. Time and essence here, though, as we get themselves the 1-for-1. Silva, big spray down, not going to work out for him and Twisted Minds. I think they might do it. The transition is coming through a little bit too late here for Qadsiah. MG nearly picked up. Action saves his life.
Full HP Action.
3-on-3, Qadsiah have got to find a way to make this retake work.
I think a lot of it seems like it lies on the shoulders of Action, really, on this retake, and they're just so deeply ingrained in the post-bomb. C4 already halfway tick. They've got to get in, boys. We've got to go now. We don't really have a lot of time, and they've already lost one to not having time enough for the defuse. MG, nice find. Action tries to dive in towards the side. Oh, my God, what is happening? You've got to get on the C4. Bokyu's not peeked either. He might just have to stick this. He might just have to stick this, but I think he should be. That's Are you kidding me? Bokyu, what are you doing?
Oh, my
what are
God.
you doing? Oh my God, that is such a fumble. Did he forget where his own team planted? I am baffled.
This game is just a question of who's trying to lose harder at the moment.
Yeah, this is an absolute circus of a map of CROSSFIRE. And we've got 10 clowns on the server who are bumbling around. This is something, man. Overtime here in one of the maps of all time, one of the games of all time.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say.
I think it's very easy for me going forward following this series to make my predictions for whoever makes it through this one. I'm 0-3 and whoever they go against, like, I don't care. I'm 0-3 and whoever against them, like, this is mental, like, actually mental.
Yeah, look, I don't know what to say, but we'll see if Qadsiah has anything to recover from, with at least the opportunity, the blessing that has been given to them there by Bokyu. The fact that they're even here in the OT does feel a little bit criminal. Kimbum forward, solo, been spotted out by Action. That'll be an easy kill for him. He spins around as well, and he's going to force Mouse back into the waiting arms of Fei.
This is much better. This is the confident calling I want from Fei. This is it. You know, you take the onus, you take the control. This looks a lot more like Subbase, where it's like Fei's caught this idea out of spawn, and they've committed to that really, really early. This is what I want to see. Action, of course, continues to be such a threat. 24 and 14 from him. Really, really good map. VNC could be in trouble, could be dead. VNC. On the flip side, though, continues to have a bit of a slow map. He's not good. C4's not moved an inch for a while. It's on the back, of course, of action, but he's going to let Fefe cook, who gets another. Another great map out of Fefe, right? We spoke about him towards that previous, and this is another great showing. Drive-by shot by Fefe. Calling and fragging super well here to kickstart OT. He'll go down eventually to the hands of Bokyu, who fumbled that previous round, but there's no way. Pulls off a 1v4. Not with this HP. Silver will close it. Advantage out Qadsiah.
But for how long? It's just been so back and forth. Just been an absolute tit for tat.
Oh, yeah.
Tachim can't believe it.
I think
nor could we.
That's the reaction of like the Vietnamese region as a whole right there.
There will be some damaged tables after that one, I can imagine. Action, by the way, has an opener onto Kimbom. It's cost him a lot of HP. But a 5-on-4 is what Qadsiah want.
Head over two, but no one's playing close in towards house there. Carrot lost his fight last time out to Silver. He stays trained on the angle. Fefe's just below him as well. Does feel quite a lot like a timing play. If he'd actually continued holding it, he would have been given a freebie. Doesn't matter anyway. It doubles back. That's the C4 dropped on the back. Oh, Fefe. And Carrot can do quite a lot to hold this now as well. He's still got to be careful of quite a few angles, and especially in particular the fact that A is completely open. C4 collected. I'm surprised MG's even sticking around for this fight. I don't think it's worth it. It's just such a difficult angle to clear against a sniper.
2 players on B. Looks like that's where the offensive is going to be heading for Qadsiah. It's a good setup for Twisted Minds. Nice little crossfire. See if they get away with it. VNC leading the charge, but it's Silver that actually takes down Mouse, and a 2-for-2 on the entry is, look, not too bad for Qadsiah. The fact that Action is still alive is maybe not ideal. He's quite low, and MG was just left isolated on the side, so now it's all on the shoulders of Action. That's not going to happen in the end. Like I said, tit for tat, back and forth, 1-for-1. Neither team looking too confident about closing out Port.
No. Feels like both sides are trying not to at the moment. 10-all. Died again, and yeah, like you say, kind of this definition of back and forth, back and forth. I mean, my oh my. It's not the confidence boost that Qadsiah wanted for this one, and I thought this would be a nice one, maybe slightly akin to what Stallions were able to do in the first round of the playoffs, where they just swept aside Twisted Minds and made light work of it, but this is far from light work. The Brazilians really are having to work tooth and nail to even make something out of this. VNC can open things up, though, as Kimbom drop. That'll work to start things off. That'll help at the very least. Fefe, I'm swear he spotted the barrel there. He must have. Doesn't matter, VNC will see it off. So this is finally the run. And this is like the crazy thing about this game, where we get like a viewing experience to forget from Qadsiah. And they're going towards the next round, and they're just like the cleanest side we've seen. Like, it's like the lack of consistency is baffling.
Yeah, it's kind of like when plan A goes to plan, then they look really good, but there's not really much of a plan B. If someone gets peaked, or if they don't find the entry that they need, or this or that, it's tough to recover, and that would indicate that, you know, maybe this map is not super comfortable for them at this stage. Now moving over to the GR side, though. They've got that round advantage. See if they can close it out here. I think I would have Qadsiah edged slightly on Port. You know, they've looked slightly the better team. 51% to 49.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're on the GR side, they've got the round advantage. You'd probably say it is their map to close, but really they haven't shown enough to say that I can do that with any faith.
Wow. Moving in towards Action. He likes playing aggressive here. Oh, hang on. It'll come round. Could do a lot of damage here, and it will. There could be kills on the cards. Great work. Action and Silver combine well. An opening double. Action's 27 and 15. What a map out from him. This is the star rifler that we've come used to know when it comes towards Qadsiah.
Yeah, VNC still just chilling on the boost. Nobody spotted him out just yet. It's one of those positions that you can get away with kind of once a half or once a map, I'd say. Hasn't been used yet by Qadsiah, so if the push comes to B, then VNC might just shut this down. Might remain unchecked. But when push comes to shove, Qadsiah have not been super fantastic at closing out these 5-on-3s, so not going to count my chickens just yet. Action, though. He's loving this position. Yeah. Every time he's here, he's finding one.
They can't
up to 28 and 15 now.
Second kill in the round for him from the carrot. Doesn't clear it. It's actually a really good round at the end. All but flawless for Qadsiah. 12-10 now as well. Is there any life left in Twisted Minds? Oh, sad to say that they look pretty checked out. And this could be all she wrote.
MG hit the shot. That might seal the deal. That chip goes down. And slowly but surely, Qadsiah are starting to seal the demise of Twisted Minds. This will be their last chance at CFS. MG drops, but still a sniper in play as Silver lands another shot. Twisted Minds are yet to cross to the site. That's allowed time for VNC to come up to reinforce. Action is there as well. Qadsiah have their members where they need them.
Oh, Kimbomb. He's up close and personal. VNC finds one, looks for another. It's going to get it the second as well. This is done. Silver will close. It's Qadsiah who take the series 3-0.
And we are back here at the caster desk as Qadsiah takes the victory here on port. 13-10 was getting a little bit dicey there in that map as it was not the cleanest, but some good performances from Action and Silva in particular. Even Fefe, 110 ADR and a positive KD that gets them across the line. At least Twisted Minds were finally able to put up somewhat of a fight in this series, but at the end of the day, they will go home with 2-0-3s under their belts. Not the best feeling for the Vietnamese squad as Action will pick up the map MVP.
Yeah, not the best feeling for the Vietnamese region in general as they go entirely winless in CFS. Shout out to Action though, he really came online in that final map. He was a little bit slow for map 1 and 2, but we had kind of highlighted him at the start of the day, and we were saying that he is always a player that you want to keep an eye on when it comes to Qadsiah, and eventually he did show up. The one thing I will say is I was very disappointed with MG in this entire series. I think he was a complete non-factor, which is really quite unusual for Qadsiah. And it wasn't even necessarily just the fact that he was like, if he was missing shots or playing poorly or anything like that. I think he just put himself in poor positions a lot of the time. It felt like a lot of the time, positionally, he was never really there to have an impact in any kind of moments. He played that kind of baity style that we had sort of associated with Gouken in the past. And that works if you're closing out clutches, but when you're not, and you're not having any impact, I think as the primary sniper, he's going to have a bit of a look at how he played that series and try to step up going forward, because that's not going to be acceptable in some of the more difficult matches. They were really given a lot of leeway, Qadsiah, in this matchup against Twisted Minds, because Twisted Minds were just throwing rounds away left, right, and center. So do that against another team and you are going to be losing a couple of maps, I'll say that much. Yeah,
it's really important to note because they will be going up against other teams now that they have won, obviously, but also, you know, there's only so much leeway we can give them, right? We can say, okay, they need to start off strong here. Some of the Brazilian teams, but they lost 0-3, and now they have the 3-0, but even at the end of this 3-0, wasn't necessarily feeling like they were super warmed up or that they were dominating. You know, the third map was the closest, and it was very messy, so maybe they look better the next time out, but you know, at some point, if they start to lose again, we just got to say, well, they're just not playing very well, or they weren't able to ramp up so much. So definitely going to be keeping a keen eye on this team. I
mean, it's far from a confidence booster, right? That's what we wanted out of this game. We wanted to kind of, the likes of our guys coming towards this one, actually get a nice, easy one out the way and just kind of get the confidence really brewing for them, and then use that to kind of scale forward. It was far from it, right? We'll come off the back of that series looking at it saying, I'm like, even more worried for Qadsiah.
Yeah.
Like, coming off the back of the 0-3 against CP, I was like, you know, Evolution Power, great in the groups, and it's, you know, his first game in. I'm more worried now. Their 3-0 has worried me more than their 0-3, which is actually a baffling position to be in, but this is a Twisted Mind side that are incredibly weak in the grand scheme of things of international crossfire, and we're in a spot where they should have swept that side. Maybe not to the same level of Stallions, who are probably the most informed side in the world right now, but in a position where they should have been getting, like, you know, 3, 10, 5, 10, 6 out the way, where, yeah, you have a couple of mistakes here and there, but for the most part, the way it was on sub-base, where it's like, okay, there was a few mistakes, but actually for the most part, it was good. That wasn't the case. It was like 2-10-8, well, no, it was like 8-10-8 and an overtime, sorry, where it was like, in both of those maps, I'm kind of even coming back and saying, like, they actually probably should have lost it. They definitely should have lost that first map, first and foremost.
But they definitely should have lost the third map.
Yeah, exactly, and they should have lost the third map. So we're talking about 2 maps, which actually, we should be going all 5 in this series.
Those are map picks, too.
Exactly. Yeah. Qadsiah are incredibly lucky. Like, we look towards kind of mistakes made. That first map, it was like that post-plant debacle, or lack of post-plant debacle in the 1 versus 2. And then we look towards that map there, where it's like Bokyu just didn't get the defuse.
What is he doing?
I didn't fuse wrong. Like, you know, egregious errors from Twisted Minds. Again, don't get me wrong, this side absolutely deserve to be 0-3'd in both of their games here, right? They just way too many errors. They are not ready for this level of crossfire.
They should have been a groups team. 100%.
Yeah, and again, this is probably an adaptation of the format, right? There is no way a side of this caliber is better than, I mean, I would say 90.
Baisha, Liquid, Na'Vi.
Honestly, anyone. Maybe Bar in a Circle, bless them. But like, anyone. I'll bet my entire salary for this Swamp beat these guys 3-1.
Exhibition match to see if you lose all your money.
I'll do it. I don't care. Famous goes 30 a map against this Twister. I do not care. He goes nuclear against them. So this is the thing, right? It's like, for Qadsiah, you know, we've already kind of mentioned how poor this Twisted Mind side, and they struggle. That is not a confidence booster. It doesn't matter who they play next. I actually look at this and be like, I'm really worried for them.
Nails down a chalkboard trying to watch Qadsiah try and close that map out. Honestly, it was really, really rough. I mean, like you said, now there was multiple instances where I really felt like Qadsiah are going to drop this map. They might even drop this series the way things look. Like that's so close to potentially even being a 2-1 favoring Twisted Minds at this stage. We've still got a bunch of maps left to play. Like that's how close that was, and I think I agree. Qadsiah are really not going to be super high on the priorities list for predictions going forward, unless they can whip themselves into shape.
Yeah, definitely a lot of work to be done, and not a whole lot of time to get it done. I do believe that they are waiting for the team that's on the bottom side of the upper bracket, which should be EVOS or All Gamers.
Let me just consult the encyclopedia.
Because
I think you're right.
I know Reflections was actually looking at the bracket in between while we were watching the matches, and he said that it's actually, it's flipped. It's not like the top part of the upper bracket, since these guys are on the top part of the lower bracket. I know all these words are kind of confusing.
Yeah, it would be a bracket like a bracket flip normally is what happens in round 2 of the lower bracket.
I'll say stylistically, if they played against EVOS in that lower, that's actually not a bad matchup for Alcad. Obviously, as all gamers,
GG.
Yeah, we'll see you next year. You know what I mean?
I'll say that I do think EVOS are in a bit better form right now than Qadsiah. And just from a shooting perspective, if they're actually coming out and playing their game, EVOS, they just shoot harder than Qadsiah right now, and that could actually be a big problem for Qadsiah. So either way, whatever matchup that ends up being, yes, Qadsiah going to struggle certainly.
Definitely going to be pretty rough. We're just waiting on the interview on the stage with one of the members of Qadsiah. Got to wait and see who the match MVP was as well.
Who do you even pick? I mean,
can we give it to Nom?
Action, maybe?
No, I don't even think so. He had 2 bad maps.
Yeah.
I think it might be Feifei for 2 good maps, and then 1 sort of subpar map. Otherwise,
maybe VNC. I know the 3rd map he was quite poor, but like 1 and 2 he was quite good.
Silver might not be a bad shout just because of the fact that he was like consistently
average
over the 3. He didn't have a bad map. That's probably the big tick in his book. MG's definitely not getting it. VNC completely missing in the 3rd map. Feifei really missing in the 1st map. Action missing in the first 2 maps.
Silver's one that kind of makes the most sense. He's
maybe it's Silver.
He just kind of got like between like 12 and like 16 across the 3. So you're like, oh, okay, well that was.
You're all right.
Yeah, you were okay, mate. Actually, this is all not bad. It's such a weird predicament. Like I know it's great that we even got kind of like action stepping up towards that 3rd map, but like again, if in another world where if it only takes them to the 3rd map to kind of come alive, you're still 2-1 down in a series against a better side, and they're going to punish you. Like, again, like EP have obviously been very good, but they expose a lot of flaws in this side, and it's now a really interesting predicament where it's like EP have been good, but there's stronger teams than them here already, and it's like a bit of a weird predicament where like, where do we get longevity out for this side realistically, right? Where do we actually, like, how quickly they've got to completely turn the ship around for Qadsiah? It's a worrying time.
Well, the action that we saw in that 3rd map was kind of the action that we saw throughout the entire playoffs last year.
Yes.
And that's where it felt like Qadsiah were actually a really competitive team. So if they can find a way to get action online, and I think the other point is obviously, I highlighted MG for all the wrong reasons as we came into this segment. He definitely needs to turn it around. Like, you cannot have your primary sniper completely missing in a meta which is dominated by the TRGs. We have double TRG almost every map from almost every team. He needs to be online. Silver can't be the better sniper in this particular team. Like, he's got to find a way to turn it on. And again, I just don't really like the way that they utilize him. He's often on the flank. If you've noticed on the BL side, he's kind of left to be the closer. That's all well and good if he closes, but in a lot of instances, I just see him kind of baiting. I don't know if you picked up on the same thing.
No, I'm with you.
There was that round where Feifei's trying to like fight down the stairs on sub base on the A side, and MG's just sitting at the top of the stairs doing who knows what. A bunch of instances where he's doing kind of the same thing on port, just sort of floating around as someone's like trying to fight in onto the site with 20 seconds left on the clock, and you can sort of argue, oh, he's holding a line and he's holding the other angle or something, but there's nobody coming from that angle. You just need to get in there and actually have an impact, and I think that that's something that we even kind of highlighted in previous years with MG being someone that plays again that Gokun XROCK. I feel like he's really taken a lot of he kind of tries to play that style. Yeah, he's trying to play that same style as what Gokun used to 3 years ago, which, again, it's fantastic if you put yourself in those clutches and you can win the 1v3s and you can do it consistently, and that's awesome, and Gokun used to be so well known for that. But if you would have even noticed, this year, actually, Gokun has changed up his play style. He's not playing that kind of, I want to close style. Like, he's actually getting involved in the rounds earlier, and I think MG needs to try to find a way to do that. I don't think that having your sniper be the one to close is actually working out, and certainly not the way that MG's been playing it at the moment. Maybe it was just a bad game from him. Maybe we're diving a bit too deep into it. But look, 3 maps of pretty poor performances, about 50 ADR across the 3 maps, going negative in all 3 of them. It's in a 3-0 win is not what you want from your primary sniper. So he needs to fix things up pretty quick, Smart.
Yeah, I just think it's all relative. It's the team that they face. Twisted Minds has not really inspired a lot of joy or confidence in us watching their play here that they're going to win much, and then Qadsiah struggling against them is very much underrepresenting, I think, what this team can actually do, as it will be Feifei who does pick it up.
Fair play, honestly. I also think, one thing that's kind of worth really mentioning with Feifei, not only the numbers department was great, but I actually do think, in Subbase in particular, the calling was actually quite excellent. That's a lot more like what we want to see. It's just the only, like, real negative I have about his calling is that he stops doing it at times. It feels like, it's like what made this Qadsiah side, or I guess, back then Vasco, so difficult last year was like, it was like brazen calling, incredible work, but we don't get that consistently.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to hear from him on the stage with reflections. Let's hop to the stage right now.
Well, it was a do-or-die matchup, but now Qadsiah managed to get the job done, securing a 3-0 victory over Twisted Minds. They stay alive in CFS for just a little bit longer. I'm here joined by the IGL of Fefe from the side of Qadsiah. It's a pleasure to talk to you, brother, and meet you. Ultimately, the IGL, I'm hoping we're going to get some good answers out of you. First, you stay alive. Well done. You must feel relieved after that performance. How are you feeling going into that series, knowing that you needed to win in order to continue to move forward in the bracket?
Ok, então seja bem-vindos à nossa entrevista, seja bem-vindos a Fefe, o MVP do nosso time desse jogo. E antes de mais, gostaria de dar parabéns para você e também para a sua equipe. E eu gostaria imenso de saber, nesse jogo, a gente tem jogo muito incrível, a gente também enfrenta muitas dificuldades, mas antes desse jogo, qual é o que você sentiu para a preparação desse jogo?
Boa tarde, primeiramente agradecer. Antes do jogo, acho que para esse jogo a gente se preparou muito bem. Acho que a gente teve uma conversa com o nosso coach, o Viana, ele não estando aqui faz muita falta pra gente. Então a gente está tentando se preparar o melhor possível para os times que vier. Então nosso sentimento era muito bom para esse jogo, nós nos preparamos bem e estávamos bem confiantes.
谢谢大家。首先，
thank
我
you
想跟大家
everyone.
说一
First
句
of
下
all,
午
I
好。
want
在
to
比赛
tell
之
you
初呢，
good
我们也
afternoon.
拿
At the
出
beginning of the
非常
match,
严谨的态度，非常
we
认
are
真的
very
心态去
strict
面对
about
这
this game.
个此次的这个对战。我们也深入的去研究
We
了
have
对面的这
also
个队伍，也
studied
就是 TM
our
这个越南的
opponents,
这支队伍，
Twisted
他们
Minds,
的一些打法和策
their
略，
playstyle
我们
and
也都有了很
strategies.
深的一个很深的
We
一个
have
认知。
studied
那
about
么
these.
我们也有一个很深的认知，所以说在比赛初期呢，
Therefore,
总的来
at the
说，
beginning,
我们的
in
这个准备
general,
还是非常
we
充分
have
非
full
常好的。我们也
preparation.
是
We have
以
good
一个
preparation.
比较放松的心态
And
去
we
迎
play
接
in
此
a
次对战的，
relaxed
因为心
way
态其实才是最
because
重要的一个
mindset
事
is a
情。
very important thing.
Obviously, the IGL is going to do his homework. That's what it's all about as the leader of the team. But I got to ask you, yesterday was a heavy loss. You lost to Evolution Power Gaming. You dropped to the loser bracket. What lessons did you come away after that loss that can be applied for the future of this bracket?
Ok, então obrigado pela sua resposta. E a segunda pergunta que é ontem a gente estamos falhado como o Evolution Power Gaming e quais são as estratégias, quais são as lições que você aprende da sua equipe e também para você próprio para aquela falha?
Como eu disse ontem na entrevista, a equipe da IP tem sido nosso carrasco desde 2024 todo. Ontem eu acho que jogamos muito mal e o que sentamos e conversamos que a gente sabe que a gente tem que jogar melhor as situações de round, 3x3, 4x3, a gente tem que ter mais calma, 5x3 é o round que não pode se perder. Então, acho que sempre quando a gente joga contra os chineses, a gente aprende algo e a gente aprendeu e vamos dar o nosso melhor para o final do campeonato aí.
I think in yesterday's match, we lost to EP. Actually, we reviewed a lot. For example, in playstyle. And Chinese playstyle is quite different from Western ones. So in different matchup, especially when we're against the Chinese team, we will study more strategy to see how they treat these matches and learn from their experiences and use these experiences in our future practice and matches.
Well, the Chinese, obviously, region has been one of the best and dominant regions when it comes to CROSSFIRE. Doing your homework against them clearly is going to take you potentially all the way to grand finals. Now, as the IGL, you joined a long-standing roster. You've been on the roster since last year. How have you noticed, or what was your goal coming in as the IGL to develop this roster? Because you have gotten better. Brazil, as a region, has gotten better without Qadsiah since you joined?
Ok, então, obrigada pela resposta. A gente sabe que, concordo com você, a gente sabe a região chinesa também tem muito potência, eles são muito fortes para essa composição. E eu gostaria de ter uma pergunta que é, você participou há um ano atrás dessa equipe e sendo um IGL do time, e qual é o seu impacto para o time total?
Cara, eu acho que eu dizer o meu impacto na equipe eu acho um pouco difícil, acho melhor os meninos dizer, mas eu acho que desde a minha saída de 2023 na Imperial, que eu tomei a decisão de sair, foi bem difícil, né? Nós jogávamos muito tempo junto e eu me juntei com os meninos. Eu acho que eu trouxe um pouco de experiência, apesar que todos os MG já jogavam há muito tempo já, mas eu acho que eu trouxe experiência, um pouco de conhecimento de jogo também que eu trouxe para eles, assim como eles me ensinaram bastante. E eu acho que pelo fato da gente já era muito amigo muito antes de jogar junto, eu acho que a nossa união, acho que a gente ficou mais unido ali, e eu acho que o resto eu acho que os meninos podem falar por eles.
Ok. 好的，我去年加入了我
And
们这
last
个
year
战
I
队呢，
joined
我觉
this
得我
team.
自己认为我也是
I
一个
think
经验不是那么充足的
I
一个
didn't have
队内指
rich
挥，
experience
所以说我
as
认
an
为
in-game
在队内
leader.
之后呢，加入之
So
后呢，
after
我
I
跟
joined
队伍的
this
其他成员
team,
也在不断的磨合，在每
I
一次的
tried
训练
to
中
build
呢，我们
teamwork
都有
with
在
my
总结
teammates,
我们
and
胜
I
利或
always
者是失败的一
generalized
些经验，
these
相对于其他更
lessons
强的一些
after
战队
victory
来
or
说呢，我
losses.
还是
Compared
一
with
个
other
稍
teams
微
with
没有
stronger
那么多经验的一个队
excellence,
内指
I
挥，所以说对
didn't
此
have
呢，我
rich
还是会不停的
experience.
去努力
So
和
for
学
this,
习，
I
看看别
will
的
pay
队伍
more
呢会有没
efforts
有
and
更好的
learn
一些指挥方
to
法，
see
然后来应用到我
do
们
they
此后的
have
竞赛中。
better leading experience and apply it to our matches.
Well, you have been applying the lessons learned, and clearly, again, Qadsiah has been performing exceptionally well. And speaking of which, Brazil, you are their last hope. What does it mean to carry the torch for Brazil?
Então, muito obrigada pela resposta. E desse jogo, você desempenhou muito bem, tanto de você quanto o nosso equipe. Vocês são poucos vivos em relação ao time brasileiro. E o que significa para você próprio?
Cara, eu acho que, para ser bem sincero, ser o último sobrevivente brasileiro é um pouco triste. Eu esperava mais equipes brasileiras nessa etapa do campeonato, que eu apoio muito nossa região para ela crescer mais e mais. Eu acho que os times Liquid e Nave estavam bem preparados, mas o formato eu acho que puniu. Nós estamos muito confiantes, nós queremos muito jogar novamente a final, nós queremos muito ser campeão, nós queremos muito provar para nós mesmos que nós conseguimos e que ano passado nós deixamos escapar, e queremos dar muito orgulho para todo mundo que está aí assistindo no Brasil cedo, madrugando, e vamos dar o nosso melhor.
首先，作为我们已经是巴
First
西
of
唯
all,
一一个
we
幸
are
存下
the
来的
only
战队，我
surviving
们
team
进
of
入了
Brazil.
后续的阶段的比赛。
We make
我其
it
实
to
对这
the
一点呢
future
是
match.
比较难过的，因为巴西
It
现在
actually
只
makes
剩
me
下我
kind
们
of
唯一的一
sorry
个战队
for
了。
that.
那
I'm
对
the
此
only
呢，
one
面对以后的
survived.
比赛，
So
对
for
我来
future
说也是
matches,
非常
for
重要
me,
的。我们
it's very
也想要
important.
在逐步的进入后期的比赛中，
We want
我
to
们
make
也
it
想
to the
要获得成
final
功，我
and
们也想
win
要去拿冠
the
军。
match
所以
and
说，我
win
们总体
champion.
来说呢，还是非常
So
有信心
in
的。那我
general,
们期
we are
待
very
后续的比
confident.
赛吧。
Let's expect the future match.
Well, confidence is key, and confidence will take you all the way. Fefe, one last thing. I'll give you the mic for one last time to shout out who you would like to shout out in terms of your supporters.
Ok, então, sim, eu concordo com você. A confiança é muito importante, tanto para cada jogador quanto para o time total. E por a última pergunta, eu gostaria de convidar você, se tiver qualquer frase, qualquer palavras para dizer para os seus fãs e também os seus apoiadores.
Eu agradeço a todo mundo do Brasil aí que tá aí assistindo desde cedo, madrugou para assistir a gente. Queria agradecer minha mulher que está assistindo aí em casa, meu pai, minha avó, meu tio, minhas primas. Agradecer a família de todos os jogadores pelo apoio e energia que mandam pra gente. E é isso. Muito obrigado.
首先，我要非常谢
First
谢
of all,
我在巴西，包括在全球我所有的粉丝，
I want to
尤其是
thank
感
for
谢
all
巴
my
西地区的
fans in
很
Brazil
多
and
粉
also
丝，他
across
们
the
其实
world,
在我们的
especially
日
my
常训
Brazilian
练或者是打
fans.
比赛中，
They've
一
been
直都对我
supporting
们
me
的
a
团队
lot
是有
in
所
my
陪
daily
伴的，一
life
直陪
and
着我们
in
去打
all
每一场
our
比赛，去进
matches
行每一个训练。那
and
除此之
all
外呢，
our
我还要更
practices.
加的去
Besides
感
that,
谢
I also
我的
want
妻
to
子，
express
包
my
括我的
thanks
父
to
母、我
my
的爷爷
wife,
奶奶，
my
还
parents,
有
my
我的各位就
grandparents,
是表兄弟
and
们。
my
我觉得
cousins.
他们其实对我来说呢，
I think
给了
for
我更大
me,
的信心，
they
以
gave
及给
me
了我更
great
多的能
strength
量，尤其
and
是在我们
confidence
面对一些
and
低谷的
energy,
时期。
especially
所
when
以
we
说，我
are
要
in
感谢
low.
以上的所
So
有
I
人。
want to thank all
我
of
就
them.
说到这里，非常
And
谢谢大
that's
家。
it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Shout out to the supporters at home, helping Fefe and his roster out. Qadsiah go the distance. A big win over Twisted Minds means they stay alive, and the hope for Brazil is still very much real. Coming up next is going to be Gaimin Gladiators going against XROCK, another survival match. Who will move forward and who will go home?
在英语听力考试中，世界逐渐变得安静。医生告诉我，我患上了神经性耳鸣和听觉障碍。从那天起，世界一点一点地远离了我。但是，仍有一样东西留在我身边，那就是穿越火线。当我再次打开游戏的那一刻，世界重新有了声音。在那片世界里，我重新开始呼吸。
就在那时，我认识了包括兔酱的很多小伙伴，他们一点一点照亮了我心中的黑暗。
于是我下定决心亲自去见他们。
2018年在南京举办的 CFS 上，我见到了他们。虽然害怕，但那一步改变了我的人生。穿越火线对我来说不只是游戏，而是一扇通向世界的门。
那是穿越火线 CF 在中国网吧里掀起热潮的时代，我也几乎每天都在网吧里玩 CF。有一天，一个男生主动跟我搭话，从那之后，我们每天都会一起在网吧里玩 CF。就这样，我们的缘分从 CF 开始，一直延续下去。我们相恋，分享了许多美好的回忆，最终走进了婚姻的殿堂。但这并不是结束。我们去了吉林省度蜜月，还参加了百城联赛，甚至拿下了冠军。CF 对我来说是创造了无数回忆的珍贵存在。现在，我们带着那些美好的记忆，和2个儿子一起过着幸福的生活。对我们一家来说， CF 就是我们的青春本身。
2008年，那时候的我还是一个迷茫又叛逆的孩子，直到我遇见了穿越火线，是这款游戏把我从混乱中拉了回来。第一次参加 WCG 预选赛，那是改变我人生的重要时刻。
我还拿下了金枪王的称号。
但我没有选择强队，而是坚持陪在我身边的队友。
这个选择也成为我一生的缘分。
许多年过去了，我依然没有离开这片赛场。
为了生活，我白天在超市工作，晚上则叫年轻选手们追逐他们的梦想。
如今，我带出来的孩子已经站上了职业舞台。在踢馆赛中以教练的身份登场时，那一刻，属于我17年的努力都亮了起来。虽然我们最终遗憾落败，但那天我轻拍他们的肩膀，安慰他们，没关系，我们的路还会继续。我是火线人，未来的17年，我也会继续走下去。
谢谢你，穿越火线。
今后，我的旅程也会继续向前。
小时候，我总是和朋友们一起玩 CF， 我太喜欢 CF 了，所有比赛都不会错过。看到那些热情的解说，我也渐渐地被解说这个梦想所吸引了。就这样 ，CF 自然而然地融进了我的生活。长大后，我的目标始终只有一个，成为一名 CF 官方解说。所以，我每天都会分析比赛。每当 CFS 举办，我都会去现场，向我敬佩的解说老师们学习，也会一起拍照留念。直到有一天，我能站在那个舞台，用我的声音去讲述比赛。在那之前，我的梦想绝不会停止。
In his hands, and he is going to continue to get the kills. And Yoga goes this top 8 player, but Lion Look, this pure contact. They don't expect this KSA. Fourth floor A, Elvin spotted in room, but the double kill with the USB. KSA wanting some revenge. And Spoxy has been spotted out. Back towards A, KSA springs out, gets one kill, and another kill. Will get spotted. Good crouch angle for Keller so far. Taken out. Reston goes down, and Evos will shut down the series in a 3-1.
Meta to be going with 1-2-2, spamming through that door.
Plus, a player even did some clean entries, and they have not done so. Story of this round.
Pressure up close. Dre gonna get one though. Actually does get 1-2-2.
Oh, he's spotted. Oh, okay.
As for AG, if his timing is good through this smoke, he might grab himself a couple, and with all the shenanigans that are happening.
A flawless one to seal the deal. It's AG who take the series.
match kicks off. Let's follow the Global Risk's perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes, dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot! After losing one, the Blacklists rush B site and secures the plant. The Global Risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
The lower bracket continues, and the path narrows again. For one side, the first seed of their region, stepping into playoffs with momentum and confidence, but pushed here after dropping their opening match to Evo's Arc. Gaimin Gladiators! Across from them, a team that fought through their group stage and earned their place in playoffs, but fell short against all gamers in the quarterfinals. From here forward, there are no recoveries, only consequences. XROCK! Two teams meeting for the first time under the highest pressure possible. A playoff run preserved or a journey ending here. Lower bracket round 1, match 2 begins now.
Hello and welcome back to the Caster Desk. Thank you very much, Reflections, for that intro, as now I am joined by Sneaky Frog and Bench as we're getting ready to jump into the second series of the night, which, of course, as was mentioned, Gaimin Gladiators up against XROCK. This is an elimination match. Whoever does lose is knocked out. Whoever wins moves on to the next round of the lower bracket with still only one life remaining. So lots of pressure on these two teams as we get ready to move into this match. Though, let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizers, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CROSSFIRE. Also, big thanks to our generous sponsors.
We extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Ors, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Ors has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up and fight on.
Thanks to our official partner Ant Gamer for providing the global first 750Hz ultra-high refresh rate monitor, Ant 257PF. Empowering players to win the game, born from the game, fueled by the players. With a 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with zero delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. And Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witness the journey to the champion.
Thanks to our official partner Morphling and their Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, and your win.
Back's very important, and we'll have to see, all the old unks need to take care of their back. And as we do move into this one, somebody's going to have to put the team on their back, especially on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, who will be the underdogs coming into this one up against the Chinese second seed in XROCK. Twisted Minds losing 0-3 to Qadsiah, which means that they are knocked out if you did miss that one. Qadsiah will move on to the next round. And we'll have to wait and see what happens with this one. Any expectations?
I mean, now the heads are really flying that we are going to be playing in the lower brackets. Of course, you get two chances in this type of format, GSL format, but now the teams that are playing right now are the ones who has already spent one of their two lives, and if you do lose here right now, they are going to get knocked out. And of course, it's going to be Gaimin Gladiators, who had a rough ton of run against Evo's Arc. Against them will be XROCK, who was taken down by all gamers just last night. So for Gaimin Gladiators, their game seems to be on point, but it does fall back behind on the second half. Sure, on the first half, they do pile up more rounds on top of their opponents, but some way, somehow, they end up losing the map to their opponents. So let's see if those issues are drawn back and is fixed coming into today's game, having a bit lower end on the stats here due to the losses they have compiled throughout the grand finals thus far. And Sneaky, what's your opinion, honestly speaking, that we've casted the games that they played?
Honestly, Gaimin Gladiators is probably coming into this series with very somewhat low expectations, considering Evo's is the second seed going into the Philippine region, and still, honestly, I think the 1-3 is a very kind of clickbaity kind of scoreline, considering the fight was actually very, very good between these two teams. And yeah, I feel like overall the series has kind of lacked some performances from very key players such as Spoxy. You know, Flex could have had a slightly better game, but there was actually very, very huge step-ups from Lion Claw, from Dezane, and from Raffin especially. So I was thinking, you know, maybe if we saw a bit more from Spoxy, if we saw a bit more from Dezane in some of the other games, I feel like that would have been very easily doable for their side. But EVOS is looking very, very nice in that series, in all honesty. But we do have XROCK as their opponent here, and XROCK looking very, very good, and AD especially, the highlight machine for his team, and his sniping has kind of led them to very, very far places. I mean, even if they were kind of, you know, beaten by AG in the exact same way in a 1-3 as well, but that Ankara is very, very hard to forget.
And honestly speaking, this roster being comprised of very young players as well. Most of them are able to put some numbers out on the board. We've seen moments from Chow, we've seen moments from Sunny, we've seen moments from Grand. Everyone really just, you know, contributing a bit and bits and pieces to the team's wins here against Falcons Team Liquid. But they did get knocked out by All Gamers once again, having some tough run of things in the CFPL finals. I think they were 0-3 twice and then lost the BO1 as well. And now coming into the grand finals, nothing seems to have changed much for this team against their arch enemy of All Gamers, lost 3-1 as well. So the big question is now, do we get to question whether do they have the caliber to take down one of the top Western teams like Gaimin Gladiators? And the answer, of course, is going to be yes. They do have the caliber, but when it comes down to the team effort, I feel like Gaimin Gladiators has a better, so to speak, of a team formation that's been already set up, nicely done by Flex as well.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need it, as we are going to take a look at our two snipers here, the key players in the head-to-head. Spoxy, as you mentioned, sneaky, maybe needs to step it up just a little bit. He might be the guy that needs to put the team on his back, as he has many times in the past. And AD was certainly able to do that to make things interesting up against All Gamers. We saw the power rankings as well between the two teams. XROCK at 4th, and Gaimin Gladiators at 19th. It's a pretty big gap. And XROCK, of course, they're here in a lower bracket because they lost to the tournament favorite in All Gamers. And to be honest, you know, even had a decent shot against them. I think All Gamers didn't have the best day of matches that day against XROCK, so there was a chance for them to maybe get the upset. And speaking of upsets, we do have one guy here on this desk who is believing in the Gaimin Gladiators upset. The only person. What do you have to say for yourself, Bench?
Much appreciated. I truly believe in the power of teamwork, and for the side of XROCK, sure, individual mechanics, individual performances are flying colors too for individual players like Sunny, AD, of course, not leaving out Grand, but at the same time, CROSSFIRE is not a 1v1 free-for-all. It's a 5v5 team game, and when it comes down to the factor of team games, I think Gaimin has a better form of team game.
Yeah, I was kind of just banking on the expectations of, you know, AD kind of popping off and Sunny kind of popping off in the game. But I still would want to see, you know, a pop-off potentially from Spoxy, especially because we have seen him perform exactly like AD in this tournament, right, where he was sniping everybody left, right, and center. And of course, with the rifling that Raffin and Dezane does have right behind him, I feel like it is still doable for the side of Gaimin. But of course, Yumena is now on the brink of elimination. GG and XR face for the first time. The loser exits the tournament. Spotlight falls on two duos, Spoxy and Dezane, and Grand and AD. And this is what I was talking about, man. I feel like Dezane, especially, you know, kind of disappeared in games 2 and 3. But I feel like he's definitely the guy that you can point at and say, hey, he can kind of lead the charge for the team. You know, Raffin's going to go entry, but Dezane is going to go clean up. And Spoxy will be handling the sniping duty. But yeah, AD was looking unconscious in their series, despite the loss against AG.
Yeah, absolutely. And something to note, we've already lost Vietnam. All three teams were knocked out with not a single win amongst the three teams. And Yumena kind of in a similar spot where if Gaimin Gladiators do go down here, yes, they did take a map, but have not taken a match just yet. Would be the end of Yumena. So that would be unfortunate that we lose 2 of our regions, but it would leave us with only 6 teams. So it kind of makes sense just based on the sheer amount of teams we have here, that when we get down to just 6, it's not going to be a lot of regions left, especially with how strong China is and the fact that they have 3 teams left over. As we are going to take a look in on Flex on what GG needs today. We can't let XROCK start building rounds and finding momentum. If Spoxy delivers his signature impact, our identity will show.
I think it's well granted. I mean, give or take, Spoxy has been pretty quiet, and Gaimin Gladiators was able to put out a performance without their sniper really putting out the numbers. It was rather on the riflers really doing the dirty work for the team. So give or take, now that the Rifling Core is kind of dialed in, if you add the Sprinkle on top, which is going to be Spoxy now fragging out, then they might just be able to take the momentum back into their own hands. And for XROCK, it's going to be Sunny's performance is going to be the key there as quarterfinal stats. 33 kills and 50 deaths, which is going to translate to 0.55 kill per ratio. And Sunny's turnaround will be necessary for XROCK, I think. Not as a valid point, even though Sunny had some huge moments coming through. All in all, the average performance for Sunny has been falling behind on top of their teammates. So definitely well-deserved points, I would say.
Yeah, I feel like Sunny especially doesn't want to fall behind in this series, considering that Lionflaw was also kind of starting to ramp up in the prior series. Granted that, you know, did result in an L, but at the same time, Lionflaw wasn't really the type of guy that you look at to be the main fragger for the squad. But having that kind of performance, especially as, you know, the backline rifler for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, I feel like he is going to be a very important piece, especially in, you know, trying to defend what kind of defaults that they're going to do at the start of the game. I feel like XROCK is going to try to attack fast and attack early in this series so they can get that early momentum, and obviously Flex is going to try to prevent that from happening, because if you give XROCK some momentum, they're going to start hitting some unreal shots.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been honestly very impressed by XROCK so far at this tournament. There have been times in the past where XROCK has made it to grand finals, and we've kind of just been like, well, they're not quite as good as, you know, AG or Bice or even EP, but I do really feel like this tournament this year around, they actually do have a decent shot of making it very far in this tournament. So they do have Gaimin Gladiators in front of them tonight, and it is going to be a nice little test for them. I think if they don't dominate, it's certainly going to raise some questions. We did see a lot of 3-0s there, unless, you know, you are bench who believes in the power of friendship and teamwork, which, to be fair, you know, we'll have to see how the form is today. Who knows? Maybe Gaimin Gladiators do show up in a big way, and XROCK kind of take a back seat. Anything can happen in CROSSFIRE, but we're nearly ready to jump into the ban pick and see what the map pool is going to be. I'll hand it over to you guys for the cast.
Thank you, Valdez. And looks like this will be the proving ground for both of these teams, really, now that they have spent that one jail-free card. If you lose this one, they are going to get knocked out from the grand finals. And of course, Gaimin Gladiators versus XROCK. The upper hand is, of course, being XROCK's just sitting on the front seat there. But you never know, if the backseat driver could always come in hot and take the space away, take the spot away. And the beginning of the greatness for Gaimin is going to be the New Mexico ban coming out, and Port is an interesting turn of things for XROCK's decision to ban into.
Did their research, that's for sure. So XROCK obviously gonna be a bit afraid of that Port map, especially considering that Gaimin's BL side on that map absolutely works. So gonna be a bit scary for their side. Maybe they're just playing percentages in this veto, but Eagle Eye 2.0 and Black Widow immediately slammed at the start of the game. Two very fast maps, if I'm not mistaken. Raffin playing absolutely insane, especially in that Eagle Eye up against Evos. So he's gonna expect that exact same performance going into this series. Black Widow and gonna be New Compound slamming on in. So already 2 EU Meta Classics in this series.
This is a very global veto, I would say, that these maps that are being picked right now do favor Gaimin a bit more, and this is more team play type of maps. And now there's the Ankara that XROCK throws Assault at the Wound. Definitely not the best map by Gaimin, but having Ankara as the latter part of the maps may be a bit of an issue for XROCK. Picking a little bit late. Of course, they're going to pick for Black Widow first and see where it takes them from there on.
So it is going to be sub-base for map number 5. Going to be very interesting, considering that, you know, both of these teams very proficient in that map. Gaimin Gladiators, of course, you know, it is not played as often back in Umena, but they do have that in their back pocket just in case. But I am looking forward to what that Black Widow is going to look like. And once again, I am hoping for a Spoxy pop-off, man. It's been a while since I've seen it in international play, and we need this guy dropping at least 20 or 15 in this game and start hitting some shots, because we didn't see that too much yesterday. As why not have the Spoxy show appear in Chengdu?
And this is the end game, Sneaky. They have to do it here, or now it might be too late. They have to come to show and prove. Not only for Gaimin, for XROCK as well, after just continuing to losing towards all gamers. They have to claw back to be granted yet another chance to take down all gamers. And for Gaimin, this is their last resort. They have to take down XROCK, and not only for their team, but for the region as well. They are the last ones standing for EMENA.
Yeah. It would be tragic, though, if we do not see EMENA in this tournament going through. You know, it would be exciting to have a bit more of a variety going into top 6. And yeah, it would be very exciting to see a bit more, you know, of the spice of EMENA, of course. Gaimin Gladiators, obviously the first seed from EMENA, beating XROCK Esports in a very, very tight series. But now they're going to go up against the Titans of XROCK, the somewhat newer team actually going into international play. Obviously, they have been doing very, very well, considering that the level of play back in CFPL is actually very, very high. I mean, getting a second seed for XROCK honestly is unheard of, because we are kind of used to AG and Baisha and maybe EP getting those first 3 slots. But of course, this could be a change of the story. Map number 1 gonna be underway very, very soon. Gaimin Gladiators, XROCK on their last life in their tournament. And it is gonna be a best of 5 to decide who goes out and who stays in.
There you have it. Gaimin Gladiators versus XROCK. This is going to be the last resort for both of these teams. We are on the lower brackets for the playoffs and CFS 2025 Grand Finals happening right at the heart of Chengdu. It's going to be Gaimin on the attacking angle, starting off on the blacklist side of all things, and XROCK will begin on the defense as the global risk. And already Gaimin is posing out for that classic mid-A split, as XROCK will be posted somewhat in a passive position. No one really extending out except having Chow deep in hotels, and AD cause mayhem for some of the teams out there with a sniper of his own, and it looks like he is going to wield the sniper once again, supported by Grant for the secondary.
Yeah, I like that they are enabling Spoxy to be a bit more confident on some of these angles. So we are going to be looking for him to create those openings for the squad. Flex already spotted in that tower position, so he's going to have to get off immediately. But he does confirm that AD is on that A site. So what are they going to do about this?
Already posting for a rotation, Grant has made himself over towards the A bump site with Sunny looking down towards middle. So it's going to be a single player holding out towards Hotel, which is going to be Chow. And now having 4 players from the side of Gaimin getting inching closer in towards the hotel area. Chow has to back out of this one. He will get traded out. And as the players now creeping up towards the staircase, Chow has to come in huge. Otherwise, he will lose his position. Now sees the players' heads. Called for the rotation. 2 players join in forces. It's actually going to be Flex going down out towards A long. But the main angle of attack is, of course, down towards Hotel. And Chow has to hold this one down by himself. 3 players are looking to swing. Flashes up and over. Chow comes in huge with a double kill. Almost got the 3rd as well. However, eventually quickly traded out, and Zane will find a second frag of his own, but he himself is heavily wounded. And look at those positions. He's going for the flank. Not going to give it up just yet, as Gran has a decent angle alongside with AD to look down towards the cross. Those swings from the backside, and XROCK cleans up the first round.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about for the side of Gaimin, right? Once Flex kind of falls on the other side of the map, you know, it kind of opens up the book for the play that is happening for Gaimin. And XROCK fully recognizing that Flex's death means it is going to be a B-side hit, immediate rotation from Mr. Doe. And that flank was a bit too easy, especially for his side. So good defense for the start of the game here for XROCK, but Lion Claw looking for the return.
Quick return. Good beginning, too. Doesn't necessarily dictate the narrative of the round, as Gaimin will still be holding down towards middle. Here is the setup out towards Zay, and they might just force the issue down towards middle. They're going to give it a go with the flash being thrown out. Rapin quickly clears out the angle, sorry for that, and is shifting in towards Zay, and that's a quick execution
And the final kill taken by Raffin as well. And how many times did we have to say Raffin has to come in huge? And he indeed came in huge yesterday. Continuing to lift the heavyweight for the team. And now the question really lies on whether the fact that Spoxy can come alive or not.
Yeah, this is kind of the same story from yesterday. Raffin, of course, a very welcome addition to this Gaimin offense, considering he has been the headshot machine for his team. So if he can provide a lot more openings for his squad before XROCK could even react, that would be good news. But Chow is going to get flexed, but that's going to be information. But Chow, the leader, gets both.
Gets both indeed, but Sunny is going to find the kill before going down. It's going to be down to a 2-on-3 as Raffin still stands strong with half HP and Spoxy is alive. A bit more questions to be asked for the snipers to perform out, and Spoxy will get knocked out. Raffin, last one standing, C4 down in no man's land in a 1v3. And a Dream Doe might see the angle. Raffin miraculously dodges all the bullets and gets a kill in the process. Dream is alive. 1v1. Turned a 1v3 into a 1v1, still holding on to a hefty amount of HP, actually above that of Doe. This round seemingly doable all of a sudden in a blink of an eye, Sneaky, and now repositioning outside hotel. The C4 is actually down on top of the bridge, and Doe is going to be going on a scout mission of his own, but this might be too frisky here. He's going to exit. The barrel might have been seen, and there's the kill! Raffin comes up huge for the team, and now Gaimin has found their second round. It's going to be 2-1.
Jeez. It's not often that you see Raffin being the last person left alive for the Gaimin squad, considering his role. But thank God he is still slicing the pie up against 3 players perfectly with that HK417. And he's already starting things off hot in Eagle Eye 2.0. And this is what they need from him, especially, you know, you need that oh-so-reliable rifler on your squad to kind of continue this kind of aggression. And look at this, Zane will get a D-Doe. We'll get Raffin in return. So now it's a 4 versus 4. Sunny on half HP. Spoxy will get Doe. He's starting to come alive in this game, but now it's a 4 versus 3.
That was a quick aggression out down towards the A-bomb site. The C4 soon to be planted. And this time, the defense, or rather, for Gaimin's defense, after the post plan, will have two players posted out deep towards the long area, which essentially makes it harder for the remainder of XROCK to come through. Chow comes in hot. It's all down to the hands of Flex. The IGL of the squad has a rifle. Can't swing just yet.
Tough.
Indeed he does. And XROCK from a 2v4 into a defuse makes up for a clean round as we are tying this back up to 2-2. And the progression of their retake, seemingly I thought Gaimin had it up until those 2 taps happening on towards the head of Gaimin Gladiators players.
Yeah, Grand with some unreal sniper shots here. Getting 2 players down immediately. Top A player absolutely murked. I think Flex was actually expecting that there was going to be more presence coming in from that mid side, so he was still playing in that position. But unfortunately for him, he has got out-mechanicked in that exact round. So it seems like it's going to be a lot of early presence for the side of XROCK. And this is what we kind of expect from the Chinese team, right? I mean, you kind of have a forward defense, especially that the IGL is trying to get that early information of who is where. And I think XROCK is on the active hunt on trying to see where Flex is.
Now Chow's getting aggressive with a pistol of his own. Jumps out, gets one. Eventually he's traded out, but that does throw a caution to the wind for Gaimin as they are now rushing in towards middle. Getting caught left and right all of a sudden. Every single player is going to fall apart except Raffin. And once again, put to the test, put to the clutch. 8 kills already, but making that to 12 might not be an easy task. An easy task won't be delivered. XROCK now feeling a bit more comfortable, is going to get quite aggressive. And look at this replay. Raffin just being able to clutch these rounds. Just absolute insanity.
Even tag Doe.
And Doe had nothing to do about that, didn't he?
Yeah. Mans was 1 HP before he even got down on the bridge. But XROCK, though, reacting very, very well to whatever Gaimin Gladiators is throwing at them at the same time. I mean, the power of the USP is on full display in that round. 4 kills with that pistol. Dare I say, the second best weapon in this entire game. So we're going to be seeing that a lot, and it seems like Garan and AD does have a clue that they're going to go for the double sniper setup, but Flex still has yet to hit one. He's going to need to start hitting as well, and it's not going to be this round, unfortunately. AD will grab him down again.
Grab him down again, indeed. Already down a player. Gaimin is boxed out from B, and we'll have to look towards A. And a 4v5. About a minute 30 onto the clock, making a rotation over towards B. However, exit from hotel has been smoked off, and the pressure really is going to burn the timer for Gaimin, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Made a full rotation over, leaving one anchor towards middle. It's going to be Gran on the watch. And sure, he does hit those shots. Down goes Line Claw. 2 on 3 on 5 now. Make that 2 on 5.
Ouch.
Not going to miss those shots. And Raffin down in middle, trying to do what he can. Gets one, but there's just too many players of XROCK just persistently standing in the choke points. Down goes Raffin, and XROCK will find a definite lead. It's going to be 4-2.
Unfortunate here for Gaimin, man. It's like they're trying to start the play in this round, obviously trying to get some openers. Fortunately, Flex not finding the top A player once again. And look at this, XROCK, the aggression is underway. The M14 EBR in the full shred. Lion Claw will go down to Zane, flying on in with his own, but Doe will get him in return. He only gets Sunny, and now it's a 3v4.
Quick aggression being halted down in a blink of an eye, but in retaliation, it's actually going to be Rafa to find the quick headshot before getting gunned down. Going to be a 2 on 3. Still a world of time left in the timer. And if Flex can somehow clear out the angles for Spoxy while Spoxy holds the entrance towards the back of A, towards the spawn, this could be a plant. But look at AD's angle. He is boosted up and he is going to have the vision, but the shot is not going to land as we now proceed into the post plant.
Yep, gonna have to be careful steering clear of that right side stairs. Looking at this flank, Spoxy though, good start hitting some shots in this game. But he is just checking just in case, doesn't want to fully commit to any of these angles. He does want to stay alive as much as possible, as he does want to remove someone immediately. 2 players from his backside. Is he going to check, though? That's going to be the problem. Spoxy going to be spotted. Grand will get Spoxy, but Flex is going to be in that top A side, and Doe will take Flex out. So that's going to be the 5th for the XROCK boys. And it's not looking good for Gaimin. Wouldn't be surprised if Loons does call a timeout here, but I feel like it's not time yet. I feel like you might want to save that for your GR side, especially considering that he's going to be where Gaimin's focus mostly will be. But Gran, man,
doesn't miss those.
He's been like this ever since yesterday.
Mowing down. And the nade stack is going to hurt Line Claw and find a bit of value on towards the Zane as well.
Really hard to directly challenge any of the members here for XROCK.
Chow is getting quite aggressive in his own regards. Will be on top of bridge. He's going to be pushing the smoke. I'm not entirely sure if that's the right choice. Rest of Gaimin will be looking towards middle. Nades up and over. Gran has a bit of an angle to catch the players, trying to get themselves on top of the watchtower. Here's another setup down towards A, but nicely having 3 players stacking towards A. And this push will be halted down. Every single player of Gaimin gets gunned down.
Really good late smoke, honestly, to drop down in that mid position, right? They were just waiting for Gaimin Gladiators to actually pull the trigger in this one. And that early confirmation from Chow in that B long side is literally a clue of where Gaimin Gladiators is. And as soon as they saw flashes on that A side, they immediately dropped the smoke, get the vision out from the side of Gaimin. They could not get the pace that they wanted. And Chow is going to have to run away. They're just going to give Hotel for now. But how is XROCK going to react here?
XROCK's response will be an instant rotation already. Raffin's going to swing in for a kill. So is the Zane going to find a piece as well. Going on top of bridge. That was Flex to find the kill. Make that a double. This guy, the IGL, is trying to make it up for it.
Last one remaining will be AD. Quick scope hits one, pistols out, guns blazing. Not gonna happen as Raffin is gonna find the 12th kill for himself. As we are looking at a pretty lopsided first half here, 6-3 XROCK leading out on the global risk. But give or take the map being a lie, I think Gaimin still stands a bit of a chance. It's not 72.
For sure. But pace is a lot faster than expected in this one, and I feel like that is the right clue for Gaming Gladiators, but they just realized it a bit too late to actually try and see if they can play slightly faster up against the XROCK squad before they can even rotate back. The problem is, they're now on the GR side, so it's going to have to be the boys hitting some of these sniper shots, some of these rifle shots as well, but Raffin gets instantly discovered on the A-house position. But here comes Dezane trying to clean up the rest of them. But there comes a flying USP, but Spoxy and Lineclaw with a good answer on the site. Spoxy gonna have to go on the underside, trying to duck his head down in order to delay for that rotation as much as possible. But AD and Grand does have the handle, but Flex has the angle all the way from bridge into top A. But can he get the person crossing, which is gonna be AD?
Ooh,
doesn't see him.
He made the cross. Indeed made the cross. But can AD get the plant down?
If AD checks this.
The question. There's the shot ringing true for Flex.
Good start.
And down to a 2v1. Gran has to come up huge if he wants to clutch this one out, as Gaimin will be making their way in towards middle. Interesting choice here for Gran, not going for the recovery, but rather will use the timer, has a plenty too, to get in towards spawn and see if he can make a rotation throw. Gaimin off guard.
I think
he's going to make a full rotation too, isn't he?
I think he's also trying to check whether or not Flex is still playing the B nest position or the bridge position, because that is spotting out that entire top A side. But Flex in a very good spot, can punish Grand if he does decide to go for the cross.
What?
But instead, Grand spots him crouching in the bottom of tower. So Lineclaw, the only one left alive, does have the power of surprise with him and does surprise Grand at the end. 6-4, a stellar start to a second half for Gaimin.
Had to come down to the wire too. I expect this aggression down towards the B bomb site. A stellar performance by Flex, finding this double through the smoke as well.
Only a 2-point deficit. Oh, look at Raffin. Look at Raffin. Oh, but doesn't get Grand, unfortunately, and he's going to have to back off all the way before he does get flash fully. And he does get away in time. So it's a 3 stack on the A site. Made a 4 stack thanks to the early presence of XROCK, but there is still options for the side of XROCK. They can still kind of foray their way into the B site. But I think for now, they're just going to be playing some delay action.
Definitely playing slow here, and having a 4-man stack down towards A. Gaimin is expecting some sort of push coming their way. Spoxy having a decent angle too. XROCK's response will be throwing the caution to the wind and make the rotation out towards middle. Was able to observe Grand just being able to pull those insane crouch, duck, peek kills on towards one of the side pairs and almost make the round happen until Lineclaw. And with about minute 18 seconds left on the clock, the setups are being thrown over towards A. But Raffin doesn't let these players pass. Quick headshot on towards Sunny and Chao.
That was a guess.
And the damage has been done already. Down 4 players as Grand is the last one remaining. Zane's going to swing out. Hits the shot, and oh boy for XROCK. Gaimin will be slowly but surely catch up to that of XROCK.
Yeah,
6-5.
You can see that slight smile coming in from Dezane. He does know that they're kind of back in the game, but they still do desperately need Spoxy to step up to the plate, considering the guy that is hurting the Gaming Gladiators the most here is AD.
Absolutely. Shifting up the gears as well. Last round was in full A stack, and now this time Gaimin will be changing up the tempo and have 3 players look towards B, and now sending over the Zane back towards A. And XROCK has been manhandled, and now they're going to be playing pretty slow on their blacklist side. Now the pressure really kicks into their shoulders, I feel like.
Lineclaw has been doing God's work in Hotel, honestly. And of course, Mr. Flex, he knows all about them one-way smokes He's going to get AD off of his position in bypass, and this is very, very scary for the side of XROCK especially. If Flex can start hitting his shots on the other side of the map, that means they can stack on that A site and make it a very hard defense. Grand almost gets his head taken off, but is going to back off.
Spoxy almost caught the tip of the head there. And with AD being put down to his shoulders, down to his knees, XROCK has lost a bit of motion coming into this round. We'll be looking for any sort of aggression that Gaimin may put out, but going to be playing quite passive, except Flex just chilling out.
He's going to have to dip.
And he will indeed fall back out.
Ooh, you're going to have to dip, my friend. You're very brave for going for that second one, Mr. Flex.
So close yet so far. And Doe is on the chase, and he will eventually find himself on just outside of B with the smoke being put out as well. C4.
I like that angle.
Will be throwing a setup smoke, but is stepping in towards middle, so the attack towards B might just be a fake here, Sneaky.
Yeah, maybe trying to see if they can kind of bait some of the space here. And actually, they're going to place Doe on that second floor, and they can actually just leave him here this entire time because he can see where Spoxy is sitting, and that is actually a bait the entire time. But Flex and Spoxy, the snipers are now starting to hit. Sunny is spotted, but Spoxy going to choose not to challenge. The C4 is still all the way on the backside of Long. Lion Claw will get Doe. Sunny is going to be caught running all the way back, and there it is,
Not
Spoxy.
gonna miss. He does not miss. And finally, it's good to see a bit of signs of life in Spoxy, as opposed to yesterday. He was pretty quiet, but now he's ringing true, is able to hit the critical shots, crucial shots even, to be able to bring the rounds back to the tie. And just a really good showing from Gaimin Gladiators, where yesterday they were able to capitalize on their rounds on the first half, have a 6-3, have a 5-4, have a 7-2, and then into the second half just not being able to seal the deal and mark it up. But let's see if that rest last night changed much. And speaking of getting changed, much isn't going to be Raffin still continuing to put the damage. Down to 3 versus 2. Sunny comes up and over. It will be taken out. AD will be the last one alive in great effort. Was able to find the drop on towards Spoxy, but still a 1v2. Still yet to plant the C4. Will now slowly make himself on top of the bomb site.
It's not going to commit.
Not a full commit. He might even think about going in towards middle and see if he can find the back road, which, of course, is being watched by Lion Claw.
Flex is looking right at him.
Flex has an angle. AD has to swing, but the shots are not going to ring true. Spotted out. And AD is forced out from mid, and we'll have to back away. But needless to say, we've seen Gaimin lose these rounds in a 2v1. They love the team effort. They love to play together, but having only 2 players, they do leave out a couple angles on the rotation end. We've seen yesterday a player from EVOS, can't quite recall who it was, but was able to find an angle behind both players and was able to spray 2 players down.
I mean, it's probably Elvin if you're talking about behinds, but AD will get the plant. Lion Claw and Flex having no idea that he has rotated in that B side, but he can actually check for spawn just in case. And he might plant for it, actually. If he can plant for spawn, it's not going to be too bad of an attempt.
Could be, but definitely going to be using the sweet time. Has a bit of util to work with as well, but not going to throw it just yet. C4 now planted. And Gaimin more than definitely knows it is planted down towards B, and he's going to book it. He's going to go all the way around towards the hotel.
Oh, it's a tower. It's a tower plant.
It's a tower plant, but I think, Flex has swapped out to a rifle.
Oh my
AD's
God,
going to make a full wraparound towards tower.
He's done it.
He has made it. Let's see if Gaimin can react to this position. This one might be a little tough. They have to clear out every corners, but it's going to be tower. Oh, the pot shot's being thrown. Flex goes down. Lion Claw has an angle, but there's not enough time on the timer. He's going to tap it. AD's not going to hit the shots. Put the wall bang at the last moment. Barely connects.
The 500 IQ plant. That's the first time I've seen someone actually pull out the C4 plant for that tower position. So very high IQ play from the side of XROCK. And I was in disbelief. I was like, hold on. Is he really? Is he really doing this? Hold my horses. In the best of 5 elimination in Eagle Eye. I mean, sometimes you have to. I mean, if you think about it, the rounds are almost cooked. Down to 2v1. Yeah, it might as well as try something if you have the time, if you have the room granted to you to make the rotation. Now, to me, if you ask, had Gaimin just played 1-1 split instead of a 2-man stack towards a single bomb site, would that have made a difference? No. Because realistically, there's no cover for that spot, for that particular plan.
Could have made the life of AD harder by having a player hiding somewhere by the bomb site.
For sure. But man, that's a hard guess in all honesty. I feel like Gaimin didn't know that was a plan. I feel like they didn't know that was a plan realistically. So they really had no idea where the pot shots were coming from. I feel like they were looking at the sky and they were like, huh? Oh, where am I getting shot from? Where am I getting shot?
Not at all indeed, but looks like we are back in the game, 7-6.
GG needs more time on Doyen.
Definitely.
I got that plan from Doyen as well. The Doyen C4 plan, who knew? Oh, but Raffin, we need this. We need Raffin to do something.
Not just Doyen, but Raffin came in clutch.
Let's see. Oh, I saw his leg. Okay, Raffin getting a bit brave. Trying to get some similar action to Mr. Nil on the Stallion side. He does love that position as well. But it is a quiet round for XROCK, just poking and prodding just in case that any of the Gaimin Gladiators members do want to go forward. Problem is that long B position is now being taken by Lineclaw.
So that last round, AD had 4 kills. And dished out 315 damages by himself.
Insane. I think Flex should rotate back to B. I think it's fine to just leave Lineclaw where he is.
I mean, if you're able to find that angle and be able to make a foothold in a deeper position, rotating another player out might not be a bad idea. But XROCK is going to be playing very slow. Already down to the minute here. And are they looking to go towards A? Is it C4 to be picked up by Doe? Setups are being thrown. Spoxy, it's his time to ring true with the support of the Zane and Raffin, of course. And here is the go sign, flashes up and over. Raffin swings, not equalizing too much of a value, will be knocked out. On top of the bomb site, it's going to be the Zane to find one before falling, and Spoxy with 8 HP has to book it. And he does get one.
Good shot.
The flank from AD, though, we will find a double kill. Down to the ends of Lineclaw. A 1v3 and a Dream. Too many angles to cover. The C4 has now been planted as well. The flank from AD might have sealed the fate here for Gaimin, at least for this round.
Yeah, and Flex had a TRG in his pocket as well.
There's the timeout.
That's going to be a timeout for Gaimin. Loons have it, they call it. Oh, gonna have to. Honestly, I was very, very worried about that that A-side defense coming in from Gaimin Gladiators, considering that, you know, it was a really good hold by Spoxy. You know, Zane was doing a very nice job of just trying not to die and even getting a kill in return. Problem is that mid position was wide open thanks to Flex and Lineclaw kind of playing a forward position in Hotel and in Bypass. So I was saying, right, that Lineclaw is already in a fine position to be playing that far forward in B site, and Flex should have went all the way back in B to try and see if he can dissuade this XROCK squad from going into spawn and getting that flank up against Flex and Spoxy, of course.
Could have been a very doable round. Now to come to think about it, until AD throws the punch.
Yeah.
Right at the jaw.
They saw the very slight sliver where the defense is a bit weaker.
Spoxy even found the kill with 8 HP by the side of the staircase. He wants the anchor holding it down, not letting the C4 to be planted, and
AD just being able to maneuver on the map like that isn't quite going to cut it for Gaimin. 8-6. Desperation really building in there. Specifically that Eagle Eye 2.0 is Gaimin's map pick.
Gaimin's going to have to create in this game, create some opportunities for themselves, because if they do not want XROCK to have all this momentum going into map number 2, they're going to have to deny them some early opportunities here. But XROCK, fully knowing that Gaimin Gladiators might go aggressive, they're just going to go for a very passive default, with the exception of Sunny having to be careful about Raffin's presence. One of the few members on the side of Gaimin who is on that positive KD. Zane on AK.
All right, Raffin now posted out towards long, sees the angles. Another frag coming through, and Zane will be knocked out as well. Spoxy on top of bomb site, good for 2. The equalizer delivers 3-3. And AD already seeing on 20 kills, by the way, will be knocked out. So Spoxy finally comes a bit alive. Sunny being contested. It's going to be Flex from the side to take him down. It's Grand versus 3.
They got to play respectfully here.
He's going to jump up. Ooh. Gets the flick. Not entirely sure if that was Lion Claw missing or Grand just better in the shot. But Gaimin does have the coverage of the C4. Has control, majority of control towards the blacklist spawn. And Grand has to make a world of a rotation to make this one possible.
And XROCK still do have a shot in this round for sure, after a shot like that coming in from Grand. But if I am Gaimin here, I would be sticking together with my team. Spoxy most likely has spotted Grand here.
I mean, in all honesty, Gaimin doesn't have to try something funky. Just play trade, hold C4, and play time. They have to respect this, and
they got both USBs out.
They are surely respecting a lot of XROCK right now, having double coverage. The timing.
Mr.
Grand has 24 seconds to find both kills. And the round ticking down, making the rotation. That's Flex with the pistol, finding the head, flying in the sky. And once again, Gaimin inching closer for the tie here, but not a lot of room left here. It's 8-7, just about 2 rounds for the map to be sealed by XROCK.
AD kind of having a pop-off game as well as Chow, but
20 kills in 15 rounds. Just absolute insanity, we say. Lion Claw going out aggressive.
Careful.
The smoke allowed him to jump down from the staircase without losing his head. And similar progression of macro here for XROCK. Once again, coming into round number 16.
Bit more of a quiet round for XROCK once again. Now we do see Raffin not playing that forward position. Still the exact same default that we did see from that last round, but
imagine AD just walks in through middle once again.
I think he can.
Breaks havoc.
Gonna have to smoke though.
We'll see. Minute half on the clock, and XROCK not dictating their move just yet.
More of a stack on A long. XROCK not pulling the trigger yet. I think they're still going to try to investigate whether or not there is a forward player in this B position. Chow going to take this spawn route instead. I think they're going to try to cause a distraction, at least for the B players. Going to delay that rotation.
Indeed, but here's XROCK walking past, sees Spoxy. Those swings out, is taken out, and all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. But for the side of XROCK, they will drop 2 players, and here's the Nace stack over towards long. Not going to find much of value. Raffin is still standing on one finger. Lion Claw with a huge flank, gets both kills. No, just a single one. How does 80 hit those shots? Spoxy on top of bomb site will be good for 1. Pistols out, reps the deal. And we are once again tied.
to 8-8.
There we go. That's more like it for the side of Gaming Gladiators. That's the entire reason why they have placed those two players on that long position that deep. The instant reaction to the A execute is what they needed, and Gaming Gladiators to pass 2 rounds have been what they needed in this game to come back. If they can get these next 2 as well, that would be a great start to the game. At Lion Claw, a known entity in the hotel position, so they're going to call the rest of XROCK to try and maybe play a nade lineup for his spot here.
AD surely saw the tip of the shoulder there, didn't he?
For sure. Do you have lineups for this?
I'm not sure, but they are going to be looking to clear out towards the middle. 2 players going in deep. Raffin's instantly knocked out. The Zane has to respond, but he's going to get taken down as well. Spoxy holding the bomb site down by himself. Chow swinging pistols. Flashes nades. Not going to matter as it's going to be AD to take him out. Bomb site is taken. Line Claw, last one alive.
He's known.
Desolated he is. Finds one. Needs to go through 3 more players. The C4 is now planted. The M14 EVR good for wallbangs, but just too many players in front of his crosshair. And XROCK will find them at point.
Yeah, and that all started because Lion Claw got spotted in that hotel position. So XROCK knew that they would go for the exact same default as they did in that last round, and we all know what the weakness is, which is that mid spot. And XROCK now starting to play some contact crossfire here. No, not much nades actually being thrown. So Raffin and Zane getting caught off guard on that A site time and time again.
I mean, they got a freebie to walk into the bomb site as Spoxy wasn't looking their way. But Raffin could come huge, waiting on the other side of mid. We've seen this guy not miss his shots. It's going to be Doe swinging out. First hat taken off. Second kill goes as well. The Zane comes in for the support. And aren't we looking at an overtime cooking up in the pot here? Snaky Gran is the last one alive in a 1v4. C4, of course, down in no man's land. And Gran is trying. Gets the flick. He'll start from somewhere. Flex will be tapped out. 1v2, seemingly more doable than a 1v3 though.
Yeah, Gran's dead. There it is, overtime. Gaming Gladiators bringing it back despite a bit of an accident in the 8-8 scoreline. He's going to try to end it in overtime, so GG buying themselves a bit of time, and this might be the time that they need to come back into this game. And that mid position exposed time and time again for the side of Gaimin especially. So it is really, really good reads in all honesty for the side of XROCK. It's just that they cannot get the kills in time from time to time. But when they do, they get that instant takeover on the site. And Lion Claw is stuck trying to go for a 1 versus 3. So it is going to be a technical pause right before overtime here.
Now that we take this one to overtime, Gaimin really putting up a good fight. Even despite being an underdog here, I feel like there's a good chance here for Gaimin to at least take their own map picks into their own hands. And if that is possible, don't we have a possible 3-2 here like I predict here, Sneaky?
Could be. Might just be.
Might just be indeed.
Possibilities are endless in this game, considering it is quite a close back and forth. #1 seed from Yumena fighting off the #2 seed from China super well in this Eagle Eye. But there is those spots where XROCK does recognize early that Gaming Gladiators is going to have that very weak mid defense.
Mid difference? Mid difference. Anyways, technical pause underway. Should be sorted out pretty soon, pretty quickly. And now that Gaimin was able to catch up to XROCK, and just comes to show that XROCK now is in the position of not being able to clean out the rounds in a swift manner than XROCK. Almost suffering here. Spoxy at an angle. Barely missed the shot by an inch. To the leg on one of the XROCK players.
Bit more of a focus on the B side this time for Gaimin.
All Gaimin needs is a single round for the first half. Realistically speaking, given this map is a bit more global risk-sided. Chao's going to go out aggressive. Gran has an angle, not going to hit the shots, and Chao gets traded out quickly. And this instantly rings the bell for XROCK to make their rotations over towards B. But Gaimin's going to play with composure and play quite slow, despite having Lion Claw on the C4, on the forward position. I don't know if I like this all too much for XROCK.
Still, bit of a delay from the side of Gaming Gladiators. There is a confirmation that it is not going to be an A-take. I think they're very confident that the AD can defend it by himself, but Spoxy looking for the opening. Shoulder gets spotted. Flex cannot get the cover in time. Zane cannot get the trade, unfortunately, for his captain. So it is going to be on Lion Claw to try and get this 1 versus 3 instant rotation here from AD. And going to have to be careful. AD is going to be peeking around the corner very, very soon. So Lion Claw is going to have to play a bit of timing here.
I'm not entirely sure if delaying that much time was worth it. XROCK's going to find the first one in the overtime, thanks to the swings provided by the players. On the side of XROCK, being able to find a double kill with the spray down and continue to trade in beneficial ways.
Let us see. Gaming Gladiators. They kind of just got stumped as soon as Spoxy did miss that first shot on the opening. But XROCK immediately, as far back on A as possible. They do not want to get hit by these initial nades, man. They're going to stay healthy.
Stay healthy indeed. Five v 5 still. Gaimin once again playing a little bit slow here. It's gonna be Gran with a quick shot. Down on towards Raffin too to make things worse. And out of desperation, the players are gonna start running in towards the bomb site. Spoxy did find one in the process, make that another kill for Dezane. 2 or 3 on 3, but Doe's on the swing. Spoxy is taken out. On top of the bomb site, will be the C4 Flex. Has to hold it. By the time for the team.
Yeah, and here comes the help too. I mean, Doe was the A anchor, and here comes the rest of the squad. Gran again with another sniper shot right to the chest of Flex.
And Dezane has nowhere else to go here.
Yeah, he's going to have to do something weird if he does want to go for anything. Xiao spotted in the long side. Doe is going to go for the peek as well, but not in that way, my friend. You don't want to get lined up, and he will get it. Gran, unfortunately, we are not in the AWM meta anymore, so that TRG will shred right through that wooden box. 11-9, XROCK. Seems like they want to grab this Eagle Eye for themselves.
The wall bangs are going to ring true. Thought that was going to be possible. Up until Gran. Last round remaining on this half for the overtime. And for Gaimin, they've come this far not to lose out. And they are going to be testing down towards middle once again. All 5 strong this time. Not a split. Will be a full run through if it ever does happen.
Here comes the smokes, here comes the nades. Gran got to hit the CQC shots, but hey, Gaimin kind of giving XROCK a taste of their own medicine, but still, XROCK is kind of fighting their way out of a very bad spot. Spoxy, the only one left alive, couldn't even spot a glimpse of the top A player. Spoxy just going to fall to Chao. 12-9. I mean, it's a good idea by Gaming Gladiators. XROCK was playing as far back as they can in A and B, but Grand is hitting some insane sniper shots in this Eagle Eye map. 24 and 12 in this game. 24 and 12. It's just the numbers are popping off, and now Gaimin has to find all 3 rounds for a chance of a golden round to be started on the Global Risk. But XROCK definitely a caliber of a team themselves to be able to break the defense. What is the game plan here for XROCK? What is the next movement they have devised? AD, he's going to get aggressive. Now he's getting contested by too many players. The Zane will be able to find the cover in time. Will be the Zane to take down AD as well. So Gaimin is keeping up a fight for sure, but they don't have any more rounds left in them to lose. They have to win out from here on. It's tough.
Really is.
But Gaimin does have a shot. He's closing out this round. Just going to have to make sure that no one hits a shot like that. Xiao, how the heck did you do that? Apparently, it's not just AD and Grand that can snipe in this team. And Xiao starting to hit some dangerous flicks, but not that time.
Made it pretty close, too, if you think about it.
XROCK is dangerous, man. They got 3 high-level snipers on that team, and Xiao is included in that conversation. Just like that, they make it even.
Another shot being thrown across the board. Fortunately for Gaimin, nobody was behind the boxes. And half a minute being reached here on the timer, and Doe's gonna be sending it on foot. Boots on the ground. It's gonna be Raffin to respond to this. Gets one for sure. Down to use a Lion Claw to buy the time. Gets a kill. Chow's the last one alive, but the wall bangs are gonna just demolish Lion Claw twice in a row. Flex versus Chow. Has to cross the C4 onto the bomb site. Pistols out. He has spotted the arm, and there's the quick scope and quick shot, and XROCK takes Eagle Eye away from the hands of Gaimin. And there you have it. Gaimin Gladiators versus XROCK. The map of Eagle Eye, of course, it will be the first map picked by Gaimin Gladiators. Best out of 5 will be taken away by XROCK. And a 13-9 was a cruel battle. It was just blood and tooth just flying across the board. But at the end of the day, it's XROCK to find it after a swift overtime, 4 rounds in a row to close this one out.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, honestly. I mean, very good performances from Raffin and Zane and Spoxy, but unfortunately, they could not go up against this man, which was AD. Once again, another day where he hits hard shots on that TRG. And it seems like he's not going to stop anytime soon going into this tournament. And it really feels like the gap between these two teams is growing slowly, considering that XROCK played, it wasn't really, I wouldn't say like clean Eagle Eye. I mean, the pace was very fast coming in from them. It was more like they kind of just outshot this Gaming Gladiator squad. I mean, Gaming Gladiators, they had some good strategies going into this one. Mid control was okay. I mean, B long control was really good. A long control was really good. Problem was, you know, just like how I said, everybody on XROCK is hitting the nuttiest shots that you can think of.
Yeah, towards the overtime as well, just outside of A, hitting the shots in towards the bomb site. Ones that weren't supposed to land, but these guys just somehow make it work. And Lion Claw, unfortunately, was down twice in a row through a wallbang to the boxes. Like, the meta has switched definitely over towards the TRG, as the guns do shred through the boxes, through the walls for sure. But Eagle Eye wrapped up 13-9. XROCK takes it, and we are looking to get into Black Widow, which is going to be XROCK's map pick. This will be the second map in this best out of 5. Now that we have a Black Widow, which is a more proficient map for the side of XROCK, what is your expectation that Gaimin Gladiators are now playing on a side that does dictate the round scores a bit more towards them?
I mean, it's going to be very tough for Gaming Gladiators, especially considering that Black Widow is the type of map where it does really reward kind of a puppy playstyle, you know, especially what we saw from here from AD and Gran. You know, Gran kind of just peeking around the corner the entire time. I mean, AD literally picked up a TRG from the dead body of Flex and just sniped the rest of the A-side players down. And at the same time, they have 3 high-efficiency, high-skilled snipers on the side of XROCK. So it's not just Gran, it's not just AD, but you also have to worry about Xiao. So there's a lot at stake for map number 2, considering XROCK now has all the momentum, and obviously Flex did say in that lower thirds that they did say that they have to stop that momentum early, and unfortunately for Gaimin, they didn't. So XROCK is going to go into this Black Widow map with a lot more confidence, and yeah, Gaimin is going to have to find a way to kind of douse that fire early.
Yeah, I mean, just what strengthens your argument there is that the fact that players like Sunny, players like AD can now really go out aggressive and play the risky playstyle now that they have a map score under their belt. For Gaimin down a map, having to go into the second map, which is their opponent's pick, which you haven't played more often than not than your opponent. It does put you between a rock and a hard place to be sitting at an 0-2, unless they do take it back to their own hands, kind of switching fists and, you know, being able to swap map scores and make it to a 1-1. Then we're talking something else, but right now it does look XROCK is leading out, and in a pretty proficient and swift manner too.
Yeah, XROCK, obviously, I mean, every single player is really doing what they need to do. I think Doe has done a really good job of kind of just anchoring that A site at the same time, kind of just playing life that entire time, waiting for the backup, considering Eagle Eye, especially when you do have that B long position, you can just rotate quicker going into that backside. And at the same time, Sunny didn't really have to perform that well in that map, considering, you know, the rest of his team is literally kind of netting all of his kills for him. So I think we are going to see more of Sunny going into map number 2, and especially the Riflers are going to have a lot more of a responsibility, especially when they try to help Spoxy get this long terrace position. And if they can, then it could be a possibility that Gaimin can get something back in this map too. Problem is, once again, can they hit the shots? That's literally the only thing stopping Gaming Gladiators from winning some of these rounds is, can they hit the shots against Gran, can they hit the shots against AD, and can they hit the shots up against Xiao? So if they can, then that's going to be good news. Maybe we will see it like a map 4, or maybe even a map 5.
I mean, as much as we brush up the effort of teamwork and being able to play as a team, play as a whole, it always just comes down to the factor of the individual mechanics and being able to hit the shots that are required, like you said, Sneaky. And right now, Gaimin are missing out on some of those rounds that they could have been capitalized on top of and eventually costed them the first map. And now as we are moving into Black Widow and then into New Compound, then into Ankara, as we are not done, Subbase will be the decider. The remainder of the maps in the series are the ones where players have to hold their positions, win the aim duels that are going to be brought into their faces. And if they're not able to do so, then they give up the positions and sew up the map as well. So definitely a lot being asked here on top of being able to play as a team.
Yeah, a lot to do here for Gaimin, man. I mean, Spoxy especially, he was kind of MIA at the start of this Eagle Eye map, especially that first half didn't actually bode too well for him, considering he was kind of the opener once again for his team. Obviously, could not find Grand in time, could not find AD in time, and he gets caught time and time again. And even though Raffin is going to save this team from certain doom with some of these clutches, you know, some of the openings that Zane and Flex does provide, you know, they still need their star sniper at the end of the day. And if Spoxy cannot show up in this series, then it's just going to get more difficult for Gaming Gladiators here, man.
Absolutely. Even for the first map to come to overtime, I think definitely there was a lot of weight being lifted by Spoxy, who was, of course, a little bit quiet coming into this tournament. Lion Claw came in a bit better formation. The Zane as well was able to frag out. Now, the question really lies on can Flex, the leader of the squad, start lifting the weight. Sure, as an IGL, it is a hard task. It's a tough task as an IGL to both call and frag at the same time, but look what's happening on the side of XROCK. The IGL is doing the exact same thing, which is seemingly possible. Even for top teams like Team Liquid or Qadsiah, the IGLs do fall behind in a bit and cut off a little bit of slack because they have to talk about the tactics, they have to memorize everything, they have to now see what the enemies are doing and put that under the calculation. Change the up the equation, we say. So a lot of tasks up on the board for the in-game leaders coming to this tournament.
Yeah, but at the same time, you have to remember that Xiao is also the IGL of the XROCK squad, so he's doing all that instead of hitting the shot. So yeah, it's going to have to be Flex stepping up to the plate as well. I mean, Flex was hitting some very nice shots on the sniper, considering, you know, he did start the game on 0-5. But, you know, some of the other shots, you know, stopping Gran from going too far forward and stopping AD from some of his spots as well as that sniper. Problem is, I feel like Gaimin really does give up a lot of the map, especially when it comes to that mid control, right? To try and risk an overstack on the A side or an overstack on the B side. But once there was this one round where Gran immediately spotted Lion Claw going forward in that hotel position, and they immediately recognized that, oh, there's going to be 2 players there. That means there's going to be 2 players there. We're just going to run mid and take over this B side. So that's just an easy read coming in from XROCK.
And on top of that, what I really feel like could have been fixed up on the side of Gaimin is their late game. Let's say they have down the C4 in their vision. It's down to a 2-on-2-on-1. There's a last player remaining on the opponents, and you have 2. And twice in a row, they got clutched by the single player, and they did lose those 2 rounds. So let's see if that is going to be the same case. That does happen quite often in Black Widow clutches due to the wonky angles that the map provides, but it looks like we are just about getting ready to hop into map number 2. Black Widow, quick reminder, it was XROCK to take Eagle Eye 2.0 into their hands as we are looking at a 1-0 scoreline for the series. I feel like this is their last resort.
I feel like it did have a point with the late game, in all honesty. I feel like Gaming Gladiators were playing a bit too reckless, considering, you know, the enemy team is hitting the nuttiest shots of their life. So they're going to have to keep their hands within the ride if they do want to...
it's the mental pressure, right?
It's the mental pressure, man. Mental pressure to be the first guy to hit the shot. Mental pressure to be the guy to make the play happen. But the play is to just sit within the site and, you know, be patient as much as possible.
Be patient as much as possible, like you say, Sneaky. That is the virtue. Patience comes and pays off dividends. And for now, Black Widow is one of those maps where even if you do stay patient, the fight will be brought up to you by your opponents. So let's see if that is going to be the case here. If Gaimin loses Black Widow, gonna be 2-0 heading into new compound. And given the landscape of the veto here, what's your expectation for new compound?
They're going to have to hope that they did play the best new compound of their lives, because honestly, XROCK, the way that they're playing the game, the pace that they're playing the game at, they're going to try to see if they can get that early mid control, going to try to see if they can get that early B pillars control, but it is possible. It is very, very possible for Gaming Gladiators to get this map 3. Once again, it's going to be on the back of their snipers, so going to have to start hitting, especially when it comes to Black Widow, man. Stage, long A, lots of spots where the sniper can flourish, maybe even in that B Waters position to try and help that A short defense. So, lot rides on line, whoever holds and wields the TRG.
Frontliners will be questioning a lot of provings to be done. The rifling core as well. And thus far, on the side of Gaimin, there are definite answers, but for the side of XROCK, the riflers were falling behind just a little bit. And it really was the snipers in the secondary to do the work. AD pulling out 24 kills out of nowhere. So was Gran hitting some naughty shots.
I mean, you can't really avoid it, in all honesty.
Yeah.
If Gran and AD starts popping off, you're just going to have to play a bit smarter coming into some of these angles. But it seems like we are going to be starting in Black Widow very, very soon. a map that has been long touted as the premier pub map. But here we go. XROCK leading a map in this series. Gaming Gladiators having to fight back in map number 2.
There you have it. Map number 2 of Black Widow, Gaimin Gladiators versus XROCK for the tournament live. Whoever gets knocked out here will get knocked out from the tournament. Early aggression down towards middle. Lionclaw is going to be able to break through the defense, take the kill on towards AD, who has been doing a ton of damage to them. Lionclaw adds 2 more kills to himself. Will he be able to see an ace happen for the first time tonight?
Could happen. Chow at the same time. Very dangerous man on that HK. Gran is going to make himself known from that window B position, but I think he's going to set up a flash first for his boy Chow so he can get within that site. HE going to delay that C4 plant by just a bit. Still waiting for that flash to go into the site. Flash is going to go through. Chow check in where Lioneclaw is, but is blocked by a smoke. USB is going to come out, and Chow is going to check it. This ain't going to get spotted on site. Hold on, wait a minute, but Spoxy saves them from certain doom. That looked very scary.
Secure round, but somehow these 2 players were able to wreak havoc and almost got all the kills. Had to come down to the wire to 1-on-1. Moving into round number 2. After throwing a flash, Spoxy's gonna find the drop to AD through middle. So the sniper duel will be won by the side of Spoxy. Having infinite KD, 0 deaths so far. 4-man push down towards A long is being devised here for the side of Gaimin. And XROCK will be playing towards the catwalk side of all things. That's going to be Gran on underpass to find the initial crosser, but the smokes are being put out, and let's see if Gran can find the angles. He does fire the shots, not going to connect, and the player on top of catwalk, which was Sunny, is taken out. And Doe's going to get naded.
Still somehow hits the Lioneclaw, though. How did that happen? Raffin on low HP. They should start rolling on forward on the site, but they're so scared of that Grand Sniper. Flex going to have to be careful. The EBR will shred him down. But here it comes. Flex, second shot is going to ring true. Gran now with a 1 versus 4. Slightly doable. He does hit the nuttiest shot on Raffin, but that's the low HP player, and that's info.
Zane almost getting spotted out there on top of Boxer with the pistol, too. The jump shot lands on Gran to wrap the deal, and Black Widow, the blacklist side, is seemingly far more doable for the side of Gaimin, 2-0. Nope. Have a pause coming through real quick.
Bit of a tech pause happening. Gotta make sure the boys are online for this one. Gonna have a bit of benefit on the side of XROCK here. Gonna take a bit of a pause on the momentum that Gaimin has, and I really like this from the side of Gaimin. I like this approach. Attack the site fast, attack those very important points in the map fast in order to catch the XROCK boys off guard.
Catch them off guard indeed, and Gaimin in a better form too. Almost yesterday-esque, we say, being able to find the first half to themselves 2 rounds deep, and was in a clean manner as well. And you can see a bit of pressure has been relieved off the faces of the players of Gaimin being able to find these rounds.
So Gaimin getting the start that they did want in this game. But this tech pause is going to probably put a wrench in their plans for sure. Especially with how the rest of the team has started so far. It has only been Gran and AD getting these kills at the start of the game.
What could possibly be the next set of plans that Gaimin could devise here? And, you know, really put the wrench on the train road that XROCK is riding on. We've already seen a fast mid push. We've seen a slow A take. And maybe, like you say, holding is not a bad idea either, given XROCK is posing for an aggressive action out towards mid, out towards A, out towards B. Punish the players overextending for their missteps and have the man advantage persist from there on.
Yeah, gonna have to be mix up of the pace all over the place. But still, lots of map control can go in towards their side. Still, a lot on the line here for the side of Gaming Gladiators to get this round number 3. Hopefully the tech pause will be resolved soon enough. Both of these teams ready and roaring to start in this game. So Gaming Gladiators, though, great start to this Black Widow map so far, figuring out that mid control going into stage, surprising all of the defenders here. We're just going to take a look at the replay, look at the pacing that we saw from Gaming Gladiators. Lion Claw just moving on forward with the EBR, Do and Xiao. Despite the answer, despite going down to a 1 versus 1, we'll still have quite the hard time closing out that last round, especially that 1 versus 3 clutch looking very, very scary. Possibility for Xiao is endless. But it seems like the vibes are pretty good from the side of Gaming Gladiators here. Loons cracking a smile. Zane has been smirking ever since game 1. So I think we finally got the tech pause figured out. And we are going to jump straight back into Black Widow. 2-0 so far. Gaming Gladiators on the BL side. XROCK on that GR side. Lion Claw's now stuck in that long position. Darius has to be careful. Do not crouch up. That smoke is not fully plumed just yet, so he does avoid the crosshairs of Grand for now. Do placing himself in that B Waters position. And is just going to go for the re-smoke, making his presence known. But AD wants to go for a challenge, but Flex a bit too familiar with these one-ways, not going to let him pass. Good opener for Gaming Gladiators, and just like what I said, they have gone aggressive for the past 2 rounds, so it is time to go a bit passive this time. Aggression isn't always the answer 24/7, so that is going to bait some of the XROCK members to peek on forward. So no long control for XROCK. Neither they do have control of B Waters, but Do wants to be a bit brave with it, but Zane is going to deny that. Sunny around the corner will catch a jumping Zane. Spoxy's going to go down. The spray is still there. Sunny will get 3. Lion Claw down to low HP before he even got that trade, but here comes Xiao with the USB. He's chasing him down. He knows that he is low and he has the C4 as well. Lion Claw is going to have to run as fast as possible in order to not put the C4 in a bad spot, but Lion Claw still peeking in towards Catwalk Peak. Then it takes some pot shots, but just going to run away instead. He needs to place that C4 immediately on that A site. And that he does. Flex might have to peek a bit riskily here, but I like this call coming in from XROCK. Double short position, knowing that Lion Claw is on low HP, but Lion Claw is going to find himself as far back as possible. Flex going to have to go back into window A. Xiao jump checking just in case that anyone is on the climb up box. Flex with the full peek, and Lion Claw is a known entity on that long side. Gonna get shot in the head by Xiao. And 2-1. XROCK finally with an answer in Black Widow. Bit of a hectic round in all honesty. Shots all over the place. B Waters, just pure fist fighting from both sides. They both wanted to enter that B side. Instead was a ring around the rosy back into that A site. XROCK finally get there first despite the great opening from Flex here. But Raffin instantly crawling down into Catwalk B and will not allow XROCK to go too far forward. But Sunny, though, Really good round coming in from him. We've been looking for some performance here for Sunny, and he finally sees himself hitting a highlight play, 397 damage off of 3 kills. So that's what we need from him, especially if you're XROCK.
2-1. XROCK trying to catch up on the global risk. A big mid push being cooked up here by Gaimin. 4 players down middle with the C4 lingering outside of B, but this is a heavy shifting by XROCK over towards mid and B. A is almost on 10 except Gran and AD, who could look towards the cross. Having anticipated this mid push being cooked up. He's up and over, and Spoxy's going to be able to find AD, who was essentially shooting at one of his teammates. And making a full shift over towards A. XROCK will be the ones to kind of pressure down towards middle, it seems. And Gaimin's going to go for the long take.
Oh, but Grando unafraid to just go all the way into mid. I think he's very well aware that Gaimin does like to play together, but Flex spotted on the window side. Flex doing so much of a distraction here. The rest of XROCK is just focused on Flex, and Flex really just haunting the entire team. And he's not allowing anyone to pass by into window A, and that's going to be Gran and Do getting 2 kills instantly. Gran, another one right through the smoke. 2 versus 2.
Down to 2-on-2. Raffin has to get the kills, gets Do, and Gran's the last one alive. Has to hit all the shots.
God.
3rd kill for him. Quick scope, but Spoxy on the other angle. Waiting, gets the kill. 3-1, a definite lead.
Scary, scary round still. Taking a look at round number 3, Sunny with a nutty M14 EBR spray.
Great gun, according to Sneaky. Top 3 on the power rankings, I believe.
Yes, sir. 3rd.
He's stacked down towards long, and Flex is not hurt. No value being found there. What is the game plan here for Gaimin? They were able to secure yet another round. And going to be a yet slow-paced turn of things here once again, but XROCK is going to be playing for the default instead of a heavy shifting towards one of the bomb sites. They're going to have Do planted deep and long as well, so let's wait and see what gets going here.
Do getting a shot in return. Spoxy will get both in that long position. And this is what we're looking for Spoxy, especially now starting to pop off in the game. He's not hitting the nuttiest shots, but he is getting these closers.
And maybe that's all they really needed, if you think about it, for Spoxy to get those kills, because he failed to do so a couple days ago. But now he really is doing it, which is of the importance we say.
But it is still very scary. XROCK, despite being in 3v4, they are going to look for opportunities here, and they do spot Flex trying to cross into that mid-ramp, back into short. Makes it an even 3v3.
Oh, they're going to cross. Chow was looking at the wrong place in the wrong time, and Gran inside of the bump site has to hold it down, has an angle, has been hitting the shots, but
oh my god.
What a flick. This guy's wrist is probably 8 years old. So much pressure on the wrist, you know, all those flicks, but he does hit it indeed, and now Sunny does come for the help in a 1v2 on a dream, but the nades are now flying his way.
Ouch.
Oh, tough. Dezane's going to post for a plan.
Dezane's dead.
Dezane's
10
dead.
seconds. 10
There's
seconds.
not a time. There's not a lot of time.
Sunny is not tap walking at all, so he's just going to jump straight up. He's going to surprise Spoxy here. Spoxy going to have to look on these behind. Oh, but Spoxy has the better angle. Better shot. Headshot could be the difference, but Spoxy with the better angle, just like I said. That's a timeout by XROCK. They're not getting what they want now.
That round could have went way worse, but my God. This Spoxy surviving, being able to hit the shots. So close yet so far, and there it calls
There is timeout getting called.
XROCK kind of losing steam in this game. Honestly, it's not really losing steam, but Flex is just doing a very good job of kind of just distracting the rest of XROCK to kind of just look at him as the rest of the squad is going to file on in.
True.
And I like the adjustment here for the side of Gaimin. They're starting to respect the snipers on the side of XROCK. It's not the same recklessness that we saw earlier, so...
Here's the issue right now, trying to get some rounds back out of desperation. And it's not because XROCK is posting for a bad defense, it's more of Gaimin has found a way, found the key to success in the offense. Let's see if this timeout helps XROCK in any way. Now the pressure really building in for these players, aren't they?
For sure.
We're back with the replay. So close yet so far.
Brando will get Line Claw out of commission immediately. Spoxy though, watching that window B position just in case. Can take someone's head off, but the Zane is already in that mid position. Nades are going to come in, but the rest of the XROCK squad is just going to file on in. Raffin having to hit a whole lot of headshots here, but spotted by Grant instead. There's like an Overseer right behind him on that window B. Even if they miss, the sniper will hit. And Flex with the flank. Miles away from his teammates, but will get Grant. That's the biggest threat in this entire server so far. So it is going to be AD and Doe. But the C4, look at where it's at, man. Right out in the open.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Flex to do, but he has enough time. He has minute 30, and we've seen on the side of players of XROCK to win these kind of 1v2, but the map being Black Widow does make it a little bit tougher since there are more boxes and more corners to cover. And Doe and AD are going to decide to hold towards container together. AD just not going to miss these. Round secured by XROCK, 4-2.
Four and 2 so far in this game. AD hasn't been as explosive as it was before. But let's see. Nate's gonna go through Chow, low HP. I like that Flex is now starting to get a bit more aggressive on the other side of the map, but Spoxy's gonna look for his own opportunity. His gun is gonna get hurt, though. Spotted right then and there. Spoxy starting to ramp up in this game. 10 and 2 for the best sniper in Umena.
Best sniper indeed. And now on Black Widow, Spoxy does come alive, and in a rude awakening to 10 kills already for him, isn't he? Shifting the gear back towards B. Cooking up a 4-man push. Sunny's thinking about swinging out. Sees Flex dishes out a bit of damage, but will have to fall back out. And the rotation over from the side of XROCK as well. And what's the real scary part is that Gaimin can always rotate back out. AD did see Spoxy running down towards middle, and that's a good pickoff to begin the round off in some way, somehow.
Oh no, Chow's picked up the sniper here. Flex and Raffin already down in their position. The Zane, Lion Claw, stuck in House B. They finally get Chow out of his position, but this entire time, Grant can just start jumping in that metal box position. He can provide a distraction for his team, but AD from the behind will hear Lion Claw, will hear the Zane. The Zane doesn't get his head taken off, but the USB will. Lion Claw tagged down to low HP. And Sunny around the corner will hear Lion Claw and XROCK. Not really pretty in terms of macro, but somehow, some way, Chow just hits the nuttiest 2 shots with his DRG, and AD does get Spoxy out of commission as well.
Wasn't Grand, wasn't Sunny, wasn't AD, but it's now Chow's turn to just wreak havoc for Gaimin Gladiators, taking the kills in flying colors as well. One of the hardest shots to hit if you think about it. Still does it.
And there's yet another round for XROCK. Very close from tying this one back up, 4-3. Just one more. And with the tension really building, Gaimin playing even slower than the last round.
Gonna have to. Seems like XROCK is starting to take points in this map, just like short, just like long A.
Oh, Chow deep in water. He's not spotted yet, but this corner surely he's gonna get checked by Line Claw, and down he goes. And the from AD. That's the equalizer from downtown.
Maybe that's why Chow was actually standing in that exact spot. AD had the lineup ready and roaring to go.
To be fair, not a bad trade by Gaimin as a blacklist.
Yeah, Raffin somehow got Sunny. So there is a mid-skirmish going on. So Gaimin Gladiators kind of making the map as chaotic as possible. Trying to catch some of these rotations here.
Never let them your next move.
For sure.
For sure indeed. Shifting the gears back towards A, the C4 followed up by Spoxy will be looking in towards long. Grand scheme was pushing out, no pun intended, towards Catwalk. Tried to go for the pot shot, not gonna hit. But his position being revealed, Flex is gonna be able to find the tip of the head there. And XROCK is now shaking. Just 2 players only in the 2v4. The C4 fully making the rotation over towards A. AD might have an angle. On the cross.
You have to respect it. Spoxy has to hit it.
But the smoke will allow for the cross. 25 seconds on the timer.
Oh, look at Flex.
He's going deep in middle. Deep in spawn. Gets the drop onto AD. May have even seen Doe. Not. Didn't. And surely sees Doe now. And Doe has a lot of task up ahead if he wants to win the round.
Yeah. I like how Flex is playing this as soon as the C4 plant is down, just pushing the line forward as much as possible, trying to get info for his team. Very good unselfish play from the leader. So we're going to have to see more than that for Gaimin Gladiators. Seems like the Black Widow pick is actually working out in their favor instead of XROCK, but we have yet to see what the Blacklist side does look like for the Chinese team.
XROCK is looking for a 5-4 half desperately. If Gaimin can find this last one, I think they are sitting in a very comfortable backseat for dictating the results of the second map. But until then, the round's still yet to be played, as both teams are playing on the passive angle. Playing slow. Playing very slow. Even slower than the past couple of rounds, which was also very slow.
For sure.
So this is the game of time. Game of snail. But whoever loses their patience first will lose their hat. We've seen Grand lose it too. And now Doe is playing the same game. Fortunately for him, he wasn't able to back out towards the bomb site without losing much of a hit point.
Yeah, direct result of not having that long position. You're going to have to clear that short spot super early. But Spoxy going to get spotted by AD. Good climb up with the TRG. Raffin's going to go down as well, though. That is 2 very important picks for his side. AD will get the Zane, and single-handedly he has stopped this A-side push right by himself.
This man doesn't stop. Got 3 kills. Almost made that 4 too. And now Flex trying to get into the backside. Trying to spot it out.
Just stay in there.
Flex has to hold it. Find a room for the rotation, but look at the positioning from all these players. Not gonna work. And Lion Claw, last one alive, will be spotted out by Doe as well. Already, the damage has been done.
Gonna chase him.
The chase is on. Caldwell takes it to the show. The chase is on the C4 to be spotted out any moment soon as they step up to the plate. Get the kill, get the round, as we are looking at a 5-4 half. And like you said, Sneaky, now it's XROCK's turn to bring the damage as they are going to be starting on the Blacklist side.
Yeah, but fortunately for Gaimin Gladiators, they will be able to play this defense instead. Hasn't been too much in the way of clutches in this game. It has been 1v1s a lot. So it has been evened ups for both sides. XROCK with a 5% lead in terms of the AI prediction that Cfesports can make a difference here. Seems like is going to miss the shot on Doe and immediately going to back off. I like this default from the side of Gaimin. Get that long A position. Try to check in short if they can get anything going, but it is actually a B-side take instead. However, the B take is getting somewhat handled by Gaimin. Raffin being able to hold onto his life with the support of players, but AD just continues to break it for Spoxy. Oh, look at the Zane. He is going out wild. Grand spotted out. Chow's going to peek him. Oh. Down goes the Zane, and that's just something you just don't want to see, but Flexible will get involved as well. Pistols out. AD will be holding the specific angle. Now Raffin's on the rotation, but the C4 has been planted as we move into the post plant. And a 2v2. AD may swing, get the draw with the flex, and Raffin in a world of trouble. Has to go through a crossfire setup that XROCK is posting for, with the C4 being planted as well. They're both on USBs. They know Raffin's low. And AD is in windows as well to make things worse. I think this round is XROCK's. Yup. I like that from XROCK though, playing it safe. They know how good Raffin could be if you kind of peek him out in the open. So I like that respect from the Chinese team here, knowing that Raffin can take both of their heads off in an instant. It's 2 clean clicks, right? If you think about it. That HK. That HK indeed, but we are tied to a 5-on-5. What is their next plan? XROCK. They're giving Gaimin their own taste of a medicine of having the slow play being built in there as well. Well known for playing fast, but the slow play as well too. Paying off dividends for XROCK. Catwalk B occupied by XROCK in this game. Hasn't been too much of a fight going into long A. Instead, Grand is looking for an opportunity in short. And they're just going to hold for now. Maybe going to start throwing some of these flashes and nades to try and rotate, or try and bait some of these rotations as AD is watching that spawn side. Instead, Raffin is just going to peek in. Actually peeks Chow before the flash explodes, so that is good aggression from the side of Gaimin. But here comes that mid position. Flex, is he going to see this? Lion Claw will get the tap on Doe, but AD will get the return. Flex, with the help of Lion Claw, with the help of Spoxy, is going to get that mid defense down. Really good bear trap from the side of Gaming Gladiators. This is what I was talking about. Gaimin, they need to play a lot smarter in this game, and that they do. Gaimin Gladiators not going down without a fight. They are desperate to at least get a map point back into their own hands. Finds their number 6. AD whips the shot, and Spoxy instantly drops him, and this might be the round. Gaimin might just be able to lead out. They were also able to clear out Gran as well, who was coming deep in towards B. They were able to clear Waters out as well. So this round, the map control is more than surely given towards the side of Gaimin, minus the factor of the man count. For sure. Chow's going to switch to the sniper, though. So granted, you've killed the Gran and AD, but you still have to deal with Chow. So they're going to spread out once again. Gaming Gladiators taking as much map control as possible here. They're just going to sit and wait for any of the Gaming Gladiators boys to actually overextend for this one. I mean, how many times here, Sneaky, did we see XROCK come back from 3-man down, 4-man down, even 2-man down? But surely this round isn't one of those, isn't it? As Gaimin has found all the positions to hold. The anchors are taken. Surely. Surely. And we are max caster cursing at this point, I feel like. But man, surely. I mean, no one's rolling forward, so I don't think anyone from Gaimin is going to overextend here, fully knowing that Chow still exists on the other side of the server. True. But now they're going to step in towards water. Doe with a good clear, gets one. Flex with the pistols will do a bunch of damage towards Sunny. And got spotted. Ooh, but the nades are raining down. Sunny is cleared off, and the C4 is down to a 1 versus 3. And to make things worse for him, there are a couple of frag nades left on the hands of Gaimin.
Got the C4, made the cross, but there's not a lot of time. 20 seconds has to get planted. Spoxy is coming in from windows. Oh no, it's going to be Chow swinging out. They have seen the angles, but just too many players present in front of him. And there is yet another round by Gaimin, and the hope is still there.
There it is, 7 and 5, 2 good rounds in a row and 2 good pickoffs at the start of this one. Gran and AD out of commission at the start of it. But they're not going to get the same opportunities as they did going into this round. XROCK just going for a full-on rush, going in towards Walters. Raffin catching Chow off guard. Thanks to that catwalk B push from that mid-ramps. And Gaming Gladiators, good timing at the start of the round, immediately backing off, leaving Raffin in B Walters. So that's a good defense for them. No long A presence, though.
Absolute methodical play. If they're pushing out B, they're going to leave A long open. If they're pushing out A, they will leave Waters open. And it does leave XROCK a bit baffled and questioned as where is the defensive aggression, as weird as it sounds, comes out from the side of Gaimin. AD having a game for himself as well, 13 kills in 13 rounds, so essentially a kill per round for him. Still looking down towards long. Very slow-paced rounds here, and Gaimin is really just burning the blood here for XROCK. No actions being made except AD trying to clear out towards A long. Spoxy versus AD, and over towards B. It's got to be Raffin versus Doe, but Doe gets taken down. Sunny swings, gets the refrag. However, there's more players present in B, which is going to be Flex with the sniper. Gets the quick shot down and done. Pistols out, and second kill for him. Gaimin is now getting vocal and also at a very good shot at closing the map out 8-5.
There we go. Flex now starting to ramp up in this game. Kind of picking up the slack for the rest of the team. It's been the leaders leading the charge for the playoffs so far. Flex 13-9 on the sniper. Hasn't been the best start to the series, but he can make all the difference. Spoxy going down immediately. Sunny with that immediate mid approach. Lion Claw spotted in the thin part of the smoke. Flex with the sniper turns around in time. AD will communicate his position back into Gran, and that's going to be AD getting another one. So Gaming Gladiators maybe getting a bit too excited in this game. The Zane is spotted, and he's not even going to go through Sunny. 6 and 8, and that is a timeout.
XROCK is going to be able to put out a fight of their own as well, knowing this caliber of this team. So once again, another back and forth-esque rounds here. Not a single map, I feel like, will be lopsided. Give or take, the series are expected to go down the line of 3-1 or 3-2. Going to be Gaimin calling the timeout here as well. And the coach from XROCK letting the players talk, letting them discuss about what's going on. Nothing really to be changed if they're able to pick up the rounds here, aren't they? And right now for Gaimin, what do they need in the hands, in the backpack, to close out the map? Just 2 more rounds to do so, and it's just that early aggression last round from Spoxy getting punished, and then the players out in catwalk getting punished. Flex tried to hold it, but he turned towards the bomb site, gets knocked out, which doesn't necessarily matter. And that last round was very smooth by XROCK, but on the other side, that also means Gaimin has fallen apart for that round. From having a very stable hold to getting shattered by a single hammering done by XROCK.
If I'm XROCK here, I'm going to need more of that from Sunny especially. And if they can get more of that, more openings from their attackers, That's going to be good news. Spoxy, the timing
he got stuck!
is worse. He got a bit stuck on that mid position. Zane still somehow getting Sunny Flex. Will get Xiao, and the absolute mid-crunch not working out in XROCK's favor. AD, the only one left alive, and they're going to have to play this respectfully, despite this being a 1 versus 4. But it is very closable.
I mean, we thought Spoxy was dead in his own right, getting stuck by the ledges there, but somehow the teammates coming in for the save, coming in for the clutch, got all the kills. The C4 is down deep in middle as well, and AD, the tough life, he is up ahead. Having to go through 1v4. He's flexed the pot shot. The flakes are going to ring true. There's 1 out of 4. He needs to find 3 more. We've seen him pull off an ace. And this round could be one of those that he clutches coming huge for the team. He's a C4, but just too many players for him to get across.
He's aware of Lion Claw here.
Yeah, I mean, smoke isn't going to dilute the vision all that much. Just too many angles there. The shot's not ringing true. And there is the round number 9. For Gaimin, the chances are very, very high. And if you pull up the AI predictions now, it's going to be something like 80 to 20.
For sure. But still, I think if I'm Loons here, I'm going to remind them in freeze time, hey, going to need to chill out a bit. Granted, it is 9 and 6. So I have to play a bit respectfully here.
They're going to leave A fully unattended and push out towards Waters. Though has hit the shots. Raffin.
Yo, who flashed?
He's blind from the flashes and has to fall back. And that does delay the push from Gaimin. And allows for XROCK to retreat.
Ooh. Brave from Flex to try and go for that one.
Don't make the cross too without dying.
22 HP, 5 and 13. I think those going to be the entry here. Hasn't been too much shots that he's been hitting, though. He's going to go down. Spoxy will get it as well. Flex on his flow state. Chow around the corner will get the one tap onto Zane, but Spoxy once again starting to make his presence known on the site, but Gran is going to douse the flames on that A site. Flex though, double sniper, double hit. 10 and 6 Gaimin Gladiators get set number 2.
Map number 12, Black Widow, will go towards the side of Gaimin, as this was XROCK's map pick. And just like how Eagle Eye turned out to be XROCK's map, which was picked by Gaimin, so these two teams are going to be exchanging blows. And now that we are tied to 1-1, this series, the results, we just can't predict it at this point. But the only thing we can say is this one will be a long one.
It is going to be a long one, that's for sure. Both teams on equal footing in this one. We expected a lot more of a fight from the snipers on the other side, but the sniper we expected to actually pop off in this game didn't pop off up against Flex. 1.55 KD, 108 ADR, 1.06 on the kills per round. I think him especially, he needed to pick up the slack considering that Spoxy didn't have the best start to the game once again. But if you see your captain sniping out of his mind, hey, if I'm Spoxy, I'm like, hey, I should do the same. I can't be outsniped by my own captain, but, you know, a really good performance by Spoxy as well, especially at the second half of the game and the tail end of the first half, ending this game to a 15-6 or a 17-6. So, yeah, overall, a big improvement in terms of performance for the side of Gaming Gladiators, but I didn't think that this was going to be a one-sided map towards the side of XROCK, considering Gaimin also has the experience on this particular map. Even back in the day in their old org, you know, Spoxy is a really good Black Widow sniper. Flex obviously knows this map like the back of his hand. So Gaimin Gladiators, I kind of expected them to have a bit more of a fight going into map 2.
Gaimin Gladiators making this one surely interesting in the IGL of the team, of the squad, stepping up to the plate, lifting the huge weights for his teammates. Won't cut the slack and now really get to work. And given now Flex is being activated on the sniper part, department of the things, now that as we are getting ready to move on to new compound as map 3, I believe that is map number 3. And you know how Eumena is well known to be the top players for that specific map. Now Gaimin may lead out 2-1, then the pressure really kicks in for the new players of XROCK. Will that really truly be the breaking point and the testing temperature for them?
For sure. I think new compound is definitely going to be a test on how Gaimin can actually probably try and grab the lead in this series, considering new compound is a lot more close. It's not like what we saw from Black Widow, where the long-range fights are really kind of telling the entire story, right? So I would expect more head-to-head fights. I feel like Raffin and Dizane is going to have a really good time in the new compound, especially if they can get the B pillars control super early in this game. If they can defend you know, B storage properly, then this could be good news going in towards their end. But they still have to be careful up against, especially, you know, the snipers aren't ramping down anytime soon. Grad and AD, granted that they kind of disappeared in the last 2 or so rounds, you know, they're still gonna have big threats going into this game, especially when it comes to that mid container position and when it comes to that A-long position. So still has to be Gaimin playing careful, but it seems like they figured out how to beat XROCK here.
Yeah, I mean, both teams had to play too many games, and for Gaimin as well, they were able to see all the games that XROCK had to go against on series, and for XROCK as well, was able to see Gaimin how they play. But we'll be taking a quick break and come back with map number 3 of New Compound. And there you have it. We are back from the break. We are in the midst of Gaimin Gladiators versus XROCK for their playoffs, and this is the lower brackets. As a quick reminder, the loser will get knocked out, and they will have to only watch the games from there on. And we're joined by Sneaky and Bench, and we are going to be delivering 2 more maps, potentially, or all 3 maps left in the best out of 5, as we're just waiting to get to new compound, then into Ankara, and the center map being Subbase.
Yeah, Subbase is going to be very exciting if ever we do make it there, but you know, new compound is probably going to decide what kind of momentum we're going in for. Map number 4, Ankara, obviously a map where AG struggled up against this XROCK team. So I think you know, map number 3 is going to be very important for Gaimin to actually take, and not just take convincingly, because they're going to need to send a message right before Ankara that hey, granted that Ankara is going to be your best map, but we have all this momentum coming in from map number 3, and Spoxy now starting to activate in this game. So it feels like there's a shot. It is map number 3. Is it Port?
No, Portal was banned. It's a new compound. But that graphics doesn't matter, but speaking of, I just want to add on your narrative of sending a message. Right now, Gaimin Gladiators are sending a message to XROCK for sure. And you know, it's the virtuous, it's always about sending a message, right? Even though the series Gaimin lost yesterday or the day before, sure, the rounds, the scores could be misleading 3-1, but every map came down to the wire if you do think about it, right?
For sure.
And now the matchup of Gaimin against XROCK, the first map as well, 13-9, had to go into overtime. The second map as well almost came down to the wire. So Gaimin is, not just Gaimin, but the whole region of EU MENA, as Gaimin now really carrying the torch for the region, is sending a message out there. Don't disrespect us. We will play the time. We will drag it out, and we will burn through your patience. If you make a misstep, we will bite on it. And maybe that's the key for the underdogs to take down the top Chinese teams.
For sure. And even then, Gaming Gladiators is now starting to ramp up in this game. So it is going to be very exciting to see if they can fight back. So let us see. New compound for map number 3. Yumena has the chokehold in this one, but can they get the lead in this series? Gaming Gladiators, can they take the lead? XROCK, can they fight back in enemy territory? Map number 3 underway.
Game's on. 2025 CROSSFIRE Styles Grand Finals. It's the lower brackets. Gaimin Gladiators has made a wave, tied it to a 1-1. Can they lead out and a 2-1 in the series by taking new compound? One of the better maps for this region. Going to be starting on the blacklist, as XROCK will be starting on the blacklist, or global risk side for the defense. And double pillars, yeah, soon to be contested here. And I think Grand might even had a chance to see the players jumping left and right.
Yeah, Grand is just going to back off. You don't really want to overcommit in B storage, especially modern B storage now. The box is easily wall-bangable by the EBRs, so you will get insta-gibbed if you do try to go for a risky play here. So it is going to be more on the sights being focused here. Flex trying to get a really good angle through the window, but Grand needed at the start. Just going to be Gaimin pushing the defense as far back as possible in this B site, and they're going to go back to A, and A is going to start working on this long A position. But they still have to go through AD, and AD a very dangerous man if he starts off well in this sniper.
For sure, and the shots are raining true for Flex.
Raffin
jumps on top of the boxes and gets the drop onto AD, so one of the danger has been cleared out by Gaimin. Now they're going to be sending it down towards servers. Though was traded out, but the crossfire set up by Chow. And another player will wreak havoc. The pistol's out, and the bullets are raining. Flex will be cleared out, too. And that was all guns blazing Sneaky.
For sure. Chow trying to hide a smirk because he was getting blocked by Sunny the entire time. He's trying to get back into cover, but Sunny said, no, 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 no.
I gotta do what I gotta do.
We're fighting this.
Half the bullet Chow threw out was blocked by Sunny, too, right?
For sure. So he just kept shooting, that's for sure, because he knows that there's a person around that corner. So good start to the game for the side of XROCK. Honestly, like this, I actually expected Gaimin to kind of have a bit of a lead, especially on the BL side, but I kind of forgot that XROCK is the type of team to also rock that buddy-ish system that we see from time to time. So you will see one XROCK player, and if you do get one, expect another player to come around the corner and try to murk you. So XROCK good start on their GR side. Gaming Gladiators having to lick their wounds going into round 2, and I love the game in default, right? Clear B pillars first, push it back all the way into that B side, go back into long, and clear long as well. It really was about how that mid-crunch really went wrong, considering the angle was really good from Doe especially.
They're going to be creeping up towards the B side. Gran wasn't able to fire the shot. It has to fall back out, but the aggression could be on any moment soon. They were able to clear out towards office, but going on the back side, it seems. They're going to rotate back out towards middle.
Yeah, I like the constant presence here from Flex, trying to dissuade any aggression from the side of XROCK to try and see if they can get some good map aggression, especially when it comes to that mid side. But the double smoke in towards mid, possibly an attack in towards curve and or entrance A, you really don't know. But AD, he wants to go a bit aggressive here. Quick scope not going to hit anyone, but it is going to be full mid control for Gaimin. Look behind you, bud.
They're going to be going for the flank. I mean, AD's kind of looking at it, not going to work. Raffin swung at the right time. Chow in heaven swings out, gets a good kill. How does he hit those headshots? Swinging back out, it's going to be Doe as well. Dezane, pistols, not going to happen. Doe on the backside, has to be cleared, and he's going to go down to a 1v2 as Lion Claw, last one standing.
Really is in the individual fights here, and Grant headshot with the USP. This is turning into a pub fest. You know, the setups are really good for Gaimin at the start of the round, but as soon as the first shots fire in the round, everybody is fighting at the same time. You really don't know what part of the map that you're going to look at if you're GG. And XROCK getting a bit of ranked action going in this game. They're going to try to see if they can get Flex here. That would be a very big pick, despite him only being the IGL, but with Flex gone, that is the flank gone as well for the side of Gaimin.
Good pickoff for XROCK. Flex, who has been activated on the last map, will be taken out from the picture, at least for this round. XROCK leading out 2-0. And down a player. They are looking to clear out towards A, but look at Doe's position. He is way out. Does Gaimin expect such positioning? The answer, of course, is to be yes or no. Rather, Raffin does go down in the process. The man advantage still lingers for the side of XROCK. And as we say, Sunny is going to eliminate Lioneclaw off the board, down to a 2v4.
Two versus 4, though. Big possibilities here for Gaimin, but then Chow just gonna deny it right then and there. And this is what I was talking about. Gaimin needs to start things off well in New Compound, because if you allow XROCK to hit these kind of shots, they're just gonna heat up more and more in New Compound. And it's not gonna be good news considering map number 4 is Ankara. You really don't want to be down a map, especially in this best of 5, not on Ankara, up against XROCK, the one map that they did beat AG on. So it's going to have to be Gaming Gladiators starting to figure out what parts of the map that they have to attack. But Gran and Sunny, early information, Lineclaw's shoulder is probably spotted, so that's why Gran's already backed up all the way into sight. So
wouldn't be a bad timing to call a timeout, too, if you think about it, if you're on the side of Gaimin.
Yeah.
Because the aggression they're putting out is not working out.
It is tough to be aggressive in New Compound if you can't find the first pick.
And XROCK's a team of a caliber to not give away the first picks, rather take one instead.
For sure, top 3 in converting that FK RKW, brother.
Now they're going to give it a go down towards middle. Good trade there, but Doe just continues to decimate the players on the side of Gaimin. Flex and Spoxy, the last ones alive here. C4 has to be picked up still.
Oh, 80's going to peek.
Smoke is going to allow him to get the C4, but 80 was waiting. What a shot was that?
The TRG no-scope, not a joke whatsoever. Spoxy, the only one left alive, and he's going to come from that long side. Fortunately for him, there's no one on that second floor, so he's going to get a bit of space to try and move on forward in this position.
Team flick shots, once again. And Spoxy has all the work for him to do. And a 1v3 on a Dream, just about less than a minute on the clock. To C4 dead, stuck in the worst spot possible in AD.
That's a timeout.
And there's the timeout. And what can be changed up here, Sneaky, for Gaimin?
I'm not sure, in all honesty. I mean, the offense is really good. The offense is really good for Gaimin until someone shoots. You know what I mean? The setup is really good. EA smoke is down. Curve smoke is down. But they have to start expecting some of these players from the side of XROCK to actually push these smokes. Doe is not going to be afraid to go through that smoke because I don't think it fully covers this entrance A position. And it is actually really hard to get the refrag as soon as he starts jumping on back into entrance A, back into Z. And at the same time, AD is now super aware that Curve is now being taken time and time again. So the priorities are now shifting for XROCK here on what part of the map they're expecting that Gaimin's going to attack from. So I think maybe more of a distraction play for some of the other players. Maybe we could see Lion Claw attacking long. Maybe we could see Flex attacking mid and try and see if they can distract him while they attack another side of the map. They're going to have to sacrifice some lives here in order to just to get some map control.
I mean, all sorts of possibilities lie out there for both of the teams, but thus far, it's going to be XROCK leading up 4-0 on the global risk side. So, seemingly a flawless presentation by XROCK to go on the defense, just being able to hold down the aggressions. Look at this replay too, though. Just AD doing AD things. Quick shot, and then on no scope. Just wreak havoc. But we're back after a timeout. Gaimin desperate for a round there at this point.
This is a momentum crusher too for Gaimin.
And what's going to be the game plan here?
Hit something.
Yep. Gotta hit something. 4-0 though. Thus far, nade stack towards A as well. They're gonna.
That's a nade.
Doe's still alive. And well too.
Chowd's just playing anti-flash, literally. Oh, but Flex spotting Grant through the smoke, but you're going to have to be faster than that, my friend. It's going to be a headshot or nothing if you're going to peek him.
True. Flex is going to lose the hat twice in the process of peeking early. Isn't quite going to cut it for the team.
It's tough.
Smokes out. Doe back in his most favorite position. Swings is going to be Raffin, and he continues to get the kills.
Oh my god.
What was that? The pre-fires.
Pure timing.
And the timing, of course, like you said.
Oh, but this is what I was talking about, man. Lion Claw having to attack that B side, but AD getting the better of Spoxy. Sunny will get Raffin, and Lion Claw wondering where his teammates went. That's unfortunate for Lion Claw, especially. He had such a good timing ongoing here in the B position, but C4 is down out in the open. AD can literally stand on container mid, and he would have a very, very good angle.
All they necessarily have to do is just hold a C4 for XROCK. So
yeah, look where AD
makes
is.
the life of Lion Claw tougher to live. 30 seconds.
And Chowson gonna go tower. Sunny's gonna go mid.
Okay, Lion Claw got both kills. Made it so close. Not quite gonna cut it though, and that's a nerve cracker for XROCK. Almost getting clutch, but thankfully, AD was able to find the pistol shots, I believe.
You can tell Chow got nervous. Both of them missed at the same time. Thank God there's still one player left alive here for the side of XROCK.
And now you come to think, had Gaimin had one more kill before falling, would this round have been theirs? And now double pillars aggression from Sunny. Good for one.
Okay.
But every single player got cleared out down to the hands of AD and Doe.
Doe's gonna look
and they can only play like this because they can lever off the 5 rounds they've picked up.
That is true. I think they were trying to kind of really press him down, but AD with the gap in the smoke, but Spoxy does see the tracer through it, so he's going to shoot as well. I can't blame AD for that kind of pick, in all honesty. Trying to see if he can at least equalize the numbers back in towards his side, but look at Doe. Look at Doe. If he can actually chase the rest of the team going into Catwalk B, but it seems like it's the wrong guess. I was expecting more of a long push, but no. Doe with the right read this time, and he is going to go in that B side backwards. Bunny hop is going to make zero noise, so they're not going to expect this at all. The switch of the gun is going to be expected. Flex with his own HK. And finally, a round on the board for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, punishing that aggression from XROCK going into B pillars.
I mean, there's finally the one. 5-1. Still, XROCK should be able to. I mean, they've already sealed it for the first half to be in the lead. At max, going to be 5-4 for Gaimin. 4 rounds deep. And any rounds that XROCK picks up from this point on is a benefit, rarely, just in terms of scores. And that round that Gaimin won last round was based off the wins from the double pillar skirmish. So if XROCK doesn't give out those type of chances, what is Gaimin's response for a slow and methodical play by XROCK?
Oh my god.
What was that shot?
AD with the thinnest angle. Oh, he's going to have to get away though. TRG. There is a bit of an angle in entrance A where you can see into Catwalk B, so he's going to have to be careful about that next time. But Chow will get one. It's just every time they enter a position, right, 1 or 2 of the players get picked off ASAP. Oof. Oof. AD, another one. And AD, another one. Seems like there is good reason why he is the Defensive Player of the Year. If you know, you know.
And hence is the reason why he has the highest ADR for the team.
Yes, sir.
There you go. 117 for Chow, though, this time.
But there is no injuries in this game. Wayo. But XROCK still with a 6-1 lead.
And like I said, any round after that round number 5 being picked up is just extra benefits for XROCK. Hence, they're already in the lead for the first half. And now deepening the lead as well. Gaimin has to pick up the remainder 2 rounds, at least, to stay in chances of being spoken as the winner for the new compound.
Bit of mid-control. Nades are going to start to fly in that mid-position. Flex. Down to low HP. AD going to be expected to be inside of that smoke. So good flashes coming in from Gaimin. Now, they're actually facilitating every single peek here, which is good news. Oh, no.
Sunny. The wrap around towards the A bomb side. Chow's
single-handedly
holds down the aggression by himself. Make that ring a triple kill on the bell. Spoxy goes down. Next rock. How do they defend those back angles like that?
Chow just hit the nastiest 90-degree flick twice. That was the angle that I was talking about, man. You can't just simply go into tower with that recklessness. And it possibly be an 8-1 lead here for XROCK.
Now you could see the wind really and surely has been taken out of the sails for the side of Gaimin.
Chow is enjoying this map, for sure.
Oh, he's locked in. 100% locked in.
4 kills, 2 headshots. Fast tapping away with that HK417.
Easier said than done, too.
I mean, 90 degrees twice. Crazy.
Guy's wrist must be in pain.
Or he could be playing high sense.
True.
Join the high sense club, guys. 1600 or nothing.
I'm a 400, though. So.
Oof.
I'm the low sense guy. But speaking of low sense, is going to be the Zane finding the head on towards Grain and Sunny and on the bomb site. Has to hold this one down, has all the angles he can do. Gets one, 3 peaks, but is traded out. Down to the ends of Doe in a 1v3. Flex is on the run, but so is Doe.
Yeah, Doe's not going to risk a catwalk B. He saw Flex a bit late on the rotation here, so instead he is going to go for the entrance B position, but at the same time, there's 2 players looking at your spot. The Zane and Spoxy still kind of setting up. Spoxy going to start to ring those shots. 32 HP left. The Zane spotted on the site, and he's going to expect Flex to go for storage B, but the Zane is going to take him down himself. 2 and 7. Second point on the board for Gaimin Gladiators. Is that enough to make them come back in the second half?
7 deuce. XROCK having a definite lead before getting into the second half of the game, but just Chow doing Chow things, mate. It's peak Crossfire for you.
Yes, sir. Flow state. Pure flow state for Mr. Chow here. Makes you forget that he's the IGL of the team.
I mean, in all rightfulness, Flex popped off last map as well.
Oh, for sure.
As an IGL too, so.
I mean, he's out-sniping Spoxy at the moment, which is tragic, but it is compound.
Oh, the timing!
Oh, but Spoxy gets him back, though. Kind of jinx Flex here.
Worthy trade for Blacklist. Made it to a 4-on-4, and any isolation could easily allow for a swarm onto the bomb side. And the triple nade stack over towards A. Not going to find much value, but does buy a bit of room for XROCK to maneuver.
I mean, Raffin could go for a horse push into long, but it's risky.
It is.
It's a 4v4.
Truly is risky. That was frisky. Raffin might be going a little too aggressive, but he is so darn good. Got 3 kills in a blink of an eye. Pistols out, Sunny at risk as well. Got the kill, but at the cost of his teammates. Raffin just doesn't miss those.
XROCK, why are we going out of tower window? With fully knowing that there's a guy with an HK on the other side. That's not the smartest idea from XROCK. I think they were expecting a quick trade, especially knowing that 3 of them had the USPs out. But unfortunately for them, the drop shots didn't hit Raffin on the right time. So Sunny on low HP. I think he might just want to go back into spawn, maybe try and see if he can use the rest of the 40 seconds to talk to his team. But no, he's just going to give it up. 7 and 3. Could be the beginning of something for Gaimin.
I mean, slowly but surely, Gaimin is catching up. 7 to 3. It seems to be a long shot, but it's not impossible. Possibilities still lie there.
Youch. Almost a nade, but this one. Oh my God, Flex! What a psycho angle, man! Jesus Christ!
Had that hit, that could have been mental for the side of XROCK.
But of course, that's what they call the Chinese discipline. You know, you cannot peek out of that container mid-position without any confirmation from any of the Catwalk A players.
What if they do?
And that's going to be Chow dead. Or Grand dead.
Flex has yet another cheeky angle.
He can stay.
On the receiving. He's actually going to push out towards double pillars.
Oh, he's going to
I don't know if I like this idea.
He's going to cheese AD.
I don't know if I like this idea.
Oh, he needs to get out.
I mean, he did bucket. And Sunny's going to hear all the footsteps across the wall.
AD's not moving. He's like, yep, I'm not going to peek that. Flex has been hitting a lot. Flex has changed his angle thrice in this game. Or in this round.
Oh. 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 Had the line up, but unfortunately for Flex, timing was a little bit off. Flashes into her spawn. They're going to give it a go towards double pillars. It's going to be one of the players that's going to be Lion Claw to hold it down. Got one, got the C4 down as well, but AD quickly got the refrag.
Oh no.
Chow jumped into the bomb site. How does he do that? Shouldn't even be allowed to make a play like that.
For sure. I think Chow, or rather Flex, missed his first TRG shot, or he got in the leg, and Chow just hoped for the best that the USB is going to hit someone. But AD, he needs to get back into storage. in order to see if Rapid is still here. No scope, quick scope, anything to take this HK player down. But Rapid spotted AD a bit too slow on the trigger. Now Do and Chow is now stuck inside of the side. Chow forced to hide. Do gonna play as a distraction. Do still somehow gets one. The headshot. Spoxy saving his team from certain doom. USP magic from the best sniper in Yumena. 7-4 in this game. Seven to 4. Slowly but surely catching up. Will be Gaimin. Lion Claw off to a rather slow start. 4 kills only on the side of XROCK. Sunny sitting on only 5 kills after the course of 11 rounds. But it's the IGLs and the Riflers taking up the heavy lifting. And AD gets double swung. Punished quickly. Heads taken off. And off to a nice start. Gaimin is going to be able to gain control towards double pillars and a man advantage to themselves. Still pure control in this map. I like that. Gaimin's gotten a lot more comfortable on this GR side. I did see those stats for their new compound. Their BL side looking, ooh, let's say it was in the 30s, which is not good news for them. But as soon as they got the side switch, that 70% win rate on that GR side is now starting to kick in. It's that Yumena special. It's the Yumena special being cooked up here. Yes, sir. BL side, GR side, demons. Sneaky. Well, what's your expectations for Filipino special for this map? Basically what XROCK is doing, but with the twist of they're gonna just keep challenging angles for sure. But they just don't stop. I've been asked multiple times, why is Philippines doing well? Honestly, they're just winning all their fights. You know, the CROSSFIRE gods are on their side. Actively taking the challenges and the fights to themselves and winning them. Yeah, essentially. Even the 30-70s are winning. I'm like, what? It seems like the HK has gotten a lot of benefit for their side especially. And I think XROCK is also one of those teams back in CFPL that really did benefit from the new weaponry as well. One of the faster teams in CFPL, similar to EP. True. Just about half a minute on the clock. We will continue on with your region right after this round, but XROCK loses another player. Raffin just continues to farm the kills in his position. Double kill for him. And speaking of double kills, it's going to be Chow and Grant to find one each. Chow versus 3 will be quickly knocked down. Dezane no longer having that migraine from yesterday. 7-5. Started from a 7 deuce. And Gaimin was able to mark up 3 rounds quickly. Gaimin making this map looking like old compound. Which GR side is just dominating. Within its own rights.
No, not
still.
now. No.
Oh my God, it worked! Got the shot down! And down and dusted will be Chow and Do, and it worked like a magic, Sneaky. Peek left and right with the sniper. Absolute psycho call from Flex, but it works anyways. Sometimes you just gotta throw a stone at the water and see what goes, and looks like it went the right way. They threw a stone at the water and it skipped thrice. Jeez Louise. That's a very, let's just say, Filipino way to attack mid. I mean, Gaimin is well known to adapt the successful strats from other regions, and for sure, they were able to give it the Asian taste of the Asian taste, the Asian spice of the plate, I guess. Yeah, I trust Flex is a VOD grinder, that's for sure. That was a very spicy mistake by Gaimin. And XROCK down 2 players. What is their next move? Having 2 players out towards A as a player, which is going to be also but ADL 1-man army towards B. Gonna wait for a pick here. I'm gonna make a wild guess. The 2 players out towards A can't do much, but AD somehow finds like 3 kills and dies by himself, and he can't do it more because the C4 is down on the other side of the map. Yeah, it's kind of the lack of lineups in this game as well, or in this map in particular. Any long flashers? In the chat? There it is. That's one. I love this late smoke too. We have so much util still. Jesus, Gaimin.
Methodical usage of utils as well. They didn't waste any. And these flashes are buying time after time, 5 seconds each, and the smoke as well.
Oh, I don't like that they all went long.
Buying 10 seconds at the minimum.
Flashes?
Speaking of minimum, this is the minimums. 20 seconds. They have to pull up now.
Oh, the pop flash.
They're going to give it a go. Grand got the kill. Rapid, how does he get these kills? Jumps up and over, got all 3 kills, and Gaimin quickly wipes out the 3 players in a blink of an eye. Makes up for the round, 7-6 his own. Heavy lifting surely done by Rapid here.
Rapid being a human landmine on that side. Granted, that pop flash from Sunny was very, very good. They actually caught 2 of the players blinded, but they forgot about coffins on site. You can just kind of crouch down and make sure your entire body is in cover. And Rapid popping out this head, insta-popping 2 players, and even getting the 3rd. Crazy times. That is a timeout by XROCK. Gonna have to be. Haven't gotten around in this second half just yet. 4 rounds in a row from Gaimin, and they have all the momentum in this game. It is gonna have to be the coach cooking up something else. Maybe a faster pace push in towards B, N, or A. They're gonna have to focus less on the setups, instead focus more on the rushes in compound. It feels like if they try to go for a default in this map, they just get attacked every single time. So it's gonna have to be the opposite here.
Now the stress really kicks in for XROCK, as you were able to see. And now still, the cortisol is building up in the blood vessels of these players. And I feel like for Gaimin, they are getting relieved a bit more time after time. And this is the replay from the GR side. Raffin, I think this is the triple kill moment he had. Quick 2 shots, and then somehow the 3rd on the player dropping down as well, I think, and designed to wrap it up like that. So GR side, they are born into it.
So there it is. Oh my god, this is so risky. This is so risky. They're going to rely on Raffin to actually hold this mid position off of Grand and AD. And I can't blame Raffin if he wants to go for something risky. He is hurt in this A site.
Oh, he might just get isolated. And with the support of the Zane, it's going to be 2 people hold.
I think he should go
against
for this.
the 5, but that's going to be tough, isn't it?
Oh, the Zane gets insta-gived by the flash. And Raffin got stuck. They overthunk it, unfortunately. Spoxy has to get AD here. Oh, but that's unfortunate timing, time and time again for Gaimin Gladiators. XROCK might just get their 8th. And it seems like the timeout worked out for XROCK. This is what I was talking about. You should be worrying about more of the rushes rather than the control of the map. Less default, more rushing for their side.
Lion Claw versus 5. With half the bomb timer gone from him, essentially, and
just go for it.
Has to go.
Yep.
And there he goes. And the round 8-6.
Honestly, I can't blame Gaimin for going for that play. They tried to assault this B pillar's position early, get that timing off of XROCK. I think they were expecting the exact same thing from XROCK, where they're going to go for mid control, go into catwalk B, try and see if they can get B pillars off of that, going back into A, but no. Just like what I said in the timeout, XROCK just went for the A rush instead without setting up this B site.
And it worked out magically.
Good call by the coach.
But XROCK still plenty of homework up ahead of them. 2 more rounds to be found. And Gaimin has been putting up a good defense. And this time, they're going to be rotating another player down towards A. No, it's going to be a 4-man stack, and Flex is the only one essentially holding it down. And technically, even if he gets a kill or 2, that's a free bomb site. That's a free plant for XROCK if they're able to clear Flex out, whether it be a cost of 1 player or 2.
XROCK is playing so careful here. Oh my god, it's the timing again. As soon as Flex unscoped, he just gets peeked by AD.
Just unfortunate moments here, isn't it?
Did Flex encounter a black cat right before this game? Did he step under a ladder? AD will get Lion Claw too. What is happening? Gaimin Gladiators are getting the unluckiest timings in this one, but Spoxy will get Doe, but Chow will get the very quick trade. And Dizane will get Sunny. He's not going to die just yet. Raffin, he doesn't care about bad luck. He's going to force his will upon the XROCK offense.
And XROCK will recover the C4 and might force the issue down towards B. On towards Raffin. Has been the savior for the team rounds after rounds, map after map, and even yesterday as well. Raffin came in huge. But against players like AD and Gran, is it going to be too big of a question to be asked? Half a minute remains onto the clock, and XROCK will spend it. They are not.
Oh, he's going to make him overthink.
They're going to make him overthink.
Reload.
Oh,
he's heard.
We don't know just yet, but the swing from AD not going to work off. Raffin finds another kill, and Gran versus the world. The shots are going to ring true. Raffin is a madman. He massacres the hell out of XROCK. Saved the round 7-8.
A well-needed recovery from Raffin, especially. The man is single-handedly forcing Gaimin Gladiators back in this game. 19-12 with 114 ADR. The furthest out of anyone in the Gaimin Gladiators squad, and XROCK once again having to figure out the Rubik's Cube of a defense that Gaimin does have. AD can get insta-picked and doesn't even get to back off. Lion Claw with the kill. But they're just going to go all the way back, and I love Flex's position here. He's going to stay in Catwalk B. The rest of them going to go back into A.
We knew AD was cooked the moment we saw 4 players of Gaimin swung right at him.
If he had this one more second and a faster jump, he would have lived there, but no. Not if there's 4 HKs pointed at you.
Even Kano couldn't have escaped from the situation.
That kid is fast.
Well, speaking of fast, XROCK is looking towards A, and they're actually going to reset fast towards middle. I love the defense that Gaimin's putting out. Huge pressure down towards middle.
I think Raffin should be the one playing the anti-flash, actually. But I trust Lion Claw, though. He's been hitting his shots.
I mean, Raffin's getting so much information. It's going to be Gran to hit the shots, and all of a sudden the defense is getting broken apart. Flex and Spoxy has all the work to do. Oh no, Flex got one, pistols out, Gran at risk. Oh my God. Timing a little bit off, but Spoxy came in for the show. Both players of XROCK will jump into servers, and the nades are going to stop the retake from happening, but the C4 is now getting planted, allowing the room for Flex to make the rotation over towards Office double pillars and get in there.
Spoxy standing in the middle, oh my God.
Gran might have an angle here, but we need to pay attention to Flex. He is the one banging the hammer. Spoxy is essentially the anvil.
Flex needs to flash.
Flex. He has a flash. He has a nice Spoxy about to get wallbang too. But that does buy the room for Flex to come through. Spoxy does go down. Gran and Sunny has an angle. Flex is going to come in with the pistol. There's the map point by XROCK.
Greedy here for Flex. He needed to flash for Spoxy here, actually. Unfortunate for Gaimin Gladiators. That could have been a very winnable angle for them. And all that work for this comeback could be all for naught. XROCK now on match point. Still, Gaimin Gladiators trying to go for the exact same play, but AD knows that that could be a possibility. Instead, he's going to focus on Steel Door, but look at this rotation. Gaimin going to go for Gran instead.
This is part 2 of the double pillars push. They're going to push out towards Catwalk. Gran has an angle to hold it down. Hence his wife. Flex is not swinging, but... oh, this is getting a little bit frisky down towards middle. XROCK is going to be paying attention towards that angle and in towards the top of the hut as well. The nade is going to find a decent value as well on towards the Zane and Raffin. This is a wonky hold by Gaimin, but it might just pay off dividends.
Yeah, Raffin has to have a really good timing here. Oh my God, Raffin barely living that position, but he still gets Sunny somehow, some way. Line Claw good nade. That's going to kill Doe potentially, but no. Chow will only get tagged up by the HE. Dezane with a very good angle. He can catch Doe off guard, but Doe sees him first. Doe tags him up both. AD will get Spoxy, but Dezane will get Doe. And look at this XROCK squad. They are trapped, but no. EA is going to be the position they're going to take, but Raffin instead is going to take it back. Chow, the only one left alive.
Gets one. Eventually, Design takes him down. Just one more round for Gaimin to take this into overtime. And they're making it thus far very close. And unlike Eagle Eye, I do feel like Gaimin has a really good shot at closing the map out in their own favor if they're able to take this one into overtime.
For sure.
There's not a lot of tactics left in XROCK for their blacklist.
Unless AD gets something here. Crouch peekers. Oh no.
Oh no, he's about to get double swung. They're about to get double swung.
Oh no, they got a bit too greedy, bro.
Tragedy rings for Gaimin, dropping 2 players, and AD, such a strong player. Not even blistered apart. Only loses half HP in the process of taking down 2 players. The Zane will be in double pillars, and now he's about to get aggressed fully. And this round is looking all XROCK's ways. However, Raffin and Spoxy has to come up huge to save the dream in the 2v5. Still has a bit of utils left in them as well. Has an angle to work with. And XROCK, they're going to be playing slow.
They can play as slow as they want. There's 1:30 left on the clock. And they know the onus to get a pick is on Gaimin. Gladiators. Spoxy spotted out. It's going to be on Raffin. 22-13. Is going to have to go 27-13 if he does want to make anything happen here. Backwards jump. AD going to spot him through the smoke, but he still gets him somehow, some way. It's going to have to be 4 taps in a row. And look at this XROCK squad speeding into that B site.
This could be it. This could be it for XROCK, and so is the side for Gaimin. Raffin has to find the little kills. Not going to happen. XROCK closes out new compound and 10-8. A grueling battle. New compound also goes to the weight of XROCK, but this one as well, Sneaky, was a long and endurance map, as Gaimin Gladiators are not going to go down without a fight just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tragedy for Gaimin Gladiators, right, considering how the second half did go. And look at this GR side by Gaimin, right? That is 6 rounds, or actually 4 rounds in a row, and then XROCK got an eventual answer, and it became a back and forth between these 2 teams. But knowing that XROCK did have a lead in this game, we're just destined to close this out. Chow getting the set MVP. The captain does it again, holding it out for his squadron, but at the same time, by the tail end of that game. Granted, I love what Gaimin Gladiators is doing, right? They want to make plays happen in the map, considering they are on the BL side, or they are on the GR side, and it is going to be a bit tougher, especially if they do get picked off first. But unfortunately, their greed was also their downfall going into map number 3, new compound. Just like I was said, it's a tragedy for Gaimin Gladiators because they were so close in getting the handle of the game, but then mistakes happen. They got a bit too greedy. They got a bit too greedy to kill AD especially, but AD, knowing fully well that they're going for him every single time in this B pillar position, just backed off, played the angle, hit the shots, and that just happened.
I mean, it's the survival of the fittest, and it's all about adaptation, right? And AD was able to adapt to the playstyle that Gaimin was throwing at them, and definitely got to give a lot of credit to the coach of XROCK for being able to deliver the right amount of counters and right amount of maneuvers to save his teammates, save his young guns from getting knocked out, which eventually resulted in a 10-8 map win, as the series is now being lidded out by XROCK in a 2-1. We do have a couple more maps to be played if Gaimin is able to win it out. And Kara will be played any moment soon, followed by the decider of Subbase, but the chances of seeing Subbase is not quite there just yet. I mean, Gaimin's definitely putting up a good fight. We were able to see them put up a good fight yesterday too, but they fell short by a couple inches. And once again, in the current series as well, just new compound, just so close 10-8, almost in overtime as well. It's sad to see.
If AD actually missed his shot and actually gone down to Line Claw and Flex, who were trying to go for him, you know, they just sent it on him, that would have been a different story in all honesty. This would have been Gaming Gladiators on the 9th, but instead, they kind of overplayed their cards a bit, and not just that, they really had this false sense of security that the aggression in that B side was going to be the pure answer for this XROCK offense, but XROCK with a very, very good response, you know, just sitting on back, waiting for Gaming Gladiators to make the mistakes themselves, and they just wrapped around back into mid, going into curve, going into B side. And unfortunately for Raffin, granted he is the Superman of this game, he went 22-14, 22-15, but unfortunately one man cannot do everything in the game of CROSSFIRE. So XROCK going into map number 4. Granted, I really do want to say that Gaimin still does have a chance in this series. This is the exact map that XROCK beat the best team in the world on. So hopes are a bit low for this series for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting a little frisky for Gaimin, but at the same time, they have to give it all they got, and they really have to do what they can to survive in the series. And not only the series, this is their tournament line on the stakes, as they have already lost once in the upper brackets, and now they're put into the lower brackets against XROCK, and they're just about a map away from getting knocked out as well, so they have to pick up Ankara, even though this is a map where XROCK took down one of the best teams of all gamers, and still have a chance of going to Subbase. And if they are able to get into Subbase, then I don't think it's not half bad of a chance for Gaimin to survive in the series, take down XROCK. And I think my Caster Curse of calling 3-2 is going down the drain, as the games are closed. But now, looking at Ankara, the chances are definitely slim on this one.
Yeah, but hey, I was the one who predicted 3-0. But it seems like it's not going to be a 3-0, considering, you know, Gaimin actually played a very good map too. Problem is, Ankara, hey, as much as I would love to say that, you know, it could be a comeback coming in from them, it's going to have to require some really good performances from some very key players. I mean, Smoxy, once again, it's going to have to be him to kind of pop off in this game, considering the snipers are starting to pop off in map number 2. You know, Gran was hitting some CQC shots, AD was hitting some shots as well, and not just that, the riflers are starting to ramp up. Doe had some really good flags in this game, and Chow especially has been super, super impressive. He can do it with the HK, he can do it with the EBR, he can do it with the TRG. Kind of reminds me of like YDSS when he was still IGLing, but this time, you know, there's more weapons in this game. It's not just the AK, it's not just the M4, it's not just the AWM, it's the TRG, it's the M14, it's the HK417, and he is proficient with all of those weapons. And with that being said, this is going to be a hard team to stop in this Ankara map unless the right pieces work for the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Definitely got to piece every factor together in the right manner to have and stand the chance to take Ankara into their own hands. But for Gaimin, all rights due, this is their map to shine. They have to do it regardless of the conditions that are given, pre-workout, whatever, you know. They have to do it, otherwise they are getting knocked out. They did drop 2 maps to XROCK, and this is their last chance, essentially. If they just aren't able to grasp onto the chances, then that's it. So a lot of pressure being built up here.
Yeah, for sure. It's not just that. They're the last hope of Yumena, right? I mean, Yumena did really well going into last year's tournament and going into the EWC side. You know, ROCK Esports kind of leading the charge. But now with Gaming Gladiators, you know, this is the first time that we've seen a double elimination bracket in the CrossFire Stars ecosystem. And, you know, this is going to have to be the fight of their lives going into Ankara, because Yumena, you know, the entire region is now riding on them to kind of represent, you know, not just 1 or 2 countries, but an entire continent. So if it isn't them stepping up to the plate, this is going to be a tragedy for Yumena. It's kind of like a sour way to end the year.
Not just 1, but 2 continents. The fates line the shoulder of the team of Gaimin Gladiators, and is going to require a valiant effort for Gaimin to take down one of the titans in China. Already down 2 maps, Ankara, which of course is XROCK's one of top-notch maps to take down all gamers. Tough one, but gotta do what you gotta do.
And here we go. Ankara, a map where it is very daunting for the side of the Gaimin Gladiators, but they're Gladiators at the end of the day, and they're gonna fight until the very end. Ankara for map number 4, XROCK with the map lead, but Gaimin Gladiators have to fight back.
They gotta
map
fight
number
tooth
4
and nails.
will be underway.
They gotta fight tooth and nails and get it going, because this one might seal the fate. Take it away, Sneaky, because this one will be one hell of a ride.
Here we go, XROCK on the GR side, Gaimin Gladiators on the BL. It's gonna have to be quite the BL side for Gaimin Gladiators especially. Gonna have to wait and see what's going on. AD naded at the start of the round, already down to 53 HP. Gonna try to look for a response with the lineup in towards Catwalk A. Is not gonna find anyone, but still plenty of time on the board. Seems like the side of Gaimin Gladiators prioritizing the map control in towards Catwalk A more than anything, and they're gonna play off of that position. Early control in towards Tunnels B. Spoxy gonna be looking for that opening. But rounding the corner, Raffin not gonna get shot, so that's gonna confirm that no one is in that Tunnels B position. And that's gonna be the full rush into the B side. Is XROCK gonna expect this? Raffin already inside of the site, but they're gonna need to get the C4 down immediately. Lion Claw spotting out AD in Hotel. Forces him to check out, but Doe shot in the head, not expecting Flex to be that far back. 3 versus 5. Lion Claw round the corner, will take down Grand, and there we go. Lion Claw getting the anchoring going. Flex is having a bit of a time with Chow here, baiting him with the character model. And there we go. Bit of a chuckle, bit of a laugh for the side of Gaimin Gladiators to kind of ease the tension. And XROCK, very similar start to what we saw earlier. Gaimin Gladiators having a good time in the first 2 rounds. So they're going to have to douse that fire very, very early in this game. Same goes for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. XROCK, they're going to have to kind of drag him down in this game. They really don't want XROCK scoring any early points here, especially when it comes to that BL side. It is going to be in the lineup right through the smoke. We did see this in CFBL. Xiao being the one to popularize it, but Xiao just going to avoid the pre-fire right through the smoke. So good nade to actually damage Spoxy to half HP. A good lineup for AD. That is the second time that he threw that exact nade at a minute 30. But it is going to be Tunnels B once again. The assault for Gaimin Gladiators, surprising this entire XROCK squad, but AD, he does want to cut off 2 of the players on the backside, but Raffin, headshot could be here, and there it is. AD with the first shot, preventing the attacker from doing too much. AD with the USB, the flash lands behind him, so he's not blinded. Sunny will get Flex, and here comes Chow with the refrag as well. And a purely good round for the side of XROCK, now fully expecting the B hit from Gaimin Gladiators.
That was a masterclass of a hold by XROCK to take the rounds back. It's going to be tied to 1-1. And AD just continues to break a lot of havoc for these players out there. 3 kills already for him. A Here we go once again, down towards underpass. Trying to clear out the angles, not going to happen as Gran will have to fall back out from his position. Gaimin is not going to go down without a fight, for sure. We'll be looking towards middle at this point.
There we go.
Full reset.
Don't fight. Don't fight too early. I think that's a lesson that both of the teams kind of learned early in the series, that fighting at like a minute 50, a minute 49 is going to be the downfall on some of their players. Has been pretty good for Gaimin so far in this game. Once again, this is the third time that they're going to be taking Tunnels B, so they're really trying to hit it home. That is going to be the spot that they are going to target.
They are thinking about going towards the underpass. Grant instantly backs out, and Nate might do some damage. Decent value, but the bomb site now getting swarmed. Grant quick scopes one, looking for the second, hits it two! Damage being done, third kill connects as well. All of a sudden, down to the hands of Spoxy. Can he pull off a Grant by himself?
Spoxy highlight. I've been waiting for it. We have been waiting for it this entire time. Xiao not going to spot his feet. The three-man peek from XROCK with the USBs.
They ran over him. You can see the footprints on the face of Spoxy.
They're not going to allow that. They're like, oh, it's Spoxy. We're going to have to triple peek this guy.
Triple peek.
Can't give him space. Ugh. So first round goes in the way of Gaimin. I really thought that all the momentum would go back in towards their side. Is the EA lineup going to hit this time? Yes, it is. There we go. It's going to land safely in towards entrance A. And Xiao going to be hearing all this movement from that long A. So they do have a rough idea that there is going to be catwalk. A players incoming. Tap walking a bit too late. Raffin going to go down, and that's one of the key players that you do want to heat up in this game too.
4v5. Let's see where Gaimin wants to take their attack towards.
Good nade. Flex is going to have to help his boy Lionclaw here, considering Raffin is now disappeared from the map thanks to AD Sniper. Still plenty of time.
Look at the four-man stack, though, by XROCK. They're reading this like a book. A lot of pressure could be applied on AD. This is the calm before the storm. Spoxy. The timing. Flex gets a bunch of damage on him. AD looking to swing once again, but now he's getting pressured. It's
he didn't look at Xiao.
The double kill. And a triple too.
Jeez, no one looked at Xiao at all. They were all focused in trying to kill AD. It's like AD has a magnet on him, and all the crosshairs are going in towards his way.
It's freebie for Xiao. Nobody was looking at him. He had a free angle to work with.
That's tragedy. I feel like Gaimin Gladiators, they really are so intent in just killing AD. I can't blame him, because AD has been shooting some unreal shots in this game. Double nade in towards yellow, not going to work out.
Let's see. XROCK leading out. Ona and Kara, give or take, them playing on the global risk side is a good feat to see.
Top
Gaimin, they have to find some rounds before it's too late.
It's tough.
It is. Three-man stack towards A won't make this aggression easier for Gaimin either. Looking to clear events, Spoxy, and I believe that is Raffin. Timing just off by a second, unfortunately. Not being able to connect. And Gaimin is looking at B, and they are going to hit B.
Smoke's about to fade.
Doe is actually... Oh, he backed out in time. And they're going to make a rotation. XROCK is leaving only a single player of Doe and A. He's going to give it a go. They're going to give it a go. Doe is getting swung, but Doe's good for one before going down.
Spraying with the HK bud.
And now this will be a retake of 4 versus 4. Flex has made himself all the way towards spawn.
Wait, Lionclaw not looking. Oh, he was expecting the flash, unfortunately. Sunny will get him down. Dezane not spotting Xiao around the corner, but still Dezane. The spray control on the M14 EBR, but do they know about AD? AD in the catwalk A position. The Captain Flex peeks him instead. And there it is, Gaming Gladiators' presence made on that site. Bit of a missed call on that rotation, and just like how I said, no one was looking at Chow earlier. Did get that freebie, but
too easy for Chow.
That fake worked. They all rotated. XROCK bit too hard on that.
Flex on 5 kills, Line Clone 4.
Don't peek. Don't peek, guys. There we go. Now you can peek.
Oh, what was shot? The Zane instantly gets taken out. Had nothing to do with the angle Gran was providing. And down a player to begin with for the round. Kind of scrambling apart, but now they have cleared out towards vents for a little bit. Flex, gotta be careful. Has a C4 too. You can't go down. Oh, they're gonna double peek into this. Oh, it's AD though. The timing's so close yet so far. Oh my, Flex! What? Chill. How does AD win that? He shouldn't be winning those. He wins it. He drops the C4, and now he has a better angle to cover it. Spoxy may not realize this. The pistol's out. Good for Spoxy. Gets the C4 as well.
Oh, Chow, he's still going to get Raffin.
What?
Good spray on the HK, but Line Claw is going to get one in return. But just like how I said, Flex needed to chill there. They already knew.
I mean, how did Chow even get the kill there?
It's the pre-aim.
Oh my gosh.
Got a pre-aim wide of his vents, brother.
And still the man advantage lingers towards the side of XROCK, but Spoxy will find the equalizer.
Doe's going to peek.
Oh, look at Gran. He has made it all the way behind. Gets the headshot, looking for the second re. Picks Lineclaw at risk. It's going to be Doe swinging out. Lineclaw gets him down, but Gran finds both kills.
That's
good
slick.
flank being sold, and the surround is sealed up by XROCK.
That flick was crazy. That shot on Spoxy was nuts, too. Headshot on him in the 5-box position on LA. But 4 into XROCK. Oh no, how? Okay. Gran is gonna get the Zane. Bit reckless on the mid peaks, and AD's gonna get Flex before the smoke fully plumes. And Chow is just gonna be allowed to go for this, and that's gonna drop the C4 if he gets Line Claw. Yup, C4 is gone. Chances and plans down the drain for Gaimin Gladiators. Raffin's gonna go down as well. The headshot machine has been shut down in 5 and 2. XROCK forcing a timeout from the Gladiators.
That last round, Gaimin was getting shattered apart. Let's see if this timeout brings back any life in them. You can definitely see the frustration on the faces of the players here.
Raffin's deflated, man.
Definitely.
I mean, I would be too. I played a really, really good series so far. I almost brought it back for my team in New Compound just to slip away from my hands. That's why I said that I'd rather lose 10 and 4 in a map rather than 10 and 8.
Or even in overtime.
Yes. Because my brain is going to go, yeah, that one's, yeah, we just lost that. But when it's 10 and 8, you're thinking, oh, I could have won that.
It does take a bit more wind out of your sails if you do lose a long and endurance series, but you gotta do what you gotta do, right? It's Gaimin's last shot. And to go down like this after all that effort is going to be heartbreaking.
For sure. And it's been unfortunate for Gaimin Gladiators. It's so many moments where you could say the difference is just a 1v1s. The difference is just a few fights. But XROCK every single time, China has produced some mechanical monsters in this game. AD and Gran, no different. Chow, who is the leader, still fragging just as hard as any rifler in this tournament. I mean, look at that. I mean, 7 and 3, 7 and 4, 9 and 3. 2 high-level snipers. Imagine you have 2 Xiaos on your team.
Oh, that's what you want.
I wish. Maybe we can get the that same cloning device to clone Famous 3 times and then put 2 Xiaos on the team. Now that's a super team.
What about 4 Famouses on 1 Xiao?
How about 4 Famouses and... How about 4 Famouses and 1 AD?
That's
the pacing of that team is going to be
That's
crazy.
a team that would pick into New Mexico every time.
For sure. And AD's not going to get off that sniper.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I'm going to go seek UCTRG. Why not?
Still got that so reliable USPS on the secondary as well. But Gaimin, after timeout, will be looking for a swing. Once again, contesting Vents is going to be Flex with the support as teammates. And
oh, they heard the climb up.
There's the go sign. Doe gets one before getting knocked out. Sunny from on top of the staircase needs to find these kills, but he's getting swung left and right. Down 3-on-3. Raffin has coverage of the spawn area of the entrance. The C4 is yet to be picked up by Gaimin for the plant. Flex is going to go on it, but that bought enough time for the rotation for XROCK to come through towards spawn. So many pot shots being thrown across the board.
Chow, you need to chill.
There's no chill.
My God, and there it is. Grand still getting Raffin somehow, some way. Flex with the shot.
1v1.
Spoxy and Grand, sniper versus sniper in this one. Top 8 position has been taken, but Spoxy gets the better of him. USP in his hand. Spoxy, we need you, bro.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
We need you, gang. Says the guy who predicted 3-0, but we need you, bro.
Says the guy who predicted 3-0.
I want Spoxy to do good, man. Despite everything.
I just want my region to do good, right?
Well,
and speaking of doing good, it's going to be AD. Looks like our caster curse here, Sneaky, is also ringing true and strong tonight. Might as well as I just don't say anything, right?
Yeah.
See you in a bit.
Yeah. Spoxy. Sniper in his hands, Flex. Sniper in his hands, too. It's been quite the good series, honestly, for kind of showing the example that the double sniper is viable both in offense and in defense at the same time. It is just a testament of how good the TRG is.
Well, this is peak Crossfire for you.
This is peak Crossfire. I mean, after, not gonna lie, last series, it got a bit hectic with Twisted Minds versus Alcad.
That was not the peak Crossfire.
That was definitely one of the series of all time.
True.
For sure.
Wasn't the peak Crossfire, but it was the funniest Crossfire to me.
For sure. That 9-8 round was hilarious.
Could have been 6-7.
6-7, that's for sure.
Anyways, down a player will be Gaimin having to play a 4v5.
No AD.
AD. Don't want to lose your hat.
Ooh, he's going to have to dip.
He dips time, saves himself from the hassle of losing his life. But now look at Sunny's position.
The info.
Oh, grand little white swing towards Catwalk is not going to pay off dividends, loses his life.
No, it's A, though.
And they're going to, yeah, they are going
Sunny's
towards A.
hearing everything. Sunny's hearing all of this, man.
Oh, imagine Sunny sells a flank towards the backside, like how Grand did.
Oh, AD. How is Flex not dead? He's standing out in the open. Doe will get Raffin, but Chow gets both of them to turn around. Jay by the captain. Flex getting the leg, but does he get the finish?
1v1.
The turnaround?
1v1. Sunny has to do it, but Flex has an angle, but Sunny gets the better of him. 6-3 first half.
Flex was on it that round. He was hitting everything.
He was dialed in, but I guess Sunny's USPS spray down kind of threw him off for a little bit.
For sure. I think
it does take your timing away.
If you're 1 HP and you have a USB and an EBR, I'm just pre-firing that wall, knowing that Flex is there.
Oh, you're drilling that for sure.
For sure. I am not risking anything against Flex, man. This guy is hitting everything.
But Gaimin now officially at risk. Down 2 maps. Has to recover this no matter what. Down 3 rounds, too, to make things worse. But for the upside of Gaimin won't be the factor that they are playing on the global risk for the defense. They can easily recoup some of the rounds that they have lost on the first half if they can provide a methodical defense, as XROCK's offensiveness hasn't been quite there, at least in the series.
For sure. And Kara, though, man.
Oh, a 5-man push. Being cooked up here, Pot. In the pot.
Zane needs to look above entrance A. As soon as those flashes start to fly, they're going to need to close their eyes here.
There it is. Setups are out, and they're sending it. A full send.
How's Chow alive? Wrapping got one before getting traded out. Zane has to hold it down, but he cannot. And the bomb site is fully swarmed and taken by the players of XROCK. And this is just heartbreaking to see, isn't it?
Definitely heartbreaking, because it was a good read. But AD, though, does get taken down by Spoxy. Grand with the answer on Flex. Line Claw, Spoxy. Last two left alive. It's going to have to be them saving this round. 3 versus 2. Possibilities are endless. Spoxy, pre-fire. Never mind. Grand is faster. Line Claw will go down, and it seems like XROCK, no reaction from them. It seems like they know that Gaimin can still get some rounds back in their favor, but at the same time, Raffin, some insane shots going into that last half, but it wasn't enough to stop the entirety of them going into that ace site. They're really trying to get the hype back in this team, but XROCK played that bottom A take really perfectly. They didn't go into top A immediately, waited for the rest of the team.
I mean, XROCK still has the positive. Spoxy missed the shots, and now the trouble really becomes troublesome. The Zane is taken down as well. Everything is going wrong for the side of Gaimin. 2v4 and a dream. 3 men pushed down towards mid isn't working wonders for them.
Oh, but Flex is going to try to force it. Gran will get Raffin.
Oh, they know. They 100% know where Flex is at. Chow has to get the kills, and he indeed does. 8-3! Pushing Gaimin to the cliff here. About to walk the plank any moment soon.
It's really just Gaimin being super unlucky on some of these angles. Both of the snipers missing. Spoxy and Flex tried to go for an opening in long A, and they didn't hit their shot.
I mean, in the past 3 maps, Gaimin was able to put up a good fight, but this one isn't. And XROCK is coming to prove why they had the caliber to take down all gamers. Lion Claw is going to open up nicely on towards Chow. Man advantage granted.
If Gaimin can get 1 more point, they can say that they're better against all gamers. Because all gamers got 10-3'd in this map.
True.
Come on, boys.
Gaimin has made up to the level of all gamers.
They're basically equal. That's how it works, right?
Yeah. 14 kills on Grand, too. Now, this guy starts shining bright.
Oh, Raffin. It's a tragedy for him, especially, right? He's been playing the series super good, even yesterday as well, but feels kind of deflating to go into map number 4 on the edge of elimination. The headshot machine neutralized for now.
All the uphill battles Gaimin had to take to lead into this result of 8-3.
Oh, no.
Don't want to see that.
Need to chill.
Zane about to get swung. Sunny almost had an angle too. But Gaimin has to put up a fight. They have to do it now, or else it might be a little too late. Putting up a fight is going to be Lion Claw. Swings out, sprays down 2 players, and that might be the equalizer there.
Base. Spawn.
3v2 still. Man advantage, but look at Flex's position. He is well stuck out in the middle. Could swing to AD. Has to turn left, brother. Oh, there's the 1-tap. There is the kill.
Thank God Flex didn't stop tap walking.
Grand versus the world.
Oh my
Flex. What was that angle? Quick scope into a quick shot.
Into his
Grand
forehead.
versus a 2. Gets the C4. The sound is given. There is the round by Gaimin. Tough climb. Tough battle, but you have to do what you're going to do. And there is 1 out of the 5 to make the equalizer to a tie.
Indeed. Damn, this 7-3 round was insane by Chow. And I feel like Chow is just doing 360s for fun at this point. He's just checking if his 180s are still on point. But C4 is going to be dropped in that bypass position. AD with a one-way smoke. Gonna have to grab that and go back into spawn. And look at this Lion Claw. They're now targeting Lion Claw instead in that hotel position, knowing that Lion Claw likes to play solo here.
He almost got down to 2, 13 HP. That's all, but Lion Claw still gets 1 before going down. The issue still provokes for the side of Gaimin. Gonna have 2 players up there on the bomb site. XROCK might not want to force the issue here. And look at Raffin's position, still scouting and diving in towards the spawn. He is going to be selling the full flank. And if XROCK doesn't realize that there's a player behind their backs, this could be causing serious harm. Raffin swings, Sunny spotted out.
Good hunt for him.
They are surely on the hunt, but Raffin's on the run too.
Ugh. It's the same from last game, man. They're kind of overplaying their cards again. It's been a rough time for the Riflers, dude. The Zane not having too good of a time, 3-9. We know that this boy can do better.
Surely.
But this could be the difference maker if he could just tag Sunny. Because Sunny is low HP. Chow is on 40 HP roughly.
Oh, XROCK is just...
They're holding.
Sitting there.
Because they know.
They know.
The onus is on Gaimin to get a pick here, and they know exactly that. Even if Chow dies here, that's a swing. Zane's dead.
There's a 2v1. XROCK wanted this. They wanted the trade kill. That's why they were so up close to each other, covering the angles. Sure, one player may go down, but if a trade lands, then that's when XROCK can really start moving. And indeed, they do with 30 seconds on the clock. Flex versus the two remainder of XROCK. And unfortunately for him, the C4 is going to be headed towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, you'd rather play the 3v2 rather, or you'd rather be playing the 2v run rather than the 3v2. Yep, Sunny's going to be posted up. Really? He doesn't push that?
They want the round. They want to secure the round.
All right, Uncle Flex. Big Unk. Can you do it?
I don't know if you put Valdes here. He might be able to do it. There's a rifle. See Sunny. There's the first. Second on towards Gran, has to connect, but the timer is still ticking down. Has to make a wild guess of where Gran is at. Flex swings in. Gran may see the back, and there's the round. There's the kill. XROCK will find the map point, and sneaky, look what it is. That is the match point and the series point.
Ugh. A tragedy, man. Honestly, this could have been a different story if New Compound really went back the other direction, but
cue the music here, Sneaky, because this one might just be Sands disappearing in the hands of Gaimin. Hopes of just finding the gold, but XROCK is about to snatch this one away.
I mean, honestly, like, Gaimin hasn't been too bad of a series for them in terms of macro, but just like how I said, XROCK hitting the nuttiest shots in this game, and the timings have been in their favor.
XROCK gathering outside of A.
Oh, is Zane spotted? No.
Smoke may have provided enough of a cover for him to rotate in towards the bomb site, but a big push down towards A is being brought up and is being prepared. Setups getting lined up as well. 3 players have to hold this one down, which is going to be Raffin, the Zane, and Lion Claw. In vents they go.
Double nade top A.
Double nade top A. Could be. And there's the go sign. Raffin is going to book it. He has to hold it down, but he is cleared in a blink of an eye. Doe still pressing the W. It's going to be AD and Chow to clear this one out. And this round is seemingly all XROCK's way. The Oasis so close to the side of Gaimin, but all the effort for that was just a mirage, and Gaimin will be knocked out. XROCK clears him out. 3-1 on the scoreline.
And there you have it, 10-4 on Ankara is going to finish off the match. XROCK take the victory 3-1. Nice that Gaimin Gladiators did show up and challenged a very strong Chinese team. It was great to see. Unfortunately, kind of soft towards the end, you know, a bit rough only getting the 4 rounds on Ankara, but we know how good these Chinese teams can be on Ankara, and XROCK did play it excellently towards the end. Gran and Chow pulling their weight big time there towards the top. And yeah, you know, to be honest, this is the team that most people expected to make it through. We did see a lot of 3-0s, a lot of 3-1s. As Gran is going to pick up the map MVP with 3.17 KD. Pretty good. And yeah, I mean, it does kind of make sense that XROCK does make it on to the next round.
I mean, look at his multi-kill percentage, over 50. Basically, essentially, every round out of 2, he had 2 kills or more. So definitely himself putting up a lot of numbers on the board. But not only him, but the whole squad of XROCK really just putting the numbers out there. We've seen AD hitting some naughty shots, Gran hitting shots, Chow, the IGL, taking one of the map MVPs as well. So yeah, all in all, XROCK just dominated in the set.
Yeah, I mean, dominated is definitely the word to put it, right? I mean, this is probably one of the best sniper series that I've ever seen, especially from Gran. And Gran, I don't know where they got this kid, but this kid is hitting the nuttiest shots ever. And granted that I did say that Gaimin is actually playing, you know, some of these rounds super well. I can chalk it up to like the timings being super bad for Gaimin as well. You know, the shots not hitting for their side, not expecting that there's going to be a guy around the corner. And yeah, it's I could say that some of the rounds are just super unlucky for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. But hey man, luck is part of the series, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, you know, luck can be part of it, but at the end of the day, we play a lot of rounds, play a lot of different maps, so you just gotta put up or shut up essentially to get the wins. So unfortunate for Gaimin Gladiators that they did have to run into XROCK here in the lower brackets. We didn't get to see too much of Gaimin Gladiators. They only played a couple of series, and unfortunately with that, they will head home. XROCK will move on, and they're going to face the loser of, I believe it's Stallions and EP. Yeah. So that's going to be pretty interesting. Could be EP, could be Stallions. You know, Stallions, if they go down to EP, maybe they have to try up against another Chinese team, not the easiest bracket. And in the sense of EP and XROCK, if that ends up happening, that's going to be one of our Chinese teams knocked out, you know, I wouldn't say early, but at least in a position in this bracket that is before the semifinals, before the grand finals, stuff like that. So relatively early for 2 Chinese teams to be playing a knockout match. But yeah, it was a nice match to watch. You know, Gaimin Gladiators were definitely playing their style, certainly taking their time with things, whereas XROCK, I think we're trying to switch things up and play a little bit volatile, and it certainly did work towards the end. With Gaimin Gladiators out, that does mean that we lose our final EU MENA team. So that's going to be the end of that, and Vietnam as well. Those 2 regions are now out of the tournament.
Yeah, it's just a tragedy in all honesty, right? Because this is actually one of the few teams that I actually look forward to from the MENA region, because I've been waiting for, you know, Spoxy and Rapid and Design to kind of have that, you know, magic from MENA, right? It's been Gaimin Gladiators kind of playing at the shadow of Rock this entire time. And unfortunately for them, they did just run into, you know, 2 very good teams. Granted that EVOs were kind of ramping up in the series, and I feel like they kind of overperformed on the day. At the same time, XROCK is really on another level when it comes to mechanics, and at the same time, the timings were kind of favoring them today. So yeah, I mean, I expected more from the side of Gaimin, but at the same time, you know, really is just unlucky, and they couldn't, some of the players couldn't show up for some of the games as well, which really was sad, because, you know, I was looking forward to like a Spoxy 15 or 20 frag game, but maybe next year.
Yeah, I was pretty impressed by Raffin, at least earlier on in the series. Didn't have the best Ankara, but at least, you know, in the first couple of maps, he was a real difference maker. And, you know, sometimes it can be that you only have one guy who's kind of carrying his weight, and then on another map, it's another guy who's carrying his weight. It feels like you need at least a couple of guys to really be putting up big numbers if you want to truly win the map, as we did see on that last one from Chow and Gran, just putting 2 and 2 together to win that one. So, going to be talking with one of the XROCK members. Any thoughts on who you guys think deserves the match MVP?
I mean, Chow well deserved, but at the same time, everyone kind of has, you know, they have, you know, put out decent numbers. Every single one of them too. AD had some performance out there. Gran had some performance out there, but I guess it just goes down to the IGL being able to lead the team at the same time, frag out too. So a bit more pieces of cake in him for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Fefe won it for our first series today when there could have been a couple of other guys that might have been fighting for that spot, such as Silva, like maybe VNC, but it was mostly, you know, Fefe versus Silva, and then Fefe kind of got it there, and he is the IGL of that team, so I wouldn't be surprised. I think Chow has also been pretty consistent this tournament so far, even though they did fall down to AG. I do feel like he was pretty good in that series. He was good in the group stage, so he's been showing some good stuff even as the IGL, even though like AD and Gran have kind of been putting up the crazy highlight moments. It does feel like in terms of consistency, one of the more veteran players on the roster, who is also the leader, is getting that job done. So definitely kind of the rock of the team right now. The XROCK of the team, you could say.
Yeah, gonna have to lead by example, in all honesty, right? I mean, if you see your IGL kind of fragging his mind out, especially Chow with the, you know, whether you give him an HK or an EBR or any of the weapons, even the TRG, he was rocking it. I think he got the 4K on Eagle Eye, which is very, very impressive, especially for the IGL. So just knowing, me knowing, if I was one of the XROCK boys, me knowing that my IGL is just going to clean up for me right after, you know, he's going to, you know, clutch for me right after, this just increases the confidence for me to go for riskier and riskier plays. That's why we did see Gran going for the wide swing in towards Sundlesby in Ankara, and, you know, the rest of the team kind of rolling on forward. And this is why XROCK is one of the more aggressive teams into CFPL, because Chow, he's a really, really good backline. He's a really, really good closer. Ironically, it does remind me of YZK.
And that's why before coming into this matchup, you were talking about how just you should be allowing the turn for the momentum to be built up on the side of XROCK. And Gaimin was able to keep them in check for a while up until that 2-1 happened. And then on the final map of Ankara, they had all the momentum in the world. They had all the rounds backed up in the world for these players like Gran to really go out aggressive and, you know, rely on your IGL, because they were getting backed up by the rounds they have piled up, the map scores they have piled up behind their backs.
Yeah, so I feel like we've kind of covered everything in this series so far. Again, unfortunate that, you know, we've all kind of followed EU MENA for a good amount of this year. Unite cast the regional finals where Gaimin Gladiators had that victorious game number 5 against XROCK Esports, and there was a really cool story coming out of EU MENA where it felt like both of these teams could have made some waves this year, but unfortunately XROCK Esports fell out after 1 best-of-3, and Gaimin Gladiators 2 best-of-5s, even with their first seed, not able to get it done just because, you know, the draws that they had were very difficult, and once you hit playoffs, there are some really good teams in this entire world of CROSSFIRE. So unfortunately, that is where the train ends for EU MENA, but yeah, it was a pretty good year. Like, it felt like there was at least a lot of hype around the region and those 2 teams specifically to get some stuff done, but not meant to be this time.
Yeah, me being the only Ping Pong Pals fan in the Philippines, so I am looking forward to what the future foretold for them. But I feel like I am gonna take a switch back into Swamp Gaming. Literally, I'm just gonna follow where Pietro's going, and I really hope the best for Swamp Gaming, considering they're one of the few teams in there. But enough Swamp, more AD this time. This is not AD on the maps. We're going 1.43 KD, 94 ADR, 1 kill per round guaranteed, 13 first kills. Sniper, by the way, and 22.9. Actually, he's been switching back and forth between the sniper and the EBR, which is very impressive for AD, that he can just, you know, give Gran the space to make his own plays happen. So AD is going to be the MVP.
Yep, really good stuff from him these couple of days. We are going to see his highlights and the interview right now.
XROCK 是拿到了本场比赛的胜利，全场 MP 呢给到我身边的 AD 来给所有的 Cfesports 们先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是炫时的 AD。
你最近的状态也太恐怖了吧！几乎每一场比赛都有你的关键击杀，你感觉自己的状态和发挥如何
？What do you think of your performance recently? I think he's quite
还可以，
good.
非常的谦虚啊。那我们
You
来
are
回
very
顾一下
modest.
今天的这
Let's
一场比赛，
review
大
our
比分
match.
上是3比1。第一
So
张图
you
的
have
一眼啊，首先
13.
在第3
You
分
have
的时候，
3
我
to
们
1
其实是一
on
个
Eagle
优势
Eye
的
on the
5
third
打 3，
round.
但
You
让
have an
对面
advantage of 3
Ralph 是拿
versus
下了一个5杀，
5 versus
最后
3, while
3个人
Arf
在9把是不
got
是没有
an
同
ace.
步啦？
So you didn't have shared info on the bar. It's my fault because we rushed a bit. And I just make the movement and you gave their opportunity. So after switching rounds, you lost 3 rounds at 6-6. You got the clutch with 1 versus 2. Can you review? And after killing them in that round, I didn't want to plant the bomb, so I pushed forward. So I
两边
planted
是
the
进
bomb
入
in
到
Eagle
了加
Eye.
时，打得非常的
So
纠
in
结
the extra
啊，而
round,
且对
you
面
played
Gaimin Gladiators
very
都是多
tense,
次打
while
A
GG
区，我们这边有
hit
做什么样
side
的
A
应对
a
吗？
bit, very
赛前的时候，我们就
a
大概了
lot.
解了一下他们的一些战术
What
嘛，然后他
preparation
们
did you make?
反正今天就
We
打得
learned
很
their
主动，然后
tactics
就是一
before
波
the
打，
match, so we
然后后
pushed
续
very
他们还
aggressively.
稍微
In the
改了一
late
下，所以
game,
说
they
应对
changed
的
their
其实不是很好
tactics, so we didn't actually respond very
12
well.
比9的那一分，
At
当时其实一开
12
始
to
我
9,
们
at
队
the
伍的双狙
beginning,
是先掉了，
our
看到
2
杜超啊
snipers
是
died
架起了
while
狙击，
Chao
并且
hold
完
the
成了4
angles
杀，
and
能不
finished
能
a
评价一下
quarter
他的
kill.
狙击发
Can
挥
you
呢？
comment on his
超哥的狙一直
level?
都很厉害，
He's
又是
always
鹰
a
眼又是拿
badass
狙
on
太熟
sniper.
悉了。
那他平时是不是也会对狙有
So
练
does
习
he
啊？
practice a lot
超
of
哥是不
snipers?
用练习，他天赋
It
选手。
doesn't need to
天赋
practice.
选
He's
手直接拿下
talent
这一
at
分，
this.
非常的漂亮啊！
Yes, it's
第二张
a
地图的黑
brilliant
色了。
move.
首
So
先
on
在
the
上半
second
场是
map,
丢了
on
好
the
几个
first
1v1 的
half, you
残局，
lost
但
a
是
lot
前
of
期你的
1
位置
versus
啊
1
总是
clutch.
在一手
Well,
的时
in
候
the
就被对
early
面打
game,
掉
you
了，会觉
always
得有
got
点
shot
运气
in
不
the
佳
early
吗？
game. Do you think he's bad
可
luck?
能我自己细节没做好嘛，然后
Because
可能太
I
依赖赛
think
前的
I
一些
didn't
东
make
西
it
了吧，然后
clean
对面也会
on
有
the
所变化。
details.
那我们在前锋方也一直没
So
得分的原因是什么
as
呢？
前锋就因为对面打得比较
Blacklist,
主
what's the
动嘛，
reason
然后对
behind
面
your
不让我们拉
loss?
扯，对面打我们一口，
Because they pushed
不让我们
very
很好的爆战术吧。
aggressively
打的是
and
非常的
we
被动
didn't
啊。第
communicate
三
very
张地图
well.
卫星上半场
So
最
on
好
the
的方式
third
拿到了
map,
7
you
分的大优势。
you
换
have
边
a
的第一
7
分啊，
to
是看
2
到你是单人
advantage
排点，先是1换1
as
了，
global
但是
risk.
最终队友们在
While
狙
you
楼下被对
traded
面 Ralph
one,
直接拿下了一个
while
3
your
杀，你会觉得说，
teammates
哎，前期的这个
got
换点好像这
killed
个
by
优势一下子
RFF.
就被打没了吗？
So do you think you lost
那
the
分其实知道
advantage
他贴了
then?
狙楼下了，但是可能 RFF 枪法太准了
I
吧。
think
然后
RF
把我们
has
刷
really
平了。
good aim,
下
so he
半场
killed
其
us
实也是
all.
连续着丢了好
So
多
in
分
the
啊。能
second
分析一
round,
下
you
原
lost
因
to
吗？觉得
several
对方比较
rounds.
难打的点是什么？
Can you analyze the
对面
reason?
他的防守，
I
反正
think
前面就
our
是双狙手臂，然后后面又换
opponents
步枪来
have
手，然后就
good
一直给我们打仗嘛。
defense.
然后
So
就
they
枪
pushed
法可能没
forward
给
a
过吧。
lot and have a
到
lot
了
of
局点的
duels
那
with
一
us.
分啊，看
So
到
on the
对
match
方其
point,
实是必仓4人的前顶啊，当时
you
呢你
saw
仿
they
佛
have
是杀
4
意
people
感
at
知，
the
换了身位，并且完成了双杀，能跟我们说一下那个时候你
you
的感受是什
had
么
a
样的
double
吗？
kill. Can you share us your
因为他们
feeling
前
with
面一
us?
直前顶逼仓，知道我就一个人嘛，然后可
They
能觉得我
know
好杀
that
吧，然后我也知道他也
I'm
会来，所以我
alone.
就等他了。
So
是通过
I
对
know
方
they
的
are
前顶
coming,
感觉
so I
到
was
对面
waiting
应
for
该
them.
身后有大部队是吗？所以换了
Do
位
you
置。
know that
对
they
啊，我
have
就
a
在
lot
后
of
面等
people
他来。
coming? Yes, I
今天
know.
其实
So
是
I
完
was
成的非
waiting for
常漂
them.
亮啊，最后一张地图
You
也是
played
直接拿
brilliantly
下了。
today,
那么
and
下一
you
场我
won
们
the
将要
last
对阵
map
到的
as
是
well. So
EP
in the
和
next game,
SPS
you
的败
will
者，
be
有什么想说的吗？
play
或者有什么想要
against
对队
the
友说的吗？
loser
像今天一样，
between
队友后面都站
a
出来了嘛，
Chinese
希望下一场
team.
他们也能发挥的比较好。
What do you think?
好，期待
I
你
hope
们
my
的对
teammates
决
can
那
also
这边
play
也是再
very
次
well
感谢
today.
AD 进入到采访，恭喜你们
Okay,
拿到了
thank
本
you
场
for
比
your
赛的
time.
胜利。
Congratulations
时间
again.
交会给
Now
林
let's
曦
come back to the caster desk.
Thank you so much, Nini and AD, and of course our wonderful translator for breaking that all down. As yeah, he showed a lot of respect towards the side of Gaimin Gladiators, but at the end of the day said, we are better. We're going to take the win from here. And AD has been having a hell of a tournament so far, so big shout out to him and the rest of the squad over there on XROCK, the second seed from China. Still waiting to see just how far they can go, if they are going to beat out EP this time around in terms of, you know, who's going to place farther, who's going to make it furthest, and, you know, how AG is going to fit into that piece, just looking at the Chinese side of things. So still a lot of tournament to play, for sure.
Yeah, seems like the rookies kind of leading the charge here, right? I mean, Evolution Power, they have first, and XROCK, they have literally, you know, 60% of their rosters. So it seems like the rookies doing their own magic as well going into this tournament. It seems like, you know, if you are young, it seems like you're going to do good in this tournament, with the exception of all gamers, of course. You know, they got some unks in there, but they're still doing very, very good. But we're going to see the upper bracket, of course. Qadsiah will be going up against the Evos, either Evos Arc or All Gamers actually, and XROCK going to go up against Stallions or Evolution Power Gaming. That's going to be very interesting.
But yeah, just like the results, it's going to be all Qadsiah and XROCK to climb out from their deathbed. And now, starting tomorrow, it's the upper brackets. And whoever loses will be brought down to the lower brackets. Stallions versus EP to start us off, and then followed by Evos Arc. Then who else but All Gamers.
Yeah, these two matchups are actually going to be crazy. I think the first one, I really don't know what to expect. I'm almost slightly leaning Stallions, but I could easily see Evolution Power Gaming, you know, slowly getting better and better over the course of the tournament, as a lot of these Chinese teams do, and just coming out really strong and giving the hardest opponent that Stallions has faced so far. And on the side of Evos and AG, I mean, AG should be the big favorite there, but Evos is a big dark horse as well. They're playing so well at this tournament.
I mean, I think Stallions do have a really good shot given their results. So I feel like Stallions have a really good shot. We're going to be casting that game too tomorrow, for sure.
Well, guys, we are done here for today's matches. Thank you so much for watching us at the CFS Grand Finals, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action. Have a good night.